Long Tran is willing to drink the blood of demonic beasts, even if it risks his internal energy going berserk and exploding his dantian to death, or trying hundreds of different deadly poisons, facing extreme danger. His only goal is to restore his body, reconnect his meridians, and start cultivating again from scratch. Long Shanvu was once a peerless genius with a rare 100-year-old dragon physique. But due to treachery and offending the heavenly martial hall, he was expelled, his cultivation crippled, spiritual roots destroyed, reduced to an ordinary mortal. If not for the luck of a family rescue, his life and that of his child would have been lost forever. But now he is no different from a useless cripple who cannot cultivate, with deadly poison in his body that would have killed him long ago if not for the dragon vein to resist. And now, after once commanding a region that no one dared to challenge, he is left abandoned and vulnerable only to be attacked by stray dogs. This humiliation and my feud with the heavenly martial hall, Long Shanvu, I swear I will take back every bit, leaving no one unscathed. Returning to the present, Tranvu lifted the bowl of water close to his mouth and gently sipped each time. Ho thuck thuck, I've been drinking this for 15 years and I haven't seen any effect at all. What do you know? I've been forcing you to drink this four-flame spirit marrow for years, so it must be effective. Maybe it's good enough now. After saying that, he strongly probed his pulse. The deficiency in your body is too severe. You need to strengthen it first. Get ready and follow me later. Jemur nodded gently. Okay, I'll go tell Grandpa. However, the opponent suddenly grabbed his shoulder and Kung Pung directly pulled him away. Never mind, that old man can't even protect his own grandson. He's truly useless. Let's leave right now. Tranvu could only smile helplessly. Uncle Ho is still the same after all. He was once the closest bodyguard to my mother, and his strength is much higher than ours. Moreover, that year, Kung Pung was the one who risked everything, even her life, to ensure his safe return to Longjia. In the blink of an eye, they soared into the sky. Thudiep suddenly tears up and says, "Young master, with Ho Kung Feng by your side, you will definitely recover." She closes her eyes tightly as a tear gently falls. Our young master will definitely become a powerhouse who looks at the world with half an eye. Over here, Tranvu and Kung Feng are flying very fast. Uncle Hu, what level have you actually reached that makes you so formidable, I wonder? Back then, even Uncle Hu from the Heavenly Martial Hall didn't look that impressive. The 9 major realms in cultivation are the Qi Refining Realm, the Mysterious Kang Realm, the Spirit Passing Realm, the Divine Roaming Realm, the Celestial Human Realm, the Hollow Movement Realm, the Creation Realm, the Reversal Heaven Realm, and the Immortal Realm, each divided into 9 smaller stages. Not long after, the carriage landed on a lush green meadow. They were greeted by sharp claws and dark green fur. The monster's mouth kept emitting scorching hot breaths, and its deafening growls made the man flinch slightly. When they looked back, the lion was already preparing to shoot a fireball at them. It was just in time. At that moment, the sharp sword was swiftly drawn, and Miss Feng swung her hand in a mighty strike, causing a shockwave that scattered rocks and dirt everywhere. As the dust settles, he finally speaks. "I will take your blood." With a fierce aura, he grits his teeth and says, "To nourish the young master's body." Zhenwu was still stunned. That was the Banlan Viam Ho, a 6th-level demon beast, strong enough to rival a Void Realm expert. While he was still stunned, Kung Pung had already led the beast forward, and even the tiger uncle. That calm expression made it even harder for him to believe that just one strike would do. Then he looked at a core of energy. This is the essence of blood of a Banlan Viam Ho. The power contained within is so great that even my grandfather cannot refine it. If I try to refine it, the result will be Tranvu trembling as he speaks each word, dissolving into smoke. But Kung Pung held out the blood essence in front of him and sternly ordered, "Press it down." The young man hesitated and refused immediately. "Elder Hu, I don't think I can endure this." As soon as I finished speaking, the blood essence was forcibly placed into my body by the opponent. The backlash immediately struck, causing Tranvu to kneel and vomit blood, the sound of his retching echoing continuously. Gradually, his eyes began to turn a bright red. Tranvu's entire body also erupted with a tremendous power. "Hold it in. This pain is nothing to someone like you who carries the princess's bloodline," Kung Pung quietly sneered. "It's completely insignificant." That power gradually affected his bones, making them creak, and then Tranvu vomited once more in front of him. Kung Pung waits for him to calm down, then speaks. "Well done, you truly have the bloodline of the young lady. But the essence of your blood can only temporarily push the toxins out of your body. Very soon, the deadly poison will resurface." Then Kung Pung directly threw a medium-sized ceramic jar containing the rest of the fiery spirit marrow, and Tranvu obeyed and forcefully swallowed each gulp. Then his eyes suddenly lit up with surprise, and Tranvu exclaimed, "This feels so good," discovering that drinking this forbidden thing is also a kind of pleasure. The man replied contentedly, "Exactly. Everyone in the young lady's clan has always regarded the fire spirit bone as a treasure. Only you would drink it so unwillingly. 15 years, after all, is not enough for a pure bloodline. It takes a full 15 years. He suddenly looked at you with some concern, but if it were an ordinary bloodline, it would have been assimilated by the young lady's bloodline long ago. Chung Pung's eyebrows furrowed tightly. Could it be that this Long family is? Tran Vu, now regaining his composure, thought to himself, I thought I was finished. It's all because of you that I ended up like this. Tin Ha's expression immediately flashed through his memory. Tran Vu imagined him standing before him and said, just wait. Ha is determined to say to himself, I will definitely come back. A month passed, and he continued to cultivate under Kung Pung's watchful eye. The spiritual energy around Tran Vu has become clearer and stronger, and at the right moment he slowly opens his eyes, clenches his palm, and channels his internal energy into it. You also experienced a shock that allowed you to break through to the 6th level of divine power. He took out an energy core and said, well done. The ultimate poison in your body has been completely cleansed and expelled. Zhenwu also eagerly used some cultivation techniques, and it took him a whole month to refine hundreds of 6th-level demon beasts or higher to recover. The poisoner certainly didn't expect that such an extravagant method could still be used for detoxification. Chung Pung happily smiled and said, the young lady's bloodline has finally awakened, but if she wants to fully awaken it again, it won't be easy. The stronger the bloodline, the more heavenly treasures and earthly treasures are needed. Then he frowned again. In places like Tamsun and the secluded valleys of Tianwu Kingdom, it's basically impossible to gather enough. Chung Feng silently thought, I still need to go out and do it as soon as possible. The young lady awakened her bloodline at 8 years old to achieve such accomplishments. There's no reason to delay any longer, or her potential power will be severely wasted. The young man looked up at the sky and clenched his fists. I can take back everything that belongs to me. Now thinking of Tin Hua, Tran Vu becomes even more confident that he is no longer a rival to me. Then he searches for a monster to face, and if he stays silent, it's fine. But if he speaks, it will make people tremble. Jiujia Ha, of course, has to pay attention to the gains and losses of this young master's future. Tran easily targets his immediate goal and will definitely not stop at this small Tianwu kingdom. Each step flashes with a bit of light, his metallic aura stepping on the demon. Tran Vu stood there, wondering if Ho Uncle wanted him to hide himself. Kung Pung nodded. That's right, wait until I return, at most 2 years. He extended his hand for Tran Vu to take. That will be the day. Then Gongfeng immediately shot straight up, the young master reaching the sky in a single step. They crossed countless layers of white clouds and flew back to the familiar Tianwu kingdom. Everyone's faces were very serious along the way. He still secretly ponders that now everyone in Long Yuyan City considers me useless, who would have thought I've already restored my cultivation. The sinister looks of Tranfai and Duke Sun clearly appear in his memory. They quickly arrived at the sturdy city wall of Long Yuan City. John Wu immediately landed decisively and said, I am back. Duke Ui, who was nearby, also noticed the movement and the light behind him, so Tran Vu stepped through the smoke to approach him. His figure gradually became clearer, more steady and confident. As soon as they met, Duke Ui asked anxiously, Tran Vu, you're back. Are you feeling much better? However, he did not respond to him, but only lowered his gaze coldly. Seeing this, a hint of sadness suddenly appeared on his face. Duke Ui gently takes his hand and says, Come on, let's go rest now. Grandpa, there are some things that just can't be. I understand, grandfather. After all, you are the head of a family. You can't put all the treasures and talents on me. I am just useless. Grandfather hesitated and continued. I am very sorry. This year's awakening ceremony of the bloodline is also just Tran Vu, and Tran Fai has already gone there. I understand, father. Now everything in this house belongs to Zhen Pai. That day he stood with his close associates in front of the pond. Before acting, a smug smile curled on his lips. At the same time, Duke Ui quickly reached out his hand as a signal. The elder announced loudly to everyone present and then looked up into the sky. In his heart, Duke Ui also began to harbor thoughts. As a bloodline warrior, he must be much stronger than other cultivators. This bloodline awakening ceremony is physically taxing, and Tran Fai seems to be just a dragon circling around him, showing off his majesty. A golden dragon, Duke Ui secretly shook his head, still far from Kua Long Dang Fi. Thu Diep peeked out and asked, Young master, aren't you coming to the bloodline awakening ceremony? Tran Vu opened his eyes, his tone gloomy. Thu Diep, your young master is now just a cripple. They won't waste their effort on someone like me. She immediately retorted, Young master is far from being useless. He's a genius. Suddenly, Tran Vu raised his hand and slammed it down hard on the ground, startling Thu Diep. He lowered his head into the emanating purple energy and turned to continue. This skill, Tien Do Tu Hoa, can only be practiced when the sun is strong. Thu Diep was so frustrated trying to persuade the young master to train this skill. It's so exhausting. My skin is burning up. Tran Vu smiled, squinting at the spiritual energy, and said, But the suffering is finally over. The scene shifts to another place where the crowd gathers at the party. Young Master Tran Fai has awakened his powerful bloodline. I hear the golden dragon is taking shape. He smiled when he heard the compliment. It's about 10 zhang long. Over here, Tran Vu is still leisurely sipping his tea. Tran Fai suddenly places his foot on the table, intimidatingly calling out Long Tran Vu to turn and look. Tranfi immediately clenches his fist, unleashing a golden energy to emphasize his power. He immediately threw a punch at the water basin, shattering it, and declared himself the true genius. Tranvu quietly endured the splashes of water on his body. The crowd burst into laughter at his soaked appearance. And then Tranvu immediately left, making them mock him even more, scaring him so much he ran while wetting himself. Look at them, they're already scared. After a while he stopped, rubbed his head and muttered, "The bloodline awakening is over, but he's still just an 8th realm Huyan Kwang." Tranvu lightly tucks his hair back and sneers, "Rubbish, Trungqui is still just rubbish." Then he gradually disappears from this place. Genwo soared into the air, forming a blazing trail of light behind him, then calmly moved through the corridors of the archive. Tranvu pondered, "Luckily under this useless thing, I can do my own thing." The martial arts of the Long family are all stored in the Imperial Library. He looked at the pile of books in thought, unsure how to get in. Suddenly, Tranvu's eyes lit up at a strange sound, and immediately a dazzling spiritual energy appeared. Right in front of him, startling him. Fragments of glass flew past, causing Tranvu to close his eyes. When he opened them slightly, he was a bit surprised. "Seeing you before me," he bowed his head and said, "Little Long Tranvu pays respects to Elder Long Duke Liet." He asked, "What are you here for?" "Master Long, my name is Zhen, and I just want to find a martial art to defend myself. May I be allowed to search in the Library of Classics?" Then he reached behind and opened a crack. "Go ahead." Tranvu gratefully thanks him. The junior thanks the senior. Later, he stood in front of the bookshelf, pondering. Back then, the Heavenly Martial Hall had quite a few martial techniques, but none were for an outer disciple like me to see. I should have been able to enter the inner hall this year. Thinking about the reason that made him even more annoyed, it's really frustrating. Then Tranvu suddenly realized something. The thing he focused on was the Liet Didia Bang, a top-tier human-level martial skill. Martial skills are divided into heaven, earth, mysterious, and human levels, each further split into 4 tiers: upper, middle, lower, and supreme. Tranvu was delighted. This is great. Most of the Long family's martial skills are at the human level, with very few at the emperor level, and the supreme level at the same rank as the emperor. So why is it on the 2nd floor? Without hesitation, he reached out and took the Liet Diem tablet. A bright yellow spiritual energy shot straight into his forehead, then slowly dripped down. Tranvu focused on feeling that abundant spiritual energy. He slowly opened his eyes, and the system immediately reminded him that practicing this martial skill could be dangerous and to be careful. Tranvu looked at it with helplessness, understanding silently that no wonder anyone in the divine travel realm would choose a martial skill with such flaws. However, for me, this is truly an unparalleled martial art technique. Later, Tranvu returned to his room, his hand gathering a blue flame. Tranvu feels satisfied. This Liet Diem tablet is still very simple. Suddenly, a conversation catches his attention. "I really don't know what they're here for now. Hurry up, they must be here to cause trouble." Tranvu couldn't help but be confused. What is going on? Outside, the two factions are facing each other. Master Vuong Bakthong of the Vuong family spoke first, saying, "Long Duke Ui, long time no see." Duke Ui replied, "I wonder what urgent matter brings Master Vuong to visit during our important blood awakening ceremony last night." He drives straight ahead, clearly here to provoke. Bakthong cheerfully says, "Is it the Bloodline awakening ceremony?" Congratulations. I wonder how Long Zhenwu, the unparalleled genius of the Long family with extraordinary talent, has been doing." Then he boasted that although the king was useless, he believed there were outstanding people among the younger generation, and especially hoped to learn from the Long family. Duke Wui secretly thought that ever since Tranvu returned and was humiliated in front of the crowd, over the past month the king and several other clans had been repeatedly provoking the Long family. He angrily shouted, "You all clearly know he's now a useless trash, so you're deliberately provoking him, right?" Duke Wui stepped in and said, "Vuni is not feeling well. You should leave quietly. Bakthong will come again another day." Bakthong also cheerfully added, no rush, we didn't come easily this time, isn't a match to have fun in." Or is it that even the Long family outside of Long Tranvu's lineage doesn't have a single descendant capable of stepping forward? Seeing the current situation, a person with a grim expression snorted in disdain, and without hesitation jumped forward, surprising everyone. Long Tranfi stepped forward and said, "Let me handle this, he's annoyed because it's Long Tranvu." Tranfi aimed directly at Thiendeep to strike, but his attack was blocked. Tranfi's eyes shone brightly, believing that Tranvu was now just a useless trash. His hand manipulated spiritual energy, and a dragon immediately appeared behind him. "I am the true hope of the Long clan." Thinking quickly, Tranfi struck with full force, causing a massive explosion that filled the air with dust and smoke, making everyone step back. But Tranfi's eyes widened in surprise, because Thiendeep still stood firm behind his attack. Moreover, the attack that caused no damage only confused Thiendeep further. Tranfi's expression was now one of extreme surprise. How is this possible? I was clearly very strong. In a flash, Tian Diep disappeared and quickly appeared behind Tran Fai. Luckily, Tran Fai reacted in time and blocked the attack. He struggles to hold on. No, this can't go on. Above, there is someone watching the fight, that is Tu Tin Ha, the city lord of Long Uyen City. He observes that they are all at the 4th level of the Huyen Kuang realm. If it were Long Tran Vu from that year fighting Vuong Tien Diep, one strike would be enough, but with the lowest awakening level, they can only be like a barrel, not a dragon. Below, Tran Fai is fighting desperately, 2 strikes clashing and creating a cloud of dust. Tin Ha thought to himself, but that should be enough to deal with Vuong Tien Diep. Suddenly, a beam of light cut across. Duke Ui's deep voice said, "You bloodlines, you're hiding too well." Bak Thong laughed heartily. "Long family, hand over half of Long Uyen City's assets, or there will be no place left for your Long family to survive here." Du Yu sneered. "You challenge me. Do you think I fear a spirit core? If you've got the guts, come and take it." Bak Thong then reached into his shirt, "So what if I add this too?" Tran Vu's eyes immediately widened in surprise. The thing the old man took out was the token. Thien Bak Thong boasts about Diep Ni's extraordinary talent, saying he will enter the Heavenly Martial Hall to train next month. He warns, "Do you still want to resist?" Dukui couldn't help but be stunned by this, as Tran Fai clenched his fist and slammed it into the ground, muttering in frustration, "I didn't lose. I didn't lose. This can't be happening." Tran Fai shouted loudly, "I still want to keep fighting." His eyes turned crazy. I absolutely witnessed this scene. Tian Diep just quietly looked at him and said, "You are indeed far inferior to Long Tran Vu." Meanwhile, Tran Vu also quietly disappeared. Tin Ha seemed to sense this. He quickly turned to look at Tin Ha, vaguely guessing it was him. Wasn't he already defeated? A figure flashed through the forest, one foot swiftly scraping the ground to gain momentum. A second later, Tran Vu leapt onto the back of the monster. He struck fiercely, causing it to vanish instantly. His eyes turned a bit cold. After finishing, Tran Vu let out a sigh. Thu Diep's eyes sparkled with admiration, and she praised, "Young master is so impressive." But behind her are a pile of monsters, and Tran Vu's praise of Thu also means she is very capable. No matter what she says happily, Thu Diep is at the 8th level of Qi refining and can sacrifice herself for the young master at any moment. Tran Vu gently pats her head and says, "You silly girl. What are you talking about? I've always considered you like family." This made Thu Diep feel shy, her heart pounding. Suddenly, Tran Vu turned his head away, his gaze falling on a mid-grade spiritual herb. The fake heart fruit has ripened. In just a moment, he plucked the fruit and asked, "Hey, we've been at Longthu Mountain for days now. Have you gotten used to it yet?" Thu Diep smiled happily. With the young master, Thu Diep has nothing to fear. Eat this. It can help you break through to the 9th level of the Qi refining stage." She hurriedly thanked him. "Thank you, young master." The scene shifts to a quiet night, with Tran Vu resting under a tree when someone is lurking from afar. He calls out to the person beside him to find out, and it's them. They whispered to each other, saying softly not to alert them. Their target was Tran Vu sleeping soundly, and in an instant, they signaled to each other, "Let's search quickly." Upon hearing the noise, Tran Vu was startled and opened his eyes, turning his head to ask what was wrong. "We caught them." "This young master, I really must apologize. You've been living too ostentatiously lately, killing nearly 100 spirit beasts, or at least dozens, which really makes us brothers envious." Tran Vu remained silent without replying when suddenly he heard someone calling for the boss. The subordinate lifted the tent flap to report that no one was inside. Suddenly, a strong light erupted from the forest, followed by frantic shouts that drew everyone's attention. "Young master, save me," she screams desperately with her spirit beast. Tran Vu immediately calmed her down and asked, "It's okay now. Have you broken through to the 9th level?" Thu Diep couldn't help but sob, but since this young master is a 3rd-rank mid-level spirit beast, he reminded her to put down her sword first. After hearing that, everyone panicked. Can a 3rd-tier mid-level really fight? Even at its worst, it should be at least a 5th-tier divine realm. But maybe not. There are many of us. Then he turned to look at Tran Vu, only to see him calm as if nothing had happened. Indeed, he didn't look worried at all. Inside the cave, the light still flickered, and seconds later, the roar of the monster echoed throughout. It spewed fierce flames, and at that moment, its entire body radiated a powerful aura of deadly intent. Tran Vu's sword quickly raised high, then he struck a straight blow at the monster's midsection. But his sword broke in two, and his eyes showed a hint of hesitation. This was indeed troublesome. The monster roared in fury, causing everyone to panic. "It's gone berserk, run everyone." Only Tran Vu still stepped back to defend himself. He quickly rushed towards the monster. Thu Diep warned, "Be careful, young master." Tran Vu uses the spiritual wind spear technique to surround the monster. It opens its eyes wide, watching, then quickly strikes at him. The attack brushes past Tran Vu's face. "Young master," he wipes the bloodstain from his hand and can't help but smile with amusement. Tranvu softly praises, "Well done, Shishdeep the fierce ape. Truly formidable." Then he gathers spiritual energy into his hand, ready to strike. The monster does the same, its eyes beginning to turn serious. Their fists collide, unleashing immense power. Everyone watching can't help but marvel at how formidable they are. Nevertheless, the monster was pushed back and let out a painful cry. Not giving up, it inhaled deeply, then leapt up, appearing behind the crowd in an instant. He turned to look at it, preparing to strike, but couldn't dodge in time. Fortunately, Tranvu arrived just in time to stop it and save him. Tranvu warns, "Run now." The monster raises its hand again with sharp claws. It slashed across Tranvu's abdomen, leaving him no time to dodge. He was hit. Tranvu spat blood and collapsed. Thudiep hurriedly ran over. "Young master, are you okay?" Tranvu looked grim. This beast is about to die, but still bites back. Everyone immediately surrounded the monster, saying, "This time he's definitely dead. He's gone." Thudiep anxiously called out, "Young master, but you're still stubborn. It's okay. Let's deal with that Shishdiep Baovuang first." The flow of spiritual energy quickly absorbed by him was suddenly interrupted by something, and his wound grew heavier. Thudiep hurriedly advised, young master, let's bandage the wounds first." The group from earlier still didn't leave and was about to follow, as high-level beast actions usually involve treasures from heaven and earth. Go check it out quickly. Thudiep immediately stepped in to stop them. "You're going too far. This savage ape was killed by our young master. He hasn't even said a word yet." Suddenly, a hand grabbed her chin, pressing close as he teased. Every time he opens his mouth, he calls him young master. "Who do you want to serve, huh?" Miss Thudiep warned not to touch me, but he was stubborn. "Your young master is now seriously injured and a cripple, so let these brothers of mine enjoy themselves." Thudiep was stunned. "You ungrateful traitors. If it weren't for our young master, you would have died long ago." Suddenly, one of their eyes darkened, drawing everyone's attention, and he was instantly knocked out, leaving everyone stunned. Tranvu coldly said, "Get out." In the next second, the man who touched Thudiep also disintegrated. He collapsed in front of his terrified subordinates. "Boss." Tranvu coldly looked at them, and despite their fearless and aggressive attitude, he had just fought a battle and was seriously injured, yet he still charged forward. He simply flicked his hand, and a beam of light appeared. It pierced through the heart of the one earlier, making him gape in shock. In just a second, that guy was also blown away. "What now? Are you still going to rush in?" The others didn't hesitate and charged forward. The dying dog also rushed to kill them, avenging their brothers. Tranvu unleashes a surge of spiritual energy from his hand. Then powerful whirlwinds shoot out, piercing and knocking down everyone in their path, leaving a stunned man looking at his fallen comrades on the ground. "What?" Tranvu clenched his fist, and the other person was immediately pierced through. He could be gone to see the ancestors in the blink of an eye. Tranvu's eyes flickered with a cold, murderous intent. Thudiep hurried over at that moment, crying out in concern for the young master's wound. Tranvu smiled reassuringly. "Silly girl, why are you crying? My young master, I too have died first." But as soon as I finished saying that, his whole body collapsed. Tranvu collapsed onto the ground in helplessness. His side wound was bleeding. Thudiep was panicked. What's wrong with the young master? Her urgent calls woke him up. "Please wake up, young master." Tranvu faintly opened his eyes, with tears still welling in Thudiep's eyes. "Young master, you finally woke up." A sudden pain made Tranvu shudder and open his eyes wide in surprise at the small creature beside him. Thudiep explained, "This is Zhishdiem, the fierce ape. The one just now was aggressive to protect it, so it became so fierce." Zhishdiem looked annoyed and kept crying out in pain. All right, be good now and don't disturb the young master anymore." Zhishdiem then smiled brightly. Tranvu looked around again. "Thudiep, what happened to those people in the end?" Thudiep happily replied, "Of course they were all punished." Zhishdiem glared at Tranvu with a threatening look. He stepped closer and asked Han, "Are you hurt?" Thudiep shyly replied, "No, I'm fine." Zhishdiem suddenly jumped away. Thudiep hurriedly called out, "Where are you going?" Zhishdiem directly rushed into the pile of gold and jewels. On top of that pile of gold, there was some kind of scroll. Tranvu watched from behind, his eyes showing a look of surprise. Zhenwu was surprised to realize that this was... Actually, he quickly picked up the scroll. This is Tranvu carefully opening it. A map. Immediately afterward, he had to exclaim again, "My treasure. I never expected it to be a map leading to the Gorge of the Falling Dragon." Thudiep listened confusedly. The Falling Dragon Gorge. Tranvu clarified further, "Yes, it's the Falling Dragon Gorge. The most dangerous place in Longthu Mountain. Also full of geniuses and treasures everywhere." Just then, the sound of hooves suddenly echoed. Tranvu immediately tensed up. A figure appeared in the distance with a voice echoing, suggesting a great battle had taken place here and that Diep Baovuang had also been killed. He clenched his fists, extinguishing the flames, pulling Thudiep close to him as someone approached. Thudiep blushed while lying in his arms as the footsteps grew closer. Baithong suggested, "Deputy To, why don't we rest here for a while?" The messenger responded briefly with a meh. Tranvu secretly felt annoyed, not expecting to encounter them. He carefully assessed, but this middle-aged man was even more formidable than Baithong, who was at the 4th level of bodyguard. The other person had a gaze that seemed to pierce through others. Young Master Vuong lightly glided across the ground, quietly observing his own fingers. Immediately afterward, young Master Wang turned around and called for Envoy Zun. Envoy Zun glanced over with suspicion, and both of them looked toward a stone pillar. Apparently, a small object still hasn't left here. Then Tranvu, hearing this, was startled and panic-stricken. It's over. With this guy's cultivation, he will definitely find out. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed out, revealing a 3rd-tier high-level demon beast. The crowd panicked and scattered. How could such a creature be here? CHDM jumped up, breaking free from Zhen Wu's embrace. Seeing that, he said, "Hurry and chase after her." What is Baithong Kao afraid of, with another monster being cut in half? How can you possibly go to the Long Drop Gorge with this attitude in front of the envoy? Hearing that, Tranvu was a bit surprised and couldn't help but wonder. They also want to go to the Falling Dragon Gorge to see the family envoy. He smirked, thinking, could they be from the Heavenly Martial Palace? While lost in thought, Thudiep called out, "Young master, young master." Hearing her call, he quickly snapped back to reality and responded. At this moment, CHDM is howling as if to call for the two of them. It quickly jumped down, wrapping around Thudiep's waist, surprising her. Tranvu deduces, "This little one has saved us." The snake was called by it with a 0 in Zichdiep Baovon's cave. "So how could a snake exist?" he said, rubbing his head awkwardly. "Oh, it seems like it thinks you're its mother." Hearing that, she was startled and retorted, "Young master, don't say that. She's just an older sister at most." He thought to himself that with her current strength, she still wasn't enough to deal with the people from the Wang family and couldn't let her take such a risk. Suddenly, he called out, "Thudiep, Tranvu instructs you to go back first. I have some matters to handle." Hearing that, Thudiep responded softly, but before she could finish speaking, he had already disappeared. A moment later, Tranvu replied from atop a rock, "I am carefully watching Baitong's group. Everything you owe me, I will get it all back." As night gradually turns to dawn, someone leaps through the branches and Tranvu lands gracefully. He silently observes from above, having been following them for many days. He recalls the map, thinks further, and continues forward toward the Falling Dragon Gorge. According to the records of the Heavenly Martial Hall, the Keijiang Long was named because a divine dragon once fell here, but its body suddenly disappeared, and after hundreds of years of searching, no results were found. This time, they came here not just because of that young Prince Tiandiep, so it must be because of him. Suddenly, a noise caught Baithong's attention. He turned his head back quickly, signaling everyone to be alert and ready. Zhen Wu also sensed it and was worried. This aura was completely different from the young beastman he had encountered on the road. At the same time, a Long Vuan appeared before Baithong and his group. Tranvu quickly leaves. The Crimson Flame Ape and the Red Flame Brawling Ape are no match for the Dragon Ape. This is truly a dragon's crack, and it really has the bloodline of a dragon. The envoy at this moment slightly smirks in disdain. Just a mere monkey. He quickly gathered blazing red spiritual energy in his hand. Then a crack appeared in the air above, and Tranvu also recognized it as a spiritual weapon. The envoy quickly controls the weapon to fly straight toward the dragon ape, and the spirit weapon pierces the circle on the beast's chest, from which a light begins to spread. Envoy Tin remains calm amidst the thick smoke and dust, a triumphant look on his face. Tranvu also began to feel uneasy. This one is too strong. After dealing with Long Vuan, Baithong spoke up, "Master Tin, there's nothing here at all. What do you know? If it were really that clear, the Heavenly Martial Palace would have taken these things long ago." He chuckled softly, holding a battle array pearl in his hand. Seeing this, Tranvu thought, this is the battle array pearl taken from Mong Yem. But the Thienvo kingdom has no Mong Yem at all. His eyes turned cold. The Heavenly Martial Hall has already spent quite a bit. Baitong asked, "Do the envoy really believe a divine dragon has fallen here?" Of course, the Heavenly Martial Palace has been searching for many years. The envoy, full of pride, fears that this corpse of the divine dragon has been protected by a natural formation. He withdraws the protective pearl, leaving only a shimmering pearl in his hand. The envoy used the pearl to find the way, and it was right there. Baitong couldn't understand. He didn't see anything. He withdrew his hand, and immediately a dazzling light burst forth. Everyone quickly shielded their eyes, and from the sky something was shattered, followed shortly by sharp, fake stones appearing. This is exactly as Tranvu predicted. Indeed, this place is the Falling Dragon Gorge. They all entered together, and it truly is here. Master Tin is so powerful. Tranvu is closing his eyes to sense. As the scent from the cave wafts out, there must definitely be a treasure inside. Master Tin ordered his subordinates now, saying the treasure is inside, let's go in. Hearing that, the soldiers responded with some fear. Huh? I don't know what will be ahead, Your Excellency, look. Bok Thong angrily shouted, if the envoy says go, then go, you useless fools, hurry up and clear the way. Hearing that, they could only obey and lead the way. After a while, two soldiers announced that the area inside was very safe, causing Tran Vu's eyebrows to furrow even more. The envoy began to push off with his legs to accelerate, and when he ran past me, Bai Tong was very surprised, and he quickly chased after him. Tran Vu, walking behind, chuckled softly, thinking that with such a fragrant smell, there must be quite a few treasures and geniuses inside. When they arrived, a sword was embedded in the ice surface. The soldiers looked at the scene with admiration. Oh, the envoy was delighted. This is long bone. Then he quickly ran across the bridge. A treasure. A treasure. Zhen Wu couldn't help but be amazed. The divine dragon is really here. Suddenly he looked into its eyes. Tran Vu felt a shiver run down his spine from that gaze. What is happening? This feeling at this moment, when the blazing red eye of the divine dragon suddenly opens, makes him terrified. What is it? Although sealed tight, the dragon monster still opens its mouth wide. Everyone watches intently as it slowly emerges from the frozen surface. The soldiers began to panic. The dragon is alive again. The messenger looked worried, his face pale with fear. Fool. Suddenly he notices a foreign object in its cavity. This is not a dragon at all, but a beast that has been living off it. But the messenger hesitated because it was parasitizing on the dragon's bones itself. Without thinking much, he immediately raised his hand and gave the order to kill. At this moment, the dragon demon's eye suddenly turns red with murderous intent. Seeing this, a man is filled with astonishment. Huh? Before he could do anything, he was already pierced through by it. Then, the soldiers also fell one after another to the dragon demon. The scene became even more chaotic. At that moment, Tiandeep and Bok Thong were hiding behind the ice, frightened when he said, "It's over." From afar, Tran Vu suddenly turned to look at his face full of panic. This demon beast has only struck once. The situation is becoming more complicated, but the envoy still bravely faces it. Although many fight together, only 4 remain alive. The dragon demon continued to lash out its tail, forcing the envoy onto the ice with a powerful attack, leaving him badly wounded with multiple deep injuries. He struggled to defend himself. No wonder he's a dragon-shaped demon beast, but unfortunately it was furious and roared fiercely. Then, the envoy pulled out a mini-sword from his cloak, showing that the wise young master had anticipated this. The tiny sword in the palm of the envoy's hand across Wutian Kingdom is probably unmatched in crafting such a divine weapon. But he sneers confidently, thinking it's worth killing for. After speaking, the envoy transformed the sword into a golden color and made it larger. At this critical moment, he turned his head back, causing Bai Tong to startle. "Let go of them for me." Thien Diep was stunned, and he demanded, "Go, just enough time for a breath." He looks annoyed. What? So Thien Diep decided to draw his sword to help. There's no other way now. They were ready to fight, so they had no choice but to charge forward. The envoy clasped his hands together, and immediately the floating sword responded and unleashed great power. Suddenly, his scream of despair echoed out. The arrogant man thought to himself, "A useless person can't even hold on for a moment." The messenger continues to control the divine sword, gathering internal energy, and strikes with full force, dying instantly. The dragon demon quickly realizes the danger. Indeed, this martial art is truly terrifying. A powerful surge of energy pierced through all obstacles, and soon the dragon demon was firmly restrained. Both Thien Diep and Bai Tong were lightly injured, heaven and earth. In reality, he now believes that this demon beast has unexpectedly evolved alongside the divine dragon. In a few hundred years, it will surely become a true divine dragon. He expressed his concern, realizing how precious these treasures truly are. Hearing that, Tin Su's face revealed a cunning smile. "That's right. Bring these items back and the young master will surely reward you. They are all mine now." Suddenly he glances up, and the envoy freezes for a few seconds as Tran Vu prepares his move above his head. "That's right. All of it belongs to me." Tran Vu decisively slashed down the back of the envoy. Cizo's shirt gradually turned red as he spat blood and looked extremely surprised. "How dare you ambush me again?" Tran Vu's face was cold as ice, and the envoy kept talking nonsense. "Do you know who I am? Little bastard." He kicks him hard, causing him to scream. Master Tin Su Kam lay on the ground in anger, and Tran Vu responded boldly, "What is there I dare not do? Tien Wu Dian is unjust and unkind to me. If I kill you, so what?" Those people didn't realize he had been behind them the whole time. Tran Vu coldly pushed forward, sending a move that intercepted Bok Thong. His decisive action shocked him greatly. He suggested, "Do not leave me alone." Bok Thong nervously pleaded, "Long Chan Vu, we have no enmity with you. Please spare us." He sharply replied, "To support the heavenly martial hall. Dealing with my Long family is enough to kill you already." Currently, Bok Thong's left shoulder is badly injured, and he frowns threateningly. Don't try to force me. At worst, the dying state of the Lord will also perish. This is nonsense. Is Tran Vu about to unleash his move and the Lord's dying state will also perish? Now you also deserve to say that to me? Then he ran around him at superhuman speed. This made it difficult for Bok Thong to observe, as it was just a low-level martial art technique of the Ling Fong school. Suddenly, Tran Vu brushed past him, and with a small mistake, Bok Thong lost his arm. His eyes rolled back. What? My arm? He stopped and looked quite satisfied while Bok Thong collapsed and screamed wildly. My arm. Tran Vu smiled softly, seizing the opportunity as Thien Diep charged from behind to ambush. Long Tran Vu, he slowly turned his head back, thinking he had the upper hand, and shouted loudly, Die! Tran Vu remained calm, and Thien Diep attacked him, but missed. Suddenly, a dangerous beast appeared behind him. Seeing that, Tran Vu smiled softly and said, Almost forgot you're now just a turtle. But I, the rebel, strike without hesitation. You're just a shrinking turtle. This fierce counterattack stunned Thien Diep. Yes, he was hit and caused a big explosion. A thick cloud of smoke billowed up after the disturbance. Then John Woo snapped his fingers, and instantly a surge of energy suddenly pierced through Bai Tong's body. Then he glanced at the envoy. Your turn now. He was terrified and warned him that if he dared to kill me, the young master would definitely not forgive you. The Heavenly Martial Hall won't forgive you either. Hearing that, Tran Vu shows even more contempt. They won't spare me. That's it. He touches the wound on his back. Who was the one who poisoned him? A deep-seated grudge. He angrily clenched his wound. It's me who won't spare the Heavenly Martial Palace. The envoy is tortured and bleeding from the pain. His body trembled as a strange smile echoed. You dared to confront the young master back then. I only acknowledge the young master. Not a single blow will kill you. The messenger sneered in anger and arrogance, saying, The young master is born a talented hero, rare in this world. How could a mixed blood like you compete with him? His eyes widened and turned red, and finally Zhenwu had no choice but to release his grip on the wound. Master Tin has collapsed and is unconscious. You're quite talkative. He confidently assured you that your young master will join you soon. There's more, Tran Vu said coldly. This is only the beginning. In a dark cave, a pointed tip on the ceiling glows and drips water, which looks very strange. Tran Vu stood with his hands on his hips, amazed at how intensely the new fragrance lingered. The sharp sparkle kept dripping pure water into the air, still revealing such a treasure. He then collected water into a bowl and drank it directly. After drinking, a magic circle appeared in Tran Vu's abdomen. His body was mysteriously lifted high, and he was quite surprised to be walking in the air in the divine wandering state. Tran Vu looked at his injuries and felt that they had completely healed, even leveling up to walk in the air and enter the divine travel realm. His face was contemplative. What exactly is this treasure? Just one drop is enough to break through repeatedly like that. Tran Vu suddenly realized it was a 10,000-year-old spiritual pearl. I remember that in the book from Heavenly Martial Palace there was a record of this. The cave is now filled with a red liquid, and I haven't yet awakened the bloodline of the precious 10,000-year-old spiritual pearl, plus a pool of divine blood of the divine dragon. Tran Vu hesitated for a long time. If he missed this opportunity, heaven and earth truly wouldn't forgive him, and then he stepped into that stream of blood. Shan Vu sat meditating on the shallow water surface as the blood divine dragon began to react as if being summoned. Strangely, they naturally entered his body, his eyes cold as countless bloodstreams continuously flowed into Tran Vu. And then the divine dragon truly appeared, circling around him as it kept soaring through the sky, while Tran Vu focused on cultivation, with a tremendous force stretching straight from the distant mountain range. Mom, look, that tremor is attracting the attention of the people. What is that? The large whirlpools are spreading wider, causing a commotion among the people, and strange phenomena are appearing in the sky. Hurry and report to the city lord. The sky turned red with lightning flashing as Tran Vu endured his breakthrough. The dragon scales gradually appeared on his face. 8 of them. Tran Vu screams in pain and madness. I'm reaching the limit of 9. He clenches his fists, now in a new formidable form with blank eyes, then shoots straight into the sky at incredible speed, with several dragons circling and following. The noble divine dragon soars high, its radiant light blazing above, while Tran Vu's body continuously emits sparks of electricity. Standing amidst the white smoke, the newly evolved Supreme Divine Dragon looks annoyed at Tran Vu. After accumulating enough internal energy, he delivers a powerful palm strike capable of destroying anything. Then he staggeringly stands up, and suddenly Tran Vu glances upward, the space above glowing red with thick smoke. He smirked with satisfaction. Well done. The scene shifts to an open field where a devastating explosion has just occurred. At that moment, a confused brown bear was about to be hit. Unexpectedly, Tran Vu was training, and he cut down trees and wild animals alike. He touches the sword, and it disappears. Tran Vu is very pleased. Even a mid-tier 4th-grade magical beast can't withstand a single strike. The divine travel realm is indeed a completely different level. Suddenly, a few immortals fly across the sky. Seeing that, he put on a goofy expression, clearly one of the people from the Heavenly Martial Hall, probably here for the Divine Dragon Corps. Thinking that, Zhenwu jumped up as more and more people arrived. It's time to go home. Thu Diep is sitting in a small corner of the yard, playing with the white cat. He also flew onto the nearby roof. Somehow she recognized him and quickly turned around. Young master, she excitedly ran over to hug Tranvu. Thu Diep is very worried about you. 2 days ago she saw strange phenomena on the mountain and fears something has happened to you. She even planned to go up there to find you. Tranvu patted her head and gently said, all right, I'm already back with you, let's go home. Thu Diep eagerly volunteers, then I'll go prepare the horses. Tranvu firmly refused, no need. Then he embraced her body, carefully lifting Thu Diep, leaving her stunned. Young master? Tranvu's gaze was fixed intently on her. Without waiting any longer, he shot straight up. Let's go. The deep blue sky is filled with the sound of birds soaring and calling as the two of them head together toward the distant castle. Tranvu's expression grew serious. Why is there sounds of slaughter inside the city? The white bird flying there seems to be thinking. Have these guys also caught wind of something? At that moment, Thu Diep was utterly terrified. Young master, that is an extremely brutal scene unfolding right before Long Jia, and the laughter of someone echoes. Currently, Duke Ui and Chu Dich are facing off, and it seems he has been defeated. He sneers sarcastically. The Long family, is that all there is to it? Duke Ui is furious and furious. His background is Chu Dich Tien Vo Dien. He licks his sword and says that the head of the Long family master will be taken. Just as he was about to strike, Tranvu charged forward quickly, and Chu Dich turned around in shock as a massive explosion erupted. He couldn't help but wonder, who is this person? This is a spiritual weapon. How could it be damaged like this? Tranvu charged from behind, the one intent on taking lives. Behind him, you had already set up the formation. Each beam of light shot out rapidly, saying, go to hell. Chu Dich blocked it, feeling fear. How could he be so fast and strong? Tranvu coldly said, the final blow. Chu Dich immediately used the gold core porridge to dodge the attack, and a bell suddenly struck straight at him. It's the Jinjiang porridge. Tranvu's attack only caused it to crack on the outside. Tranvu observes the situation. This Kim Trung Chao only slightly cracks despite such a powerful attack. He silently ponders, then breathes a sigh of relief, thinking that once again this is the work of that young master. Inside the Kim Trung Chao, Chu Dich was provoked by him. One strike wasn't enough, so he decided to land a few more. Chu Dich, I don't believe your mysterious energy can last much longer. He gritted his teeth in frustration, hateful. Suddenly, he took out something from his pocket, and upon seeing it, he couldn't help but feel anxious and hurried. Outside, only a bell emitting a powerful spiritual energy can be seen. Chu Dich, acting confident and reckless, taunts, go die, you trash. Chu Dich raised the object in his hand, gathering his strength, and laughed triumphantly. From afar, Tin Ha watched the battle, and couldn't help but marvel at how terrifying the Heavenly Martial Palace truly was. If this sword is swung down, even a Heavenly Human Realm expert would have to dodge 3 parts. Zhenwu was hit directly by that strike, immediately spitting blood, as the attack was powerful enough to send rocks, dust, and smoke flying everywhere. Chu Dich sneered arrogantly and said, the treasure given to me by the young master was indeed a waste. He glanced down and added, well then, Long Duke Yui. If you want to blame someone, blame that grandson of yours. All the trouble today for the Long family is caused by him. It's a pity, the Divine Dragon bloodline has to end here, as blood sprays directly into Duke Yui's face. The one struck down is Chu Dich Seo, blood gushing out in a bright red stream. He turned around and couldn't believe his eyes. Is it you? Tranvu looked at him coldly. What kind of ridiculous story is that? Chu Dich was knocked out by him and slowly disappeared into the smoke. Tranvu stomped his foot on the ground and said, are all the people of the Heavenly Martial Palace so arrogant and overbearing? Tranvu reached out his hand and the space within the artifact shimmered with a cheerful glow, revealing unexpectedly a set of golden martial arts techniques. Valuable treasures. Suddenly, a streak of light flashed across the sky, flying past Tranvu's head. This surprised him greatly, his eyes wide with astonishment. What is it? Tranvu seems to be watching it closely. The beam of light flashes past his face again. After awakening his bloodline, Long Tranvu's evolved form will automatically generate Long Lan armor. Tranvu tries to hold the source of light with his hand, but its power is too extraordinary and pushes him back. Tranvu is still struggling with this strange creature. His long Lan Do Jap gradually cracks open, then shatters before his astonished eyes. The bright light once again shot straight down. A second later, the smoke cleared and a sword had pierced through Tranvu's body, leaving this place in ruins with countless dead. A while later, Song Lim from the Heavenly Martial Hall arrived here. He silently thought, surprisingly, he still didn't make it in time. He had to use all his strength and summon all the treasures of the young master to suppress him. What exactly is this monster? Suddenly, a purple light appeared in the sky, and upon seeing it, he widened his eyes in surprise. Seconds later, the light pierced through him, causing blood to flow out. Until he faded away, the old man still couldn't understand how it was possible. Tong Lian died without any reason. Then footsteps gradually approached. Tran Vu boldly stood in front of him, drawing the sword from Tong Liam. Vu's voice is full of rage. Destroying my homeland, killing my people, I must catch you all. Blood debts must be paid with blood. His hand clenched the sword with determination as the scene shifts. A moment later, everyone is sitting around the campfire with Dukui being carried on Tran Vu's back. Vu Enhi, luckily I managed to save you. Otherwise our Long family would have been gone long ago. And yet they treated you like that back then, Tran Vu said with a smile. It's nothing. It's all in the past. You're also a member of the Long family. At this moment, Tran Vu snapped his fingers, and a second later, the 1,000-year spiritual marrow from the protective artifact appeared before their eyes. Dukui was stunned and couldn't believe his eyes. This 1,000-year-old spiritual marrow is rare and hard to find even a drop, yet you have so much of it. He said, "This is the space artifact I found while killing someone in the Heavenly Martial Hall. Long entrusted us with these things." Vu Shanvu confidently believes he can return to his former self. Dukui is deeply moved and nods softly. Absolutely. The scene shifts inside the Heavenly Martial Palace where someone is tapping their finger on the table, waiting. A second later, they shout angrily, "3 of you, even with the talisman swords I gave you, can't eliminate a single Long family member." The subordinates below looked grim, all of them useless. An old man stepped forward respectfully and explained, "Young master, according to witnesses of the battle, at that time Song Liam used all his strength with the talisman sword and stabbed Long Chan Vu, but he still didn't die." Bok sneered angrily. "Even Tien Tuyet Dok can't kill him. How could he die so easily?" His face grew darker, but the Long family absolutely must not survive. Young Bok orders the elders, "I grant you 6 talisman swords. You must act in pairs." Seeing the bestowed swords, they immediately rush forward. "Young master, rest assured, we will definitely pursue and eliminate the Long family to the end. Only then will he feel satisfied. Long Chen Yu, let me see if you can still escape luck this time." That night, in the cool bamboo forest, Zhen Wu watched Long Jian's people and arranged everything. "Oh, the strongest neighboring country closest to Tianwu is Feiyu. Once everyone has rested and recovered, we will lead Long's people and horses into Feiyu, where Tianwu Temple's influence cannot reach. Don't worry, I will be the bait to lure them away. This is Golden Core Kanji. Everyone can take some to cultivate and protect themselves." Dukui, worried for his son, couldn't accept this idea. "No. Little Vu, even with the Gold Core porridge, do you really think I should face the powerful experts of the Heavenly Martial Hall alone?" Tran Vu, seeing that he still cared for me, further demonstrated his strength, and not only that. As he finished speaking, he quickly created a flame in front of Dukui, who was so amazed he couldn't speak. "This is Tran Vu. It has been absorbed and explained. This is a special ability gained after awakening the bloodline, allowing me to freely control fire and flames, which seems to be called a divine talent." After seeing his true strength, Tran Vu felt more at ease and embraced his son in his arms. Who would have thought it was real? "Vu Nia, you truly are the hope of our Long family." Sensing Dukui's pride, I confidently said, "You can rest assured, with your divine talent, I believe you can protect yourself." Hearing this, he also had to accept his son's decision. "Promise me you will definitely come back alive." Zhen Wu confidently affirmed, "I will definitely survive and return, and I need to take the blood of the people from Tianwu sect to sacrifice those of our Long family who were killed by them. 2 days later, I will appear in Long Yuan City, and everyone should leave Tianwu Kingdom by then." In half a month, Thu Diep was sitting and playing with little Hong. Seeing it stop after a while, she understood and smiled, asking, "Little Hong, are you hungry?" It nodded repeatedly without stopping, but unexpectedly Thu Diep pinched its cheek and didn't let it have any. "You can only drink 1 drop of divine milk each day." Being so restricted makes Thu Hong feel sad, so she explained the value of what she drinks. Xiao Hong is truly extravagant. This 5,000-year-old spiritual nectar is sought after by countless powerful divine travel realm experts. Yet you get to drink it every day. Truly fortunate. While chatting with Xiao Hong, they were caught by Zhen Wu. "Little girl, what are you saying about the young master?" Hearing his voice, Thu Diep happily turned back and called out to the young master. Then the 3 of them sat under the cool sky, gazing at the moon. She wondered at this moment. "It's so late. Why hasn't the young master gone to sleep yet?" Tran Vu smiled and was about to speak, but then suddenly realized something that made him startle, reacting swiftly to break the incoming weapon and throwing it back at the attacker, causing him to die unexpectedly. Seeing those people coming every day to bother him, especially the spies spying on Long's location, he thought that in half a month they couldn't stay here any longer. Thu Diep knew that, but still worried about Tran Vu's safety. Just the young master going alone is still too dangerous. Seeing her worry, he held her tightly in his arms. This made Thu Diep feel shy. Hey. Tran Vu wants her to feel more at ease, so he assures her that there's nothing he can't handle as the young master. Trust me. Nevertheless, Thudiep still worried and clutched his shirt tightly. Seeing her constant concern, Tran Vu gave her two options. Thudiep, do you want to go to Phaivu country with them or stay here with me? As soon as she heard this, she made her decision without hesitation. Thudiep is the young master's person. Where is the young master going? Thudiep is going there too. Hearing her choice, he pinched his nose and teased her. All right, little sister. Stay here and wait for me. I'll come back to pick you up after I finish my business. Ha ha! Suddenly being teased like that made Thudiep blush and quickly cover herself. Thus, while she was left waiting, Tran Vu had already arrived at Long Uyen City, looking extremely intimidating, so he refused to let Tran Vu leave. Long Tran Vu, you still dare to come back. You're truly courting death. Hearing this, he found it very amusing, rushing headlong into danger. Only then did he realize who was truly rushing to their doom. Tran Vu immediately used his divine power to block the attack, leaving the others in disbelief. What? A blazing flame appears in his hand. Get all you trash from the heavenly martial hall out here. Long Tran Vu has returned. The Bao, hearing his loud declaration, grits his teeth in anger that Brat is too arrogant, bullying others too much. Go and take that kid's life. Quan Sun, seeing how foolish he was, warned, Don't be fooled. Watch out for a trap. He can easily kill Chu Dich and Tong Liam. We may not be his match yet. Before Fuang Thach could finish speaking, Tran Vu was beside him, placing a hand on his shoulder. Are you waiting for someone? Seeing you stand here, both of them immediately stepped back, confusing Tran Vu. Oh no. Their faces turned pale. Hurry and activate the talisman sword. When did this guy show up? Quan Sun immediately activates his talisman sword to deal with Tran Vu. Tran Vu remains calm, as expected. He also possesses such a treasure. He is full of pride, but a flame immediately shoots toward those people. Theobao covers his ears with his hands and screams, while Tran Vu sneers, too weak. His direct strike hits Theobao squarely. Quan Sun uses a talisman sword to block his attack, causing an explosion. But at that moment, Quan Sun had already lost an arm, and his eyes widened in shock. What? Tran Vu's attack is coming again? The two of them stood there like statues, turning their heads at the same time, just as a blazing fireball shot straight at them. The Bao quickly covered his mouth with his hand, feeling a bit afraid. What kind of monster is that? His innate divine power is unexpectedly so strong. Could he be from the Long family Mao Mountain? Tran Vu looks down with contempt. Spiritual weapon talisman swords, what you consider treasures of the heavenly martial hall, are nothing more than that. The Bao couldn't believe it. He had just entered the divine travel realm, yet he was stronger than the heavenly human realm. How could that be? Zhen Wu sneered. Is that all the strength your heavenly martial hall has? Your hand creates a small flame. Trying to run? It's ridiculous. It's aiming directly at No the Bao, who is turning to run away. They're just some trash rushing headlong to their deaths. The attack immediately pierces through his body. The people below also saw this. No the Bao witnessed the scene. Lin Khan was stunned. How could this be? How can two 8-star divine travel realm experts be killed so quickly? At this moment, Zhen Wu continues fighting, and two more fools rush in, courting death. He launched a powerful attack, and she gathered her spiritual energy to defend, then taunted him not to get too cocky. But as she looked at the flames burning in her hand, she thought to herself that the fire was too strong, and she shouldn't underestimate him. At the same time, someone approached from behind, and Tranjiao asked, puzzled, What is going on? Where are Neo the Bao and his men? Ah, in addition, this young guy is quite strange. We must be careful. Tran Vu exuded a deadly aura. What is this? Has the heavenly martial hall run out of people that you send these useless trash to come and tell your young master to come here and surrender? Kulin Khan couldn't take it anymore and prepared to strike. How dare he look at him with such fury and call out his young master's name directly? What kind of attack is this? Lin Khan's strike made my armor gradually wet. Old man couldn't believe he dared to use his body to resist the demonic beast. Bak Vandani must be quickly eliminated. She secretly attacked from behind. Kim Kang Truong Tran Vu was caught off guard. What? The old man called out to Tran Jiao. She understands, understood, strike quickly to win quickly. Then they immediately rushed towards Tran Vu. He feels worried. This is bad. She's going to attack first. Just die then. Then she immediately launched an attack at him. Tran Vu blocked the blow with a needle, and her eyes widened in surprise. Because her two arms had been cut off, her eyes widened even more as she felt the pain overwhelming her, and she screamed fiercely. Tran Vu, is this your hand? Oh, isn't this your hand? Take care of your own belongings properly. With that, he threw the two arms back to her. Then another strike was launched, but Tran Vu remained unharmed. Lin Khan clenched his teeth in frustration and said this talent is too heaven-defying. If this guy isn't eliminated, he will surely become a disaster. The old man finally stepped onto the stage. Everything was over except your death. Then, he directly stabbed a sword into your core. The attack was so powerful that it caused internal damage, and cracks had already appeared on the outside of the gold core porridge. Tranjiao was confused, still trying to resist as her attack forced him to retreat. The core of the gold is gradually cracking, and the inside has been significantly affected. She orders everyone to continue the attack. He won't hold out much longer. Lin Khan couldn't help but feel pleased as this young man was completely subdued. With each attack, he kept pressing on Kim Trung Chao, creating a cloud of dust and smoke. The flames burn fiercely from within, but Tran Vu remains cold inside. So what? Tran Vu challenges, then come and try it. The two massive swords pierce through the core. His strike caused the core to crack further, and the people outside watched in silence. Lin Khan was satisfied. That's good. As expected, it still can't. But then he was stunned in shock. Tran Vu stared fiercely, then suddenly unleashed his power. Tran Jiao trembled in fear. What is that? How is that possible? She immediately turned and ran away. Run now! Tran Vu's cold gaze races ahead. Lin Khan was also covered in sweat from his formidable power. Lin Khan was struck by Tran Vu's attack. Can he run? He coughs up blood. His eyes gradually turned vacant as he looked at those around him collapsing, and he sank down. Damn it. At the same time, Tran Vu also supported himself on the ground and coughed up a mouthful of blood. It seems he's overwhelmed. Tran Vu trembles. This is bad. Switching to another scene, someone slams their hand on the table and shouts, "That makes no sense." Young Bok angrily said, "Useless. Useless. A bunch of useless people." The people around hurriedly advised, "Young master, please calm down." Who would have thought that Long Tran Vu could actually defeat the 6 elders? Xiaobai sighed irritably and said, "The news of the massacre of the 6 elders of the Heavenly Martial Temple has already spread. Damn it, if we don't kill Long Zhenwu immediately, the reputation of the Heavenly Martial Temple will be completely ruined. Immediately summon the false elder to come out and make Long Zhenwu die a miserable death." Suddenly someone appeared, and everyone bowed and greeted the elder. Tiu Bak looked carefully at the person in front of him, and the fake elder responded softly. The old man's aura was being drawn in by a woman. The fake elder's eyes grew even sharper as he sensed it. Seconds later, she clutched her face and screamed in pain. "Don't." Seeing this, Xiaobai sneered and said, "It's been a while since we last met. Your cultivation has improved, fake elder." The elder replied, "You've always been slightly inferior to the heavenly human realm. The young master wants me to kill that kid Long Zhenwu, but after it's done, the young master has to help me break through to the heavenly human realm." Tuobak outwardly agreed with a smile. Of course it's fine as long as you can do it, but inside he was annoyed. This old fox still dared to set conditions with him? The scene shifts to another place. Dawn has broken. Tran Vu opens his eyes and looks at the battlefield he created. Then he feels worried. 3 hours have passed. He wonders where everyone has gone. Seeing the dawn gradually breaking, he can't help but feel anxious. The pursuers from Tianvodien must have arrived too. Suddenly, there was a clicking sound behind him, and Elder Jia appeared behind Zhen Wu, daring enough to stay here. His hand quickly gathered spiritual energy, and in the next moment he used the golden core soup to strike behind him. Lao Gia van bin yi thuong, luin kim trung chao kung kongdi, nhung muon lam tabi thuong van kon salem. He assessed the situation. The poison could contaminate the mysterious energy. It's too dangerous. Even the divine core soup was corroded by him, and I couldn't sense his presence at all. How could his speed be so fast and then disappear? Elder Jia appeared behind him this time to praise him. His reaction was not bad. But if you can avoid once, you can avoid 100 times. Then he disappeared again when he looked back, and Zhen Wu was annoyed, once again being toyed around. If I keep being cautious like this, I'll drain too much mystic energy. I must force him to appear. Seeing the lingering black smoke, I wonder what kind of divine talent this is. Wait a minute, Tran Vu realized, so that's how it is. He creates a flame in his hand and confidently says, "I am a shadow bloodline." Tran Vu explains himself. The shadow bloodline allows one to blend into shadows, having no offensive power but being very elusive, hiding anywhere there is shadow. Finally, Tran Vu used his powerful spiritual energy to surround himself, burning all the shadows, then raised his hand to the sky, drawing in external power. He immediately swung his staff to burn everything around him. The masked man quickly dodged and sneered. "Useless, even if you guess I am the bloodline illusion, you still can't find me. Even flames have shadows." Tran Vu snorted softly, gathering fire in his hand. Is that so? Even if he shows his attitude, I remain unmoved and immediately send another wave of fire, carefully playing with fire to burn myself. Even though he had transformed his body, he was still struck by my attack. He could even burn his own shadow. Knowing he couldn't escape my attack, he reverted to his original form. "Long Tran Vu, you're just a rejected disciple expelled by the Heavenly Martial Palace. If you dare to touch me, the young master will definitely not spare you." Is that so? Then let's see for ourselves. Who's not sparing whom? He was squeezed so tightly he couldn't breathe. But suddenly his eyes widened, and in the next moment he quickly escaped from his opponent's demonic claws, arrogantly shouting, "He's just a reckless and arrogant brat who got attacked," while Tran Vu immediately set up the Kim Trung Chao formation to block his attack. But it was useless. His attacks pierced through the formation and kept hitting him, forcing him to struggle to defend himself. Tran Vu was extremely confused. How could this be? The gold core potion has no effect. Regaining the upper hand, he becomes extremely arrogant. Kid, you are too arrogant. Before fighting me, you should have asked if the poison I crafted is the world's best, capable of inflicting deadly toxins on your body through my bloodline image without a sound. I was just waiting for the poison to take effect. Only now do you realize you've been played and can only helplessly curse and insult. He smugly taunted, "What can you do to me? Little one, you are just a small spirit wandering with those treasures. Although I share the same level as you, my cultivation is already pure fire. These days, after killing the Heavenly Sage and Chudi Songlim and others, you think you are invincible in the world? But it's just luck. Martial artists who inherit bloodlines all possess special talents. I will make you realize how foolish it is to challenge the Heavenly Martial Hall and the young master. Finally, let me reluctantly do a good deed." As he finished speaking, he raised his sharp claws and struck out with a powerful palm, sending you to the blissful world. Tran Vu is pierced through the body by a sword, struggling painfully to pull it out while the man continues to mock, "You do have some spirit, but unfortunately, even heaven can't save you now." 1 second later, he launched another attack to finish him off instantly, but a golden shield rushed in to block it in time. So at this moment, my grandfather arrived just in time to help me, catching Zhan Wu completely off guard. "Grandpa," the old man reassures me, "my little Vu, you've suffered." With a gentle look, how can I let my son bear the burden when the Long family is in trouble? Then he interrupted with a contemptuous tone. "Your bond is too deep." Xiaobak led a group of subordinates and said in a gloomy voice, "Then I will send you both on your way together." 1 second later, the tall, muscular subordinates immediately surrounded the two elders. Dukui looked at their imposing presence and felt extremely surprised. The Heavenly Martial Hall can produce such monsters, their bloodlines combining snakes and eagles, both being divine realm creatures. The masked man coldly threats with a chilling tone. "Old man, if you want to go back and seek death, don't blame us for being ruthless." At this moment, several venomous snakes slowly emerged from the ground, climbing up under the control of the monster's magic, wrapping tightly around Dukui's body, causing him to cry out in pain. Watching his grandfather being attacked and unable to do anything, Tran Vu felt helpless. "Grandpa." Immediately after, the monsters opened their mouths wide to form a sinister formation that prevented Duke Wei from resisting. "It's over." A sword from the formation lunged forward, piercing straight into the dragon's head. Seeing his grandfather pierced through the head, he stared in despair. Duke Vu still couldn't stop worrying and had to accept a harsh truth. He was probably going to die here. Only Vu Ni. A tear welled up in his eye, carrying a deep sorrow. "Grandfather." I struggle to drag my battered body closer to you. Dukui forces himself to drive his sword into the ground, unleashing a fierce gust of wind in all directions. "Long Tran Vu, you must understand that men do not easily shed tears. In my Long family, this life must be mine. I have borne it all, but the future of my Long family will never be subdued because of this. I also have to carve a bloody path for my grandson." At this moment, Tiu Bak rushes forward and stabs him, blood splattering everywhere, and he doesn't intend to let go, stabbing again. His face showed displeasure. "Damn old man, I didn't expect him to still have this trick up his sleeve." Despite being exhausted, Dukui still desperately held Han's arm to let Chan Vu go. "Or else, your arm will be useless." Hearing that, Tiu Bak only snorted contemptuously, then without hesitation, delivered another blow to finish him off. "Fine, let's see who is faster." Shan Vu watched in shock as his grandfather was stabbed through the head by him. Grandpa, when Duke Vu fell, I was also overwhelmed and fainted at the same time. After a long while, he finally regained consciousness. "It's so cold. I can't see anything, Grandpa." He woke up, opening his eyes, his body covered in bandages all over, accepting the harsh truth. Tears still streaming down his face. He looked around. Where is this? Suddenly, there was a voice talking. "Sunbanny, you're quite something. If you dare to stop me again, I will make sure you wish you were dead." "Oh dear, the masters have already told you to let that young master rest well." The two of them, one after the other, continue to argue. "You didn't tell me. How could father know? He didn't even care about my birthday party." Her voice is bitter and sour. "Go save that guy. I'm curious too." She opened the door to his room and looked inside. This person is Tian Bao of the fire spirit Ni. Tran Vu was immediately captivated when he saw her face. The two of them looked into each other's eyes. Even she couldn't help but feel her heart pounding. She was embarrassed and angry, pretending to be tough, and asked, "Who are you? Why should my father save you?" After hearing her say that, I realized your father had saved me. Lin Ni immediately confirmed. "Of course, without my father, you wouldn't even know how to die." He struggled to support himself and sit up, asking for the name of the Lord. "I, Long Tran Vu, will surely repay your excellency's kindness in the future." Lin Ni smiled with great satisfaction. "My father is the master of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, the Fire Demon King. Hearing this, Tranvu was immediately shaken. The information about Thien Baokach was too overwhelming, leaving him frozen like a piece of wood. Could this place be Jialan City? The Heavenly Treasure Pavilion is only built in Jialan City, with spiritual herbs, pills, and martial techniques available in unlimited supply. Lin Ni pushed him in the face and asked, "Weren't you scared, silly?" Just then, the Demon King arrived, and Lin Ni couldn't be rude. Seeing her father suddenly appear behind her, Lin Ni couldn't help but feel nervous. Tranvu's father immediately knelt down. Young Long Tranvu bowed to the elders. Then he pulled him up and said, "Don't be so formal." With a voice tinged with regret, "I was just here to help your uncle, but in the end I was too late and couldn't save your grandfather." Tranvu then realized, so he was your uncle. At this moment, someone hurriedly ran over to report, "The leaders of the Truong Xuan Gang are here again." He tilted his head in confusion and asked, "What are they here for?" The subordinate was so scared he stammered, saying they had to immediately deliver some shocking news. "It's about the alliance." Ta Vuong patted his shoulder and said, "Tranvu, rest well, I will go meet them for a moment." Then he immediately left. He replied, "If there is anything needed, please feel free to ask." He smiled satisfactorily. "All right, I accept your good intentions," Lin Ni called after, her mood extremely unwilling. "Dad, you have to take over as the head for Lin Ni. I don't want to marry someone from Truong Xuanbang." In contrast, he calmly reassures her, "Which is natural. He doesn't deserve my good daughter." Terror King leaves, but his voice still echoes. "I really can't stand this." Tranvu thought to himself with a determined look in his eyes, "I will rest and recover my strength, and one day I will avenge my grandfather." Below the noisy and bustling neighborhood, people come and go, talking loudly and lively. Tranvu sat on the roof, looking down. So this is Jialan City. Suddenly, a horn caught his attention, and he immediately leapt into the air and vanished. Downstairs, two people are whispering to each other. "I hear that the boss of the Spring Dawn Gang has taken a concubine. That young master. Sometimes he takes in a few more young concubines. I wonder which family is so cruel, pushing their daughters into the fire just for money." I heard those beautiful young concubines were stolen away. Tranvu also curiously looked at the figure sitting in the sedan. The red sash of the person sitting in the sedan was blown up by the wind. He was stunned to realize that Thu Diep Lin Ni was standing behind her father, looking outside. A guy approaches the two people with a friendly smile. "Dear father-in-law, no, esteemed master, if I marry Miss Lin Ni, I will definitely treat her well for the rest of my life. Please agree." This man is the second boss of the Spring Dawn Gang, Malaji. Lin Ni scowled with disgust. Who would want to marry that damn fat guy who touches on your pain? He looks dejected as he slumps to the ground in despair. "Lin Ni, I've lost 5 jinn lately." Lin Ni lost patience and was about to rush at you, but the Fire Demon King immediately reached out and stopped her. "Fire Demon King, I don't want to see useless people, and I won't let my daughter marry a loser. If you really want to marry my daughter, then prove your true ability." Tranvu slowly approached the lords and leaned in to whisper in their ears. After hearing his plan, the Demon King made a request. "If you beat him, I will marry my daughter to you." Malak Jie saw an opportunity, his eyes shining brightly, and happily confirmed again. "Father-in-law, are you serious?" Tavuong helplessly sighed. "It's true, you little brat. Your father didn't teach you, but don't go calling people randomly." He scratched his head, and Shendu was caught off guard, so I apologize in advance. Zhenwu coldly demanded that I give you 3 moves. If you lose to me, don't mention forming alliances again, and release all the concubines you seized. He didn't hesitate and agreed readily, feeling very confident in himself. What's this about stolen concubines? What is he saying? Never mind, he's giving me 3 moves anyway. He crouched down and let out a cat's cry. Cat. Gradually transforming, a wagging tail grows behind him as he strikes with a sweeping attack to intimidate everyone. Tranvu sidestepped and realized this was a Bloodline spiritual cat. Lakiet lunged, but he skillfully jumped away to dodge one attack. He sweat, his speed too fast, yet he surprisingly dodged my shadow claw. Lakiet continued his attack, saying, "This time you won't be as quick." "What kind of move is this? Is it like a dog climbing a tree or something?" Lakjai, weakened but still showing off, "This time you won't be able to dodge anymore." Saying that, he emerged from the dust, claws raised, ready to deliver the final blow. But instead, he missed the ground entirely. The two of them looked at each other, and Tranvu was also speechless. After 3 failed attacks, he just pouted and threw a tantrum. Nothing worked. "I've run out of tricks. What should I do now? I can't marry Lin Ni anymore. Even I am surprised by how weak my strength has become." "Aren't you the 8th stage of the divine travel realm? How can you be this weak?" Lakjie pouted, stammering, unable to find words, looking extremely pitiful. Vuong Ta sternly questioned, "Your Lin Mu Bloodline clan's martial skills lean towards support, weak in solo combat. But when I ask if you're willing to fight him, you nod in agreement, showing you're only good at talking." He shouted loudly, "What right does someone like him have to marry my daughter? Is he crying tears?" Seeing no other way, he rushed towards Tran Vu, losing all composure and begging, "Big brother, take me as your disciple. I will learn from you and do great things in the future. Marry Lin Ni, even his subordinates will be ashamed." "Young master, your actions have completely ruined the reputation of Truong Xuanbang." Tran Vu helplessly sighed and said, "Get up first. If you lose, you have to accept it. You are no longer allowed to go to Tianbao Hall to propose, and you must release the captured concubines." He still tried to justify himself, saying, "Big brother, what do you mean by concubines? I didn't steal any concubine, I only like Lin Ni." Tran Vu calmly questioned, "Today the Spring Dawn gang is parading the bride all over the place." Hearing this, he scratched his chin and finally realized it must be a good deed he did. Maybe he used my name to do something bad again. Lakji's subordinate immediately explained clearly that the doctor brought by young Master Dai Yi said the old master's illness could only be cured by sacrificing a young woman, so young Master Dai was allowed to do so. The Tavwang couldn't believe this and was furious. It was just too absurd. Even he was very surprised. What? The evil old man actually went to listen to false rumors that harm innocent girls. Master Tran Vu bows his hands and says, "Goodbye, sir. My maid has been taken by the Spring Dawn gang. I must go save her. Farewell." Lakji saw him leave and also hurried to follow. "Big brother, I'm coming too." In a dark room, Thu Diep lies on the bed, completely naked and unconscious, as a cunning-looking man approaches. Deep Dong caresses Thu Diep's face, laughing happily. "You really were right. This old man is easy to deceive. This thing is truly a beauty." Lak Hiet, munching on his food, said, "Our mountain usually has many guards watching. It's a secret blockade, and without a hint of the way, it's very easy to fall into a trap. The secret path is known only to my father, so there's no way to take a shortcut up the mountain now." Tran Vu's mood darkened as he impatiently asked, "What should we do then?" I didn't expect that in the end, we still arrived a step too late. Thu Diep has been taken up the mountain to train. Seeing him turn and leave, he immediately followed to soothe his nerves. "Big brother, don't worry so quickly. My father was also burned by fire. In fact, he is tough on the outside, but soft on the inside. We still have a chance. For now, our only way is to go up the mountain." A person standing on a high platform announced loudly about the treasure hunt activity of our Changchun gang. He slammed his hand down on the table and said, "If the registration fee is 10 tiles, then it's 10 tiles. Our Long Spring Mountain spiritual beasts are countless. Even killing a small demon helps a lot. And this year, with the awakening of the ham, if we get it, our strength will instantly skyrocket. This is great news, and you're still bargaining over the price. If you delay, I'll just slap you into ruins." Tran Vu immediately offers 10,000 gold. I sign up. At the tea house, Tran Vu and Lak Kiet sit together at a table. He is holding his luggage with an eager look on his face. "Boss, I've prepared everything like clothes for the mountain. We can leave here at the hour of Tao to go up the mountain." Suddenly, someone was pushed down the stairs. Na snapped angrily, "You ungrateful thing, how dare you tease me?" The guy who was just scolded, terrified, begged for mercy. "Please, Grandma, spare me, Grandma, let me go." Na's face darkened with impatience as she threatened, "Stay away or I'll see you here again." This guy was so scared, he ran away in terror. Lakit also recognized her and shouted with joy. Big Sister Nana heard the call and immediately looked over, surprised to see Tran Vu also there. "Why is he here?" Lakje smiled warmly and ran over, saying, "Sister Bieu." But Na paid no attention, ignored him and rushed past in surprise, while Lakji and everyone around looked on. Na placed her hand on the table and faced Tran Vu. She threw down her glass of water and grabbed Tran Vu by the throat. "How dare you, the shameless traitor, show up in front of me?" Tran Vu's face suddenly flushed with embarrassment as many people were also present on the way up the mountain. Lakji leaned in curiously and asked softly, "Big brother, you didn't really do that to Sister Bieu, did you?" Tran Vu, speechless, explained, "I told you, I don't know her." Na followed behind, still insulting him. "Look at her. She's truly a shameless bastard." Tran Vu couldn't hold it in anymore and turned around to question her. "Miss Lu, you've scolded me many times, but why won't you tell me where we met?" Na squinted, stubbornly declaring, "If you don't remember one day, I'll scold you 1,000 times, 10,000 times." Tran Vu couldn't get any answers and sighed in frustration, feeling truly annoyed. As night fell, the bright moon shone overhead. They sat around the campfire, and Lakit spoke. "We are in the foggy area on the mountain slope." He pointed to a section of the map. "This path is very obscure and will change over time. Luckily, before we set out, I managed to steal an even more detailed map from my father's study, or else I wouldn't know how many more traps we would have to face." Tran Vu also sensed something was off. "That's not right, it's too quiet here." Seeing Na suddenly stand up and leave, Lakjie curiously called after her, "Big sister, what are you going to do?" She didn't look back, walking away while replying, "It's been so long, you're all sweaty, I need to go take a bath." Tran Vu seriously warned, "Stay together for now, because it's dangerous here." She stubbornly tilted her chin and said, "What does that have to do with me?" After saying that, she turned and left. Suddenly, a sharp sting from an animal flew towards them. A lot of strange red shadows are surrounding both Tranvu and Lakiet, and he is very panicked. What is this? A scream suddenly echoes. Lakjie shouted, "Brother, go check on Tai. I'll handle these things here." Tranvu approached Na, whose entire body was naked, and she was startled. "What's going on?" "Right behind you." Seeing the woman in front of him, Tran Nunong, he shyly looked away. Tranvu covered his face and turned elsewhere, handing her a cloak. "Put this on." A moment later, a bizarre monster slowly appeared before the two of them. Tranvu gathered energy in his hand and said, "I haven't used the skills of Tiendo Tuhoa for a long time, so I'll use you to practice a bit." After finishing, he waved his hand to release the spirit beast, and the strange spider monster immediately spat out a swarm of baby spiders. Instantly, these baby spiders with silk teeth formed a huge web, and their bodies emitted a terrifying red glow. Na watched in horror, losing all reason, and screamed as she clung tightly to Tranvu, her only covering a piece of cloth that made him blush. "Aren't you Huyan Kata Ninefold? Why are you afraid of a monster like this that even a 9th stage chi refinement cultivator wouldn't dare to face?" Na turned pale with fear and hurriedly explained, "I'm not afraid, I just find these thick and tangled things disgusting, since I've seen them since I was young." Tranvu quickly embraced her and flew up. Na sneered at the lustful pervert. "Don't take the chance to wait for my butt. You reach out your hand, I also want to see how many spiderlings you can spit out." He snapped his fingers and set fire to burn all these dense, tangled webs. The female spider kept writhing, no longer spitting out spiderlings, but a mass of disgusting, slimy goo. Tranvu quickly dodged to the side and said, "I'll give you a final end." As he finished speaking, he swiftly thrust his sword into it, splitting the spider in two. At the same time, Lakji's side was also finished, and he hurried over saying, "Big brother, we've also taken care of it." After the giant spider was cut in half, something fell out from inside it, and Tranvu looked at it with curiosity. "What is this?" Laket stepped forward and said, "Let me check." He took out a notebook he carried and started to look through it. Strange, the book only listed its name as Zuyen Duang Thao, but there was no information about its functions or attributes. Having never seen anything like this before, could it be useless? Tranvu held the item in his hand and examined it. About half an hour later, Las Keat was walking in complaining that he finally got out of the foggy area, damn it. Na, who was following behind, suddenly collapsed. Lakjie was very worried and ran over in a panic. "Big Sister Bieu, what's wrong with you?" Na collapsed weakly and breathlessly, feeling extremely exhausted. Lakiet seriously suggested, "I will carry you. With our speed, we will reach the top of the mountain quickly." Na raised an eyebrow, looking somewhat distrustful, and asked again, "Are you okay?" At that moment, a hand reached out, revealing that Tranvu was signaling he wanted to carry her. Lakjie stood there blankly, pointing at his own face in confusion. The bright moonlight shone down around them, and Nana also decided to allow Zhenwu to carry her. "Brother, why are you all running so hurriedly?" This person looks terrified, his face pale, saying, "Run quickly or you'll lose your life," then hurriedly runs away, while he also curiously looks toward the light source on the other side. Lakjie pointed at the map and said, "This flat land is where my father usually trains, and it's also the only way up the mountain after crossing the fog." "Big brother, what do you think they are blocking the road for?" The three of them hid behind a bush, watching the bloody scene below. A man wearing a hat that obscures his face angrily shouted, "Is there anyone who dares to step over here without fearing death?" Hearing the threat, the others also hesitated and stepped back. "Who are you guys? This mountain belongs to the Changchun gang. We came here to train, so why are you blocking our way?" Old T laughed loudly without holding back and slowly took off his hat to reveal his face. "The mountain belongs to the Spring Dawn gang, the boss of the Spring Dawn gang. That annoying old man is about to be finished. He arrogantly declares that now this mountain is under our control." Lakjie immediately recognized the old man and angrily shouted. Diep Dong Lakjie was so furious he was about to rush out and settle the score with him no matter what. "What the hell is this damn bastard doing to my father? I knew he had no good intentions in approaching him." Tranvu, fearing to cause a bigger commotion, immediately held Lakiet tightly and calmed him down. Lakiet was very determined. "No, I have to find him and settle the score." Tranvu advises, "Don't act rashly, maybe we are not their match." Lakiet anxiously asks, "What should we do then?" "I don't know how my father and Miss Thu Diep are doing now." Seeing her frustration, she bulged a vein and was startled. "Elder sister, does she have poisoning?" Tranvu dismisses this and quickly explains, "It's not that Elder Sister's silver spirit bloodline is about to awaken. She's already in the 9th stage of the spirit travel realm. According to reason, she should have awakened by now, but for some reason she still couldn't awaken before. This time it must be related to that giant spider." Tranvu pressed against her back, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood. "Keep going like that, she won't be able to endure it. I'll use the Fierce Flame Ice martial technique to help loosen her tendons and see if it works." Nana cried out in pain, her power surging out and causing quite a commotion, which immediately drew Diep Dong's attention. Tranvu, not intending to delay any longer, also began to reveal himself. I've only heard bandits like to rob on the road. What are you guys up to? The old man was very surprised to see him. Are you Long Tran Vu? Behind him are several burly subordinates who look extremely fierce. Last time you narrowly escaped from the fake elder's hands, and now you willingly come to us yourself, he thought. Surprisingly, you are a member of the Heavenly Martial Temple. Deep Dong's tone is extremely disdainful. Kid, 9 levels of the realm. What level have you reached? It's just killing some insignificant little monsters and drinking a bit of spiritual nectar. You think you're a match for us. Tran Vu curled his lips in a sneer, ignoring the sarcastic remarks. I never said I would fight you alone. He doesn't want to waste any more words, so he immediately starts the fight. Fine. Then let you all die together. Attack now. 1 second later, the subordinate, who was already extremely powerful, doubled or even tripled in size. Tran Vu shouted loudly to summon. The Zhuyanduang ointment in Na's hand is a piece taken from the giant spider's body. From that small fragment, countless spider silks burst out, wrapping tightly around those subordinates. The young girl had heard of the 100-step sun transcendence technique. Her eyes changed, and she asked her subordinate with a bright look, "What does the transcendence oil smell like?" Caught off guard, he gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it. Dip Dong watched helplessly as his subordinates were bound one by one, unable to resist. Immediately after, a brilliant blaze of fire erupted. Tran Vu swiftly took down these men in an instant. These guys were cut into pieces, falling to the ground one after another. Diep Dong's face was dark, his whole body shrouded in gloom. His divine talent was powerful, but it didn't resemble the long family bloodline of Long Uyen City, but rather a bloodline that had nearly disappeared. It's the 9 Dragons bloodline of Mao Mountain, he chuckled proudly. But do you really think it's that simple? The severed body parts began to move and reassemble into a complete original body, leaving everyone stunned and unable to believe their eyes. It turns out to be a rock person. Legend says the rock person has been a greedy guardian on Mount Changchun for 1,000 years. Could it really have been destroyed? How is that possible? If it was destroyed, what is he doing here blocking us? Everyone was confused. That's greed for power. Lakit stepped forward in fury. Deep Dong, my father was blinded by you, but I do not harbor hatred that surges through my veins, Lakiet declared firmly. Today, even if I have to die, I will peel your dog's skin off. Deep Dong sneered. You're at most at the 9th realm of the spirit travel stage, but you want to fight against the void spirit stage. No problem. I will make your wish come true. Lakiet clenched his teeth, trembling with rage. Overcome with fury, he charged forward to die. As soon as he flew over, Hukan's huge hand lightly swung, knocking Lakiet flat on the ground. Diep Dong sneered smugly. Your father is foolish. The sun is useless. Only by entrusting Truong Xuan's son to me can it grow strong. Lakjai struggled to stand up and quickly let go of my father and Miss Thudiep. The old man calmly replied, Don't worry. Your father's lifespan is only halved, and that young lady's face is as lecherous as it is beautiful, praising her with admiration, her stunning beauty and flawless features. Unfortunately, I haven't enjoyed myself in a long time, but it won't be long now. Deep Dong, you rush at him. Do you want to die? Before he could attack, he was stopped by the old man's subordinates. Deep Dong smirked teasingly. Inexperienced junior, even 100 of you wouldn't be enough to threaten my guard. Suddenly, someone else stepped forward and asked, Do you really have that much confidence? Tran Vu was very surprised to see him appear here. Ho Kung Feng Thudiep also arrived, and she was overjoyed. Young Master Tran Vu snapped out of his trance. Thudiep immediately rushed over to ask Connor. Thudiep, are you okay? Thudiep replied, No, it's fine. Luckily, Ho Kung Feng arrived just in time. Tran Vu held her tightly, promising she would never leave him again. Her eyes sparkled as she gently nodded in response. Deep Dong's scheme to sow discord, tempting with words. Ho Nak Son, the Long family has fallen. What is the point of protecting them now? Better come to Thien Vo Dien, where beautiful women and all you desire await. Ho Kung Pung was not swayed by these words and said, What is the heavenly martial pavilion? He waved his hand and ordered, Little Stone, come here quickly. Everyone looked forward in surprise, quickly seeing the stone people bowing to the Tiger Palace Phoenix, known for their ferocity, even choosing stronger leaders, now suddenly bowing in submission to Long Jai Han, who is truly powerful. And what kind of ceremony is this? In front, the Tiger Palace Phoenix is stroking the head of the stone man, praising him, saying, Well done, kid. Deep Dong stood there open-mouthed, secretly thinking something was wrong. He bowed his head and asked for permission to withdraw. I didn't expect Brother Ho's cultivation to be so profound and unpredictable, easily earning the admiration of the stone men from those who are strong and those who are evil, claiming that everything on this mountain belongs to you. The fox-like man retreated. A spark shot towards him, and a voice rang out, warning that if he tried to run, Tran Vu would use his magic to stop him. Thudiep Guo Vu, the young master, must die for the old pervert. Diep Dong glanced back and said, My realm is higher than his, but this young guy has a strange bloodline, so he's not easy to deal with. He turned around and forced a smile, saying, Little brother, just say it slowly. He glanced around, then threw something out of the bushes. Tranvu quickly noticed, jumped up, and attacked the old man. Deepdong collapsed to the ground, spitting blood. Tranvu stepped on him and shouted, "Who touched Thu Deep?" The old man's hand trembled as he tried to speak. Then there was Diepdong's scream, and his hand was engulfed in flames. He shouted, "Where is everyone? Bring the boss of the gang here. The two of you, take the Ma family head away." A call, Dad from Ma Lackett, the head of the Ma family is released. You ask Han, why are you so stupid? Why do you believe the words of a traitor? Look at what has become of you now. Master Ma silently closed his eyes and softly said, "It's all my father's fault, I did nothing. Now that the great leader is safe, you can let me go." Deputy Leader Deepdong said, "I have been with the Spring Dawn gang for many years, you cannot deny it. I have done many things that benefited the Truong Sun gang. Naibang spends all day just playing and having fun, so I had no choice but to join Tian Wu Dian." The young master of Tian Wu Dian said, "If we catch Miss Thu Diep, there will be a heavy reward. I only did it for the love of money and had no ill intentions towards you both." Ma Tai Kiet shouted, "Shut up, my father has become like this." He sneered. "Looks like the second boss doesn't plan to spare me anymore. Then go ahead and kill me. But I'm afraid you don't have the guts to do it alone," Ma Tai Kiet said fiercely. "Is that so? Let me see." Master Ma reminded Ma Kiet not to fall into his trap. Ma Tai Kiet looked sad and said, "Father Huai Bach Ki, I understand this moral mistake too late. Remembering the teachings of Master Ma when I was young, my son, your father is the leader of the Changchun gang, and you will become the second gang leader in the future. You must not be reckless anymore. Today I will teach you the exclusive martial art of the Spirit Cat bloodline, the 4 meanings of shadow photography." I see clearly here that Ma Tai Kiet listens intently. Back then, our ancestor relied on Thuan from Ningya to gain a foothold amid the chaos of the era, using phantom images to create illusions for many enemies, employing taste to confuse opponents, and sound to disorient them. The shadow combines 3 meanings, pushing speed to the limit. The innocent boy says, "Dad, I don't want to learn. I want to be like Master Zhang at Manjuan Tower. When you grow up, you will host a feast for the winter solstice." He fell silent and then ruffled Ma Tai Kiet's hair. Lakji must not follow in his father's footsteps. Ma Taiji reminds Didong that in the past, when he had no way out, his father used the shadow of the 4 righteousness to save people. Now, I must use the shadow of the 4 righteousness to destroy someone. You must understand that the Changchun gang will not show mercy to a petty person like you. He remains cheerful, second boss. I don't want to provoke you, but I want you to know that your father is like that because of the Dungthu shadow 4 righteousness, yet he's still lost to me. Ma Tai Kiet looked at him coldly. "Is that so? You kicked to the end of battle, secretly using a technique in your mind. Father, I didn't want to use the shadow image 4 means before because my body was in terrible pain. Now I understand, if you're not strong enough, anyone can kick you into the dirt." Ma Tai Kiet glares, "Deepdong, you will die." He looked at you fiercely with an intimidating aura. "What is this kid doing?" This is a move from the book. Ma Tai Kiet pins someone down with their butt in the air, leaving everyone from the Ma family head, Tran Vu and Luna, all stunned. Then there was a fart attack. In the thick fog, everyone was coughing and choking. Deepdong was terrified and shouted for help. "This stinks to death." The guy nearby was complaining. "Oh my God, it smells so bad." Deepdong's face hadn't improved and was about to speak when the young man suddenly charged at him and punched him, delivering a fatal blow that pierced through Deepdong. At this moment, his eyes were bloodshot with anger. He collapsed to the ground and everyone around was talking. "Second boss of the Changchun gang, a fart kills a person. What have you been eating that smells so bad this year?" "Marvelous. Marvelous." Tran Vu stands silently to the side observing. "Is it dead? My fart really that powerful?" Master Ma stood behind and explained. "The brat's fart is very powerful. It almost killed Tengat. But killing Diepdong isn't that simple. We secretly support you. You can't kill him." Ho Kwak Vung said, "Brother Ma, since ancient times young heroes have emerged. These young followers will definitely catch up in time." Master Mia said to Ma Tai Kiet, "La Kiet, swear to awaken once every 5 years. 5 years ago, the Great Than regime of the Truong Xuan gang fell. Your grandfather died at the hands of Tien Vo Dien. Now you have awakened again. My whole life has been a failure. You must help me regain my honor." Under the warm sun, the ice slowly melts. Right now, they are walking together and asking Ma family head, "Dad, actually Diepdong didn't do anything to you?" He replied, I only protect my family. He knows his place, but if I don't do it, then you won't grow up. Dad needs to put in effort. You have a bit of blame. Dad, why don't you go perform in plays? You're so good at acting." Once they arrived, the tiger and phoenix led the way, and ahead was the Han Shi Guan pressing down on the disc, thunder roaring. "Tran Vu, do you know why the Great Martial Hall expelled you?" Ho Kung Fuk asked, and he remained silent. He continued, "Back then, the Great Martial Hall seized the heavenly and earthly treasures, releasing the first assassin in the Quan Apdi area at Truong Xuan Gia, causing unrest for Bak Tin, who was then close to Truong Xuan Mountain. The Heavenly Treasure Alliance fought against the Heavenly Martial Palace before stabilizing the situation. After that, the Heavenly Martial Palace learned of the new person's identity and sent people away." Ha Chung Fung held Zhen Wu's shoulders and said, This time, your desire for power has awakened, and the heavenly martial palace has surely prepared in advance. We will all grow old, but I hope the younger generation can catch up. During this time, I observe that although you all have weaknesses, you can support each other. If we can suppress greed for power, our strength will increase greatly, and it will also benefit the people, Ha Kung Pung advised. Voice echoed. Master Hu, I brought another little stone head here, everyone take a look. It is Hoa Lin Ni, sitting on the shoulder of the celestial being. Everyone is surprised. Lin Ni. Ma Taiji excitedly said, Lin Ni, why are you here? Lin Ni indifferently replied, who needs your concern? Fire Demon King reminds her, Lin Ni, you must not be rude. The Demon King says, our heavenly treasure pavilion once dominated the great continent of the royal family. With enough heavenly treasures and earthly secrets to deal with those who covet power, where is everyone? Then, the servant brought a bag, opened it to reveal everyone was amazed. A top-tier mysterious martial art, Breaking Sky Sword. Great La Palme. This is the Divine Snake Spirit Seal, along with a mid-tier royal-grade invincibility, the core Harmony Spirit. Ta Vuong called out, Brother Ho, these items are just right for the young ones. He grinned sinisterly, and Ho Kung Pung immediately knew that crafty old man is trying to bully me. The Demon King claims that treasures are all extremely valuable. Ho Chung Pung named prices for 2 spiritual energy stones, but the Ta Vuong demanded 50 Taki spiritual stones. Their disciples watched as they bargained. 45 spiritual energy stones, 25 spiritual energy stones, 40 pills, 30 pills, no more than that. Tran Vu wondered if my spatial treasure tools like Liet Song Kan, Kim Kwang Truong, Doan Hondao, and Hong Tien Tui would be suitable for him. The martial arts from the Heavenly Martial Hall are all very good, but they don't suit me. Although these martial arts are not as advanced as mine, they contain the ability to conceal the universe within them. Demon King, I will only concede. Ho Kung Pung opened up and exclaimed, Tran Vu, the Great La Seal seems to have been made for you. Master Tran Vu asked, why do you say the Great La Seal was created for me? Ho Chung Pung replied, although the Great La Seal is a low-grade martial art, its power depends on who wields it, and sometimes it can surpass even the highest level techniques. Ta Vuong praised, Ho Huin truly has good judgment. The Dai La Seal is divided into 3 stages. The first 3 moves are easy to practice but useless. The essence lies in the 9th move, which some people may never break through in their lifetime, making the first 3 moves seem insignificant. The 9th move is like that, which is why it is considered a low-level martial art. If you can break through the 9th move, the power of the first 8 moves will surge, but unfortunately, only special people can achieve a breakthrough at the 9th move. In my impression, only those from Dingfeng continent can cultivate the essence of the Great La Seal. Master Tran Vu scratched his head and asked, do I really have to practice this martial art? It doesn't feel easy to practice. Huang Gongping advised, Zhen Wu, you must learn martial arts. You are more important than martial arts, a true expert. Secret martial arts manuals are not divided into different types or levels. I understand now. He continued, the first move is the Beast Seal. You must give up all your previous martial arts training. Tiandu Duhe, Li Yanbing, and Lin Feng Truong do not truly enhance your strength. You need to seize the moment when your bloodline awakens your divine talent. Use the harmony of the land's ki to unblock your meridians and liver qi as much as possible, and train in the coldest or hottest conditions for 3 days and nights to master the first move. On the 3rd day, while Tran Vu was taking a bath, Tu Diep looked in from the window, lost in thought, convinced that the young master would succeed. In the days that followed, to suppress the threat, others also dedicated themselves to practicing martial arts. Thu Diep and Zich Diep watch everyone from a corner. She pats Zich Diep's head as Uncle Ho says, from now on, you can become my battle beast. A foot stands above, looking down. It is Ho Kung Pung, he thought. Miss, the young master is gifted and talented, just like the young lady from before. He will surely dominate the entire continent. The person he was talking about was Tran Vu. A month later, Tran Vu was meditating and made the Fanjiang seal gesture. But nothing happened, surprising the 3 others. Even Tran Vu was taken aback. Could it be that it didn't work? He suddenly burst out from the ground and shouted, look over there. Behind Tran Vu, whirlpools of power were forming. Thu Diep happily said, young master, you succeeded. Tran Vu didn't expect you to master the 7th move of the Great La Palme with just 1 win. Keep practicing. You must master the 9th move. He smiled, but then became determined. Tianwu Temple. Just wait. Tavong instructed, the 3 of us must go down the mountain. You stay home to cultivate. During this time, the hidden technique will cause some strange dreams. Then Tavong and Ho Kung Pung left. Lin Diep waved goodbye. Father, come back early. Ho, brother, do we really have to do this? Ho Kung Pung turned back and whispered, let's go. The rain started to fall, and Thu Diep put on his coat to protect Tran Vu. Young master, it's raining now, let's go home. I sensed something, so I turned back and asked Thu Diep, do you feel anything strange? I feel so hot. How can it be this hot on the mountain? Young master, look down at the ground. This cracked earth is making a cracking sound. Thudiep and Tranvu are a bit scared. Mataikiet sits down to observe and says, "Is this fire demon?" My father said fire demons are small devils born from greed and obsession, appearing before the awakening of the demon realm. The one guarding her side is very powerful in combat but has a lustful nature. Thudiep was surprised, feeling both admiration and desire. Mataikiet continued, "Look at how it's moving." Suddenly, it growled loudly. Fire Curse was confused, looking up, suddenly saw Liu Na. It sniffed around her like a pervert before running around her. Liu Na asked, "It's looking at me." Mataikiet blushed and closed his eyes, unaware of what was happening. Then came Liu Na's scream as Hosat burned her clothes. She punched him and told him to get out of her sight. Hosat lay unconscious on the ground. Liu Na, furious in her coat, kicks the lecherous tiger awake, its face pleading, but she shows no mercy, and kicks again. "You dare to disrespect me. You dare to disrespect me." She kicked its face to the ground. Liu Na continued scolding and beating, "I will beat you to death." The three people behind wondered, is this really a fire demon? Suddenly, a large foot appeared behind Zhenwu, and a huge fire iron was behind him, even the small fire tiger hiding behind Liu Na. Mataikiet warns, Tu Hoasat has simple intelligence. The great Hoasat will actively protect and awaken the trap. Everyone be careful. At this moment, Dia Hoasat pounces on Tranvu, and he uses the Kinsun to strike down from above. He thought that although the first 8 moves of the Great La Seal technique were low-level martial arts, they were enough to deal with the fire demon. He clenched his fists, growling, then sat up and roared. Mataikiet panicked. This is bad. It's calling its allies to merge into a sea of fire, and soon a vast army will arrive. The little fire demon pointed somewhere, and Tranvu saw it run and shout, "It seems to know a safe place. Let's follow it quickly." At some cave entrance, it was digging and searching for something, a precious gem. He handed it to Liu Na. She humphs and turns away. Mataikiet is excited. This is a fire spirit crystal. The fire-slaying spirit stone, accumulated over millions of years, can greatly enhance one's power if refined. Who would have thought it was here? When suddenly a strange laugh echoed from behind. "I can't believe the spirit stone I've been searching for so long is here." Hundi, with a black-haired person, walks in and says, "Long Tran Vu, hand over the fire spirit stone peacefully, and I will let you die quickly." He glared at something on his person. Tran Vu asked. Tianwu Palace is back again, after selling all the treasures we obtained twice before. What are they bringing this time? He threats, "You arrogant kid, you're definitely going to die today." A strike shot past Tranvu. Blood splattered, and he panicked, realizing it was a divine winged expert, stronger than the fake-named guy. Mataikiet shouted, "Big brother, the black-clad guy blocking in front of you is me. Call out, your opponent is me." The sneered, "Kid, honestly speaking, it's not bad that you've reached this level at such a young age, but unfortunately, you were born into the wrong family. You're just a bloodline clone. Give you time to cultivate and you'll shake the entire continent. But you won't have that chance," he ordered. Hell's 3-headed dogs charge at him and let out a growl. Tranvu chuckled softly. "So what?" He used his innate divine power. "Hamdan hindeko Tranvu hinra. Hanko huet much nesao. De kong pai tukua tienvo kwako." Ham the ass, "Tell me quickly who is really behind you." Tranvu smiled and replied, "Why should I tell you?" He glanced and then unleashed the 3rd hellfire attack towards him. Mataiji, with a panicked expression, hurriedly grabbed the wine. "Big brother, young Master Tranvu is surrounded by magic. He coughs up blood as if his heart is gradually breaking apart." He thought to himself, "Damn it, my meridians are blocked, I can't breathe." Han laughed loudly and shouted, "My Hellfire 3 has entered your heart. You will suffer immensely, kid. Even if you grow wings, you won't escape." Tranvu clenched his fist, a slight smile on his lips as he opened his eyes and cursed, "You damn hunter of the heavenly martial temple, do you think I will surrender easily and surprise him?" Tranvu pushed off the ground and jumped, using the 9th move, unleashing a shockwave of attack. The people outside are still surprised. It's an earthquake? Such a big quake. Tranvu gathers his strength, his expression suddenly serious. Could this be the 9th technique of the Great Seal? Has Han already mastered it? He widened his eyes, using the destruction technique to strike him down like dust. Zhenwu told him, "Old man, without your suppression, I wouldn't have broken through my limit and mastered the 9th technique." Under some cave, the creature has been awakened. Thudiep rushed over and asked, "Young master, are you okay?" She hugged him tightly, making Thudiep worry. A moment later, she realized, "Young master, did I hurt you?" He pinched Thudiep's cheek, saying he's fine. Luna handed Tranvu the gem and said, "Here, take it, and look at the sparkling red gem." Liu Na explained, "I am not of the fire element, what would I do with it?" Tranvu nodded in thanks, then she huffed and turned away. The sky is dark, but he sits meditating beside the stone, looking unbothered, with sweat streaming down Tranvu's face. Tia Hoasat notices and rushes to tend to Tranvu. The three others were surprised. What is it doing? He opened his eyes. Vanguard's energy surges. Matai Kiet sighs. Big brother, the fire-destructive crystal is too powerful. Your wounds have fully healed. Luckily, it managed to push my spiritual energy in time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to harmonize the power of the spirit stone so quickly. It keeps causing trouble. Matai Kiet shouted. One day you will definitely break through to the Void Realm. The divine lizards nearby are being put into the lively fish pond. But then they all rushed into the water. Tranvu sensed and told everyone. It seems like something is approaching us. Black balls fly across the sky as Thudiep is about to enter the cave. Matai Kiet warned, watch out. Tranvu rushes to embrace her. A large rock collapses where they just stood, and a giant snake glares and bares its fangs. Matai Kiet, terrified, gathers strength in its mouth and spits it out towards Tran Kiet and Thudiep. He uses the Frost Mountain seal to block it, continuously punching to deflect the incoming rocks. Luna uses the piercing sun slash to attack Hanthi, while Matai Kiet employs the demon Shadowstone claw to scratch at it. Hamthi endures continuous hits but still throws Matai Kiet away. Tranvu marvels, so fierce, having seized over a dozen monsters like this before. Kin Sonnen was unleashed, a large stone pressing down on it, but it was nothing to Hamtha. Tranvu was surprised as it shattered the stone, his face darkening. Kin Sonnen was broken. He dodged Hamtha's attack, thinking of how to defeat it. Too fast. If I hadn't reached the Donghu realm and been killed by one move, Tranvu rushes in, I have to fight. His fiery hand soared into the sky, striking down on Hanthi, shattering the Nine States' heavenly technique. Then Hanthi was bloodied and splattered. Dark clouds roared with thunder, and a giant finger appeared among the rocks. The snake absorbs everything, bleeding, and you also hit the ground. Everyone praises him wholeheartedly. This young man dares to kill the ambitious one alone. As a member of the Long family of the Vo Kingdom, it's surprising that only the Fang Chichiet Mash has such a strong backing. Whose family does he come from with such exceptional talent? This time, the Long family has risen again. Tavoang glances over. Ho, brother, you're right. A genius like Tranvu will surely become even more fierce in battle against the ancient greedy beast, and in the end, he was killed by the Nine Techniques unification. Hoko Fung thinks that after refining this young man's realm, it must be higher than mine and yours. I don't think it's that simple. The Tio Tu Tien Vo Dien gang will definitely seize the spoils of war. Tranvu called, it's time to go now. Tavoang smiled. Long Tranvu is quite impressive, he thought. Dongfang Xiaobach with black hair said, if you dare to kill Hamthi, if he surrenders Hamthi, the Long family will become a guest of the Heavenly Martial Sect. Kim Ngan Tai said, his unparalleled martial arts can get whatever he wants. Long Tran asked what the Heavenly Martial Temple was. If you refuse the wine offered, you'll be forced to drink it anyway. The three great elders of the Heavenly Martial Hall charged forward. The young servant was definitely dead. Then he was carried away. Vu Tran raises his hand and shouts, hurry up and fight! Why are you hesitating? Or are you all too afraid? Xiaobai shouted angrily. Long Tranvu, today you will die, and the name of our Heavenly Martial Hall will be written backwards. Tranvu thought, indeed, after breaking through to save consciousness, the first martial art style can rival top-tier martial arts, the black-haired man shouted. The three great elders charged together. This bastard just got hit hard. I don't believe he can hold on for long. So all four of them rushed at him. Matai Kiet was annoyed, bullying the weak and shameless, his hatred for the smoke of righteousness making everyone confused. Ho kept sighing. Annoying. I can't breathe. Who is that? Matai Kiet was excited. Lin Ni was stronger again, but a white-haired girl immediately withdrew her sword after stabbing, wiping the blood and saying, if you keep doing that, they'll come looking for that person. Tranvu unexpectedly proves to be a genius. Matai Kiet collapses. Annoying, you shouted. The big brother in the blue shirt behind is about to ambush Tranvu. The young man controls a powerful spiritual energy column and leans down. Feng Peng hurriedly reminded, Huo, brother, it's time. And unfortunately, Zheng Vu is injured. She grinned mischievously, looking quite handsome. Then she walks up, grabs his chin, and seductively whispers that if he follows her sister to the Heavenly Martial Palace, he'll be happy all day long. Suddenly she sensed something was different. In Tranvu's stunned eyes, she was struck down. Miss Feng just casually took action. Three elders of the Heavenly Martial Hall ambushed a child. That's truly shameless. And then she could only scream in pain. At this moment, the Demon King reminded him, Brother Hu, have you forgotten that the Heavenly Martial Palace once commanded respect in the Heavenly Martial Kingdom? He added one more sentence, saying that in other empires they are just a bunch of trash fighting and killing each other. Shocked, Bach stared wide-eyed, furious, shouting loudly, Do you dare oppose the Heavenly Martial Hall and oppose me? Bach crazily roused Chanvu, Do you forget how your family died? Hearing that, his eyes widened in shock, and suddenly a figure appeared behind him. Xiaobai quickly turned to check the situation and saw Tuan Lam appear. He happily called out, Wow! Dark Lord calmly sighed. Tuan Lam, even a greedy beast like this has forced you out of seclusion. The heavenly martial hall has been pushed to this point. Ho, brother. Hua, brother. It's been a long time. Are you still well? Tavuang angrily retorted. Old Fengzi, are we close enough to call each other brothers? He calmly spoke, twisting the truth. Tranvu, my disciple from the heavenly martial hall, never kills innocent people. Your grandfather's death was probably just a misunderstanding. Even if you're unwilling, Tuan Lam suggests we sit down and talk calmly. I will definitely make it up to you. Tranvu sneered, wiped the blood from his mouth, and confidently announced, despite the scrutinizing eyes beside him. Compensate. Wait until I personally kill your son before talking about making amends. Tuan Lam sneered from above, not wanting wine but craving punishment through drink. Tavuang replies, Old Fengzi, back then you were a defeated subordinate under Brother Ho, weren't you? So why? Do you want to taste failure once again today? He snorted coldly with contempt. Then Tuan Lam spread his dark wings and soared into the sky. Kung Peng suddenly realized the problem. This old man had uncovered the Black Eagle. Then he lowered his hand. Today, Tuan Lam revealed half of his white skull face. And all of you must die. Chung Fung's eyes were filled with shock. The Black Eagle technique is a forbidden art, and uncovering the heavenly slash requires profound cultivation. If he suddenly realizes that Tuan Lam's subordinates have captured the people, it would be dangerous. Chung Hung hurriedly intervened, unable to let him get the corpse of the general. He slashed out a sharp sword strike, cutting image slash, but he had already lightly dodged. Tuan Lam gently smirked and used the belong technique. A surge of fierce spiritual energy erupted, and he easily deflected the attack. What? Tuan Lam sneered arrogantly at Kung Peng and mockingly said, Kung Peng, 15 years ago, to suppress your greed for power, you exhausted all your strength to defeat me, didn't you? My Dark Eagle lineage is poisoned and can't be cured like 15 years ago. Now, I'm one step away from uncovering the heavenly slash. What do you have to fight me? Then Tuan Lam condensed his spiritual power in his hand, summoning something that appeared, a bone snake gradually crawling over, and he retracted his spiritual energy, his black wings turning red, and his power grew even stronger. The blazing red wings continued to manifest. Seeing that, Kung Peng was filled with terror. This madman hurriedly urged the Dark King, the power of the Dark Eagle curse is more than you and I can handle. Quickly get the children out of here. He's worried about Brother Ho. Chung Peng stepped forward, reminding him to go quickly, while Tuan Lam, with a sullen expression, looked extremely serious and displeased. Suddenly, he darted forward very quickly and appeared right in front of Kung Peng, while he still hadn't figured out what was happening. Immediately after, Tuan Lam grabbed Kung Peng by the neck and slammed him hard into the ground, catching him off guard. After attacking, he briefly showed a triumphant smile, and in response to Gong Feng's grinding teeth, Tuan Lam said with great pride, Ho Kung Feng, do you know how long I've been waiting for this moment? 15 years. It's been 15 years, and I will repay you for the humiliation I suffered before. Long Tran Vu saw, his eyes teary and swollen, shouting out loud, Uncle Ho. Tuan Lam froze, turned to him in surprise. You little brat, I thought you were a rare genius. That's why I took you as a disciple. But I didn't expect you to be so stupid. Today there's no way you'll escape. Perhaps Kung Peng has realized something very dangerous. He was startled and focused because the boy's hand suddenly lunged forward. Just as he launched his attack, Kung Peng shouted loudly and confidently, Dong Puang Tuan Lam, I am not dead yet. As expected, his eyes widened fiercely, his eyebrows furrowing intensely. With this aura, Kung Peng was startled and stepped back. Long Tran realized something was wrong and opened his mouth in shock. Uncle Ho, a surge of power suddenly struck Kung Peng, causing him to spit blood. Soon after, Kung Peng's severed hand, helpless, fell to the ground. Meanwhile, Long Tran was stopped by someone else. Let me go. I have to save Uncle Ho. Uncle Ho. His entire body was wrapped tightly by Tuan Lam's tentacles, hanging suspended in midair. They kept tightening their grip on the other arm of the servant, and then a brutal scene unfolded, tearing that arm apart and splattering blood everywhere. Seeing this, Long Chen completely collapsed. Don't. Tuan Lam still smirked triumphantly, truly deep feelings. If that's the case, cut him open for me. Chunks of stone and gravel are thrown into the old brick wall, accompanied by curses and filthy beggars' words. Get out of here. Trash, trash. See if I won't beat you to death. What's with your expression? You unworthy trash, you're not willing to accept it, are you? These cruel people still won't let the boy go. Immediately pulling him up by the head. Looks like I have to make you taste it. A brutal man stabs the boy's cheek with a sharp wooden stick, causing him to cry out in pain. Don't do it. Amid the chaos, Kung Peng with her calm figure slowly steps forward, her aura emanating a fierce intensity. One of the unruly men speaks up. Who are you? How dare you break into my house? Someone, get them. As soon as he finished speaking, he was slapped across the face by the man. Miss Bung sat down cautiously and slowly said, Young master, I am late. From outside the door, the morning light floods in as a group of people wielding swords rushes in chaos. How dare you cause trouble here? Kill him for me. Before the chaos, he only glanced calmly. Then the bloodshed began. The floor was littered with decapitated bodies, limbs, and flowing blood. And all these people were handled by Ku Feng himself. That child is none other than Tran Vu, who, after being patted on the head, looked around with wide eyes. As he gently stroked his head, he softly said, "Young master, no one will dare to bully you anymore." Tran Vu Nyetho responded, "Uncle, will I be as powerful as you when I grow up?" Kung Peng smiled softly. "Of course, young master. You have unlimited potential." He hugs his person happily and says, "You're much more impressive than your uncle. The level of being more impressive than your uncle, you will definitely become a peerless hero." Those scenes flashed through Tran Vu's mind like an old film, tears welling in his eyes. "Enough, really enough. I don't want a second time. First it was Grandpa, then Uncle Ho. This time, I don't want to be the one running away." He glanced over quietly, his eyebrows furrowing deeply, underestimating his opponent. With Tuan Lam's massive wings, he directly struck one wing forcefully at him, causing him to be thrown back and spitting blood on the spot. Those here shouted out when they saw Tran Vu fall, "Tran Vu, young master!" In front of the bewildered witnesses, 3 strangers arrived from nowhere. "Who are you, and what's all this commotion? You think I will easily give up just because you want to help him pass through our door? Tran Vu here will not be defeated." Hearing that, Tuan Lam's back moved slightly. He trembled as he struggled to stand up and said, "I must avenge Uncle Ho and the family." Tran Vu once again unleashes his full power called Breaking Heaven technique and charges to his death. And like before, he is counterattacked by the enemy, falling painfully to the ground in a sprawled position. Tran Vu remains still, while Tuan Lam gives him a rather unfriendly stare. Tran Fong refuses to give up, gritting his teeth as he stands up again, continues to summon his magic, and rushes forward to face him. However, he was counterattacked once again, thrown far away, and falling into free fall. Tran Vu's face was now almost unrecognizable, his eyes wide and vacant, mixed with Tuan Lam's triumphant laughter. "Do you still want to rush forward? Kid, do you know how different you are from me?" Chung Peng here witnessed everything. Even though one arm was severed and bleeding, he was still stunned. Tran Vu. A moment later, Ku Feng's whole body and face suddenly slammed down onto the cold, rocky ground. "Young master, Hidden Dragon is now at the 9 heavens of the abyss." He thought to himself as he slowly closed his eyes. A faint red gem appeared from his chest. It's time to hand him over. A surge of fierce energy burst from Ku Peng's hand as he shouted, "Tran Vu, take this!" When the power suddenly struck the attacking wing, its feathers fell, scattered. Master Ma's eyes widened as he saw this energy source. This is the Spirit Soul Herb, said to grow in extreme cold places, only sprouting once every few hundred years, capable of boosting bloodlines, but those who refine it must control it well or risk death. Tran Vu, struggling to hold on, was bewildered by the Spirit Soul Herb's power before him. "Uncle Ho, this is Kung Peng with blood at the corner of her mouth, smiling gently. Tran Vu, do you remember what Uncle Ho told you? You will definitely become a strong person, and to become strong, you must be cautious. Do you understand?" Tuan Lam stood aside, watching, his brow slightly furrowed in displeasure, saying nothing for now. At that moment, a look of determination appeared in his eyes. "Uncle Ho, watch this." Then Tran Vu slowly grasped the spirit herb seed. At first it was very difficult to hold, but he never gave up. In just a moment, it vanished into Tran Vu's body, who then raised both hands to examine himself, surrounded by continuous arcs of electricity. Tran Vu couldn't hold back and unleashed a wider area of power, shouting loudly, while a nearby woman witnessing everything had tears welling up in her eyes. Young Master Tuan Lam snorted coldly, slowly raising his hand to unleash his energy. "The power of the soul form is not something you can withstand. I will make sure you die clearly." And then he used all his power, with dark wings, to fly and die, as Tuan Lam's hand suddenly grabbed Tran Vu's face, causing his eyes to suddenly open wide. This made him stop in his tracks, a big question mark appearing above his head. Somehow everything became chaotic, and within that space, a fierce explosion of fire erupted upwards. Tuan Lam realized something was wrong and quickly ran away, keeping a safe distance. Could it be? A man watching intently also recognizes what is before him. In front of their eyes is the image of Tran Vu standing among a group of large dragons, each glaring fiercely at each other with growls. And at this moment, he suddenly lets out a triumphant, confident laugh, his expression showing he knows he has the upper hand. Suddenly, faint, familiar voices echoed in Tran Vu's ears. "Young master. The young master has woken up." As he just opened his eyes, the previous focus became clearer. "Tu Diep Xiao Hong." Tu Diep was overjoyed, saying, "That's great. The young master has woken up. We were so scared." Tran Vu struggled to sit up, gently rubbing his head. "My head hurts so much. Where is this?" She seriously explains that we were carried here by the water. At that moment, seeing Thu Diep hesitate and stammer, he frowned. What happened then? That scene quickly came back to him when Tran Vu summoned the most powerful dragons. Dongfuang Tuan Lam, whose strength radiated intensely from him, channeled it through those great dragons, causing them to glow fiercely. Go and die. Tuan Lam could only stare blankly as the magical fangs advanced toward him. 88 heads of the divine dragon. This is bad. Before he could do anything else, 5 dragon heads with magical power shot into him, leaving only Tuan Lam's desperate screams. Tranvu watched everything unfold, unable to hold back a laugh, though tears still streamed from the corner of his eye. Suddenly, something caught his attention, and he glanced over to see a large bird spreading its wings toward him. Tranvu only managed to shout, "It's dangerous!" when a sharp streak suddenly cut through with a dry sound, leaving a bloody gash on his shoulder. Tranvu painfully gasped as Tuan Lam, with his wings floating, casually held the body of Kung Feng. As expected, if you don't focus your mind, the divine dragon will be controlled. Do you want to take my life? You're still too young. Tranvu shouts loudly below, "Release Uncle Ho." He just said he would do as he was told, so he immediately let Kung Peng's person fall into the nearby river. Go die. Zhen Wu didn't hesitate and used his magic to fly over. Uncle He, you jump into the rushing river, trying to catch up with Kung Peng's people. Tuan Lam here gradually disappears, feeling extremely triumphant. As expected, he will definitely save that old man, giving me a chance to escape. And the people below, including Master Ma, hurriedly rushed up. Everyone split up to search, determined to find Brother Ho. Back to reality, sitting by the riverbank, Tranvu seems to have remembered everything. Uncle Hu, I have to go find Uncle Hu. The Diep hurriedly comforted him. Don't worry, young master, you are badly injured, you need to rest. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the nearby bushes, causing him to stop and glance over cautiously. Hey. When Tranvu was about to stand up, a figure approached. Are you all right? It was a small person holding a spear and appearing well-meaning. Are you all right? Thatchhead was carrying a basket on his back, seemingly badly injured. Do you need help? Tranvu shows great suspicion. Who are you? Accordingly, Siege DM is showing a fierce attitude, growling loudly. He purses his lips into a confident smile and says, I am Thach Daovu Sun Village. Old enough to hunt on my own. If you don't mind, I have some food here that can help you, or you can come back to my village with me. Our village is very hospitable. Tranvu held him back, briefly lowered his eyes, and was deep in thought. I'm fine, but it would be great if Thudiep had a place to recover. I wonder how Uncle Hotha and the others are doing. Has the Eastern Rogue's pursuers arrived? Thudeep and I are badly injured. This place isn't safe at all. After a moment of thought, he nodded and made a decision. So, little brother, I'll trouble you. In the vast mountainous space under the blue sky and gentle daylight, Thachdao's voice softly agrees. The scene shifts to someone lighting a torch, illuminating the dark path ahead. The three of them and a beast slowly walk through the pitch-black mountain cave, with the light of the exit ahead. To get to Vusan Village, you have to pass through a cave. A hidden place like this, Vusan Village is not simple. Thachdao stopped in front and slowly announced, We have arrived. Right in front of them is a row of mountain villages with deserted houses. Observing this place, Tranvu feels quite puzzled, wondering why it's so quiet and cold. He moved to a patch of earth and carefully pulled it up. Go on, kids, someone's here. Children? Are you kids? From the hidden box beneath the ground, a group of adorable children appeared, full of joy. Guests are here, guests are here. The children cheerfully gather around the three of them, praising them. Big brother, this older sister is so thin. She really is a child, she really is a child. Welcome to visit, welcome. Thachdao gently stroked the heads of the two children and softly said, Everyone stop joking. Sister is injured, quickly get the food and medicine. Listen to her, be good. Quickly, he picked up the smallest child in his arms and led the two inside, explaining softly, Sorry for scaring you. The adults in the village are out hunting, leaving only the children behind because they're afraid of monster attacks, so we have to hide them underground. I see, so you go hunting? Maybe the people here live in a primitive way, isolated from the world. Thachdao led the two inside to sit in the living room and said, Rest for a while. Tranvu feels grateful, thank you, and here comes a little kid busy with his words. Big brother, big sister, I brought the food here. As Tranvu turned back, he saw a little kid carrying a big bowl of food on his head and was stunned. Thank you. What? Is this child so strong? Tranvu calmly took the large bowl of food and then looked at the kid with a dazed expression. This child has no trace of spiritual energy on him, which is strange. Just then, a voice suddenly echoes, making him startle. Thachdao, you've brought the guest back. Thachdao nodded sincerely in response. Exactly, village chief. Both of them were astonished to hear that. Village chief? In front of them is the head of Vusan village carrying a large rhinoceros on his shoulder, saying it's been a long time since they had visitors. Vuho is very hospitable and says welcome. Welcome, he cannot take his eyes off this strange person, his mind filled with thoughts carrying a 4-tiered demon beast on his back, but they have no aura of spiritual energy. What's going on? Vuho asked, puzzled by the way the other person was staring at him. What are you looking at me like that for? Seeing a guest arrive, I got so happy I forgot to put this down. Come on, you guys quickly carry it away. Tonight we'll cook it for the guests to nourish themselves. The servant immediately responded, Yes, village chief. In this situation, Tranvu couldn't help but think that although the villagers here lack spiritual energy, they are all extremely healthy, seemingly primitive, but with incredible strength. So he stepped forward and introduced himself proactively. Hello, village chief, I am Long Tranvu. We are pursuing severely wounded enemies and just happened to arrive here. We are very grateful for your hospitality. Vu Ho cheerfully slaps his shoulder and says, What are you talking about, Brother Long? We've arrived at the village. Just rest and recover. There's no need to thank me. We have no advantages, only being extremely hospitable. As he spoke, he enthusiastically turned to his villagers. Everyone was able to light a fire tonight. As Vu Ho said, by evening the whole village lit a big fire to roast the rhinoceros they had just hunted. Tranvu sat sipping a steaming hot drink, a look of contemplation in his eyes. I wonder how Uncle Hu is doing now. I must find him. Wow, this wine is really special. After drinking it, I feel warm all over and much healthier. It seems that the villagers who are healthy are probably like this. Seeing him sitting alone, Vu Ho proactively brought over the crispy grilled meat and said warmly, Long, brother, drink a little more. You're too thin. You can't fight our little guy. He chuckled. I will definitely drink to my heart's content. He carefully sat down next to Tranvu. Come on, eat the grilled meat, Tranvu nodded. That's right, Brother Vu. Do you know how to get out of this forest? He frowned, looking genuinely awkward. Leaving here, our Vusun village has always been within the village and has never left. Brother Long, don't be afraid. Just treat this place as your home. Tranvu could only smile awkwardly when he heard that. The next morning, a mid-grade 4-star blue tiger suddenly appeared, growling fiercely. Vu Ho and the villagers in the village all showed caution. This monster is not easy to deal with. If we can't fight it later, Brother Long, you run first and we will handle it. Are you still injured? Tranvu also nodded in agreement. Yes, the speed of the Lam Ho is too fast. It's not easy to deal with. Seeing his scarred arm, he felt a wave of concern. Vu elder brother truly is a generous person. If they knew martial arts, life wouldn't be so difficult. Vu Ho didn't hesitate and shouted loudly as he charged forward recklessly. The demon beast Lam Ho growled loudly, baring its sharp teeth. I don't know why, but as soon as it lunged, an ethereal hand quickly blocked it, leaving him stunned. The bloodied leg of the Lam Ho below trembled uncontrollably. Then it weakly collapsed and lay motionless on the spot. Vu Ho was completely confused about what had just happened. This is when he realized something and turned back. Long, brother. While Vu Ho was carrying Lam Ho's body away, everyone gathered around him in admiration. Wow, that's amazing. How can Brother Long have such a power? Could it be that Brother Long is a god? He scratched his head, smiled, and said, Not really. Outside here, it's just normal martial arts and spiritual energy. Everyone can practice it. Vu Ho looked excited, with a determined expression. So can we learn it too? If everyone knows this move, then hunting won't require any effort. He nodded and said, Of course, I will teach you all. 1 month later, Vu Ho was sitting in meditation, with demonic energy raging fiercely around him. Tranvu chongkientatka, vu dekahoknankwa, huyen kidai vanchuen ondin kwannangui, so kihok song, anatofaon hin hom. Genwu here will be sealed off and you'll need to cultivate to unlock it. I will leave the martial skills for everyone in the village to learn. Vu Ho was so overjoyed that he rushed to hug him tightly. Brother Long, thank you. You are the benefactor of our Vusun village and our friend. Tranvu jumped in surprise. No problem. Brother, you have to leave tomorrow, so we will see you off. Tranvu smiled happily. Yes, thank you everyone. It's thanks to all of you that we recovered so quickly. Then everyone hurried to finish their drinks, the atmosphere filled with laughter and chatter, and after tasting the wine, he had to praise it with admiration. Delicious wine, delicious wine. Vu Ho urges Brother Long to drink until he's drunk today. With this wine, he seems to feel his cultivation constantly increasing. The medicinal power is too strong. This kind of refined wine is very good for muscle strength, and if it were sold outside, it would definitely be worth a fortune. Vu Ho is no exception. After tasting it, he also felt his whole body grow stronger. Look at Da Lafeng. Lafeng looked on with admiration. The village chief is really impressive. Tranvu, seeing this, said, Is this wine brewed by you? The effect is truly miraculous. He scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. Of course, if you want to take the method, just take it. Vu Ho handed him a necklace from around his neck. Tranvu quickly waved his hands, awkwardly saying, I can't accept this. It's too valuable. He chuckled and said, It's okay. After all, you don't understand the writing on it. Seeing how sincere the other party was, Tranvu had no choice but to accept. All right, I accept your good intentions. Under the clear blue sky and scorching sun, on a lush green meadow, a pair of legs are running very fast. It seems you're in a hurry. It's none other than Zhen Wu carrying Thu Diep on his back. This forest is so vast. We've been walking for so long and still haven't arrived. This place definitely isn't the heavenly martial kingdom. It couldn't have a forest this vast. Just then, A 5-tier divine beast fire lizard with wide wings swooped in, causing both of them to tense up at the sound. Young master, just saw it, you must be amazed in your heart. A 5-robber divine beast? This is the celestial realm. Ah. Liet Dieu let out a piercing screech as it spread its sharp claws toward the two. But as it approached, a flash of light shot past swiftly, slashing repeatedly at it and making it scream in pain. He carried Thu Diep on his back and jumped straight onto a nearby tree branch. Hiding behind a large tree, Long Zhenwu couldn't help but feel terrified. What? You haven't even slain a 5th-level divine beast? At least a celestial realm expert. I wonder if that powerful person saw me. You must not act recklessly. At this moment, 2 children, a boy and a girl, approached. Senior brother, does that bird have eggs? Hurry and go check. Tran Vu is standing on the tree observing below. This young man is only at the 4th level of the Huyan Kuang realm. How can he be so strong, while the 2 children below are just watching the carcass of that bird? There's no certainty, I just don't know where its nest is. Doesn't Liu Oan Ni have a companion? What's so arrogant about it? I have to beat her. But using its feathers as a dress must be beautiful. Definitely more beautiful than Liu Oan Ni's. So here's what we'll do. While the 2 of them are busy focusing on that bird, they don't realize the big chaperone has appeared behind them from nowhere. The little boy happily turned to tell them to bring back his body, while the smaller one with the big blanket let out a loud scream and opened his disgusting mouth wide. Just as he arrived, a spell flew in to protect the children and caused the other person to explode. Tran Vu stared in surprise as he suddenly noticed something. Quickly, Hualiet Diu's body was pulled back and neatly contained within a strange-shaped object. This is called a space artifact. And then the 2 brothers walk away hand in hand. So, junior sister, let's go. Leave the headless corpse lying there all over the place. Tran Vu watched as he finally figured out which family the young master belonged to, and his sword's power surpasses that of a talisman sword, capable of continuous use with incredible energy. Then he continued to carry Thu Diep and Zishdiem on his shoulders. This path isn't easy, and there are many powerful people in this world. Tran Vu nodded slightly and looked at the other person. Yes, I understand. 3 days later, in a vast sky filled with clouds, a sudden streak of light like a shooting star flashed across the sky. It was the path of Tran Vu and Thu Diep's flight. Looking down, she was so excited she couldn't hide her joy, finally outside. Wow, this city is so big it must be several times larger than Tianvo City. Where is this? There's no empire this big around Tianwu Kingdom. At this moment, countless beams of light shot up from below to the dazzling gathering point of light above. Tran Vu and Thu Diep had gone a short distance when they were quickly stopped by a group of guards, forcing them to halt. One of them spoke up. You can't fly above Ironblood City, don't you know the rules here? He surveyed the group, surprised to find they were all powerful beings at the Divine Wanderer stage. I'm sorry, I come from the Heavenly Martial Kingdom and am unaware of the rules here. Could you please tell me how to proceed properly? Everyone in that group looked annoyed and displeased. The Kingdom of Tianwu? What is that? I've never heard of it before, wanting to enter the city with just a worthless trifle. Zhen Wu was stunned and exclaimed what only 1 spirit stone was lost just by entering the city. He pursed his lips slightly, a drop of sweat sliding down his cheek. A spirit stone costs 20,000 gold taels. If we have it, we have it. But bullying people too much is too much. That guy threatened him when he saw Tran Vu didn't react. Should I give it or not? Little Guo Tapnum also demanded to come here, maybe even not knowing what a spirit stone is. He was annoyed and hurriedly threw him a worthless trinket. They could enter the city, but he wasn't satisfied and blocked the way. And what about her and this monkey? That makes him grind his teeth in anger. He angrily took out 2 more pills, finished with the items, then left. They took them back and didn't behave, still mocking and laughing. He's a guy I've never even heard of. How could a small country produce a strong man? He's more like a country bumpkin. Tran Vu didn't care and took Thu Diep and Zichdiem away. She was a bit worried, so she turned to look back. Young master, you understand the meaning, so you explain it yourself. Does a big country dare to look down on a small one? Cultivators from smaller countries have to accept unfair treatment to enter the city. It's okay. That's just how this world is. After hearing everything, Thu Diep also felt somewhat reassured and mumbled a few times. When she arrived and passed through the crowded area, she suddenly saw something, pointed excitedly, and said, Young master, look, there's also a Thian Baokach here. Wow, the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion is so grand, even more luxurious than Jialan City. Tran Vu looked over with little surprise. Let's go. Maybe we can get temporary protection. As they approached the gate, the guards quickly drove them away. Go, 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 who's there? Tian Bao is not the kind of person you can just walk in on whenever you want. Tran Vu snorted in frustration and shouted, Do you treat guests like that, Tian Bao? The other person slammed their hand against his chest. Different? Are you guess? Get out, get out, get out, and don't interfere with our business. With such discrimination, Long's hand of Tran Vu clenched tightly and trembled. It seems that everyone from Ironblood City doesn't understand manners like that, but before he could vent his anger, that guy was already beaten up and told to get lost. The grand door quickly opened, revealing a figure slowly stepping out. Our Tianbao doesn't need the unreasonableness of people like you. When facing him, Lianthan becomes polite and considerate. Tranvu, I am Hoa Lianthan, the younger brother of Ta Hoa Vuong. You must be tired from traveling all over. Hurry and go rest, Tranvu nodded upon hearing it. Yes, everyone around witnessed it and wondered why Hoa Lianthan personally invited him. Who exactly is he? I see. So that's how it is. I'm quite worried now that Lord Ho is missing and you all are in danger. Tranvu clenched his fists in fury. East sect thief Dongfang Junlin, I will make you pay with your blood. Lianthan saw the anger in his eyes and patted his shoulder in praise. Brother Long is indeed a handsome young man, full of loyalty and righteousness. Our Tianbao will definitely do our best to support you. Rest here to recover first, and if anything happens, just let us know. Receiving help from him made Tranvu grateful. Thank you, Lord of Fire. That night, the room was still lit. He relied on the candle in front of him to examine the information on the tooth. The characters on the tooth were indeed complicated, but luckily Hoa Chu had a translation dictionary, though it was very difficult and he couldn't understand a thing. Tranvu was so confused that he ruffled his hair. Everything was too difficult, clearly bringing his mood down. Where am I? Who am I? Why am I here? After finishing her shower, Thudiep came out and saw her young master like that, so she worriedly called out to him. Tranvu, tired of his confused mind, threw the dictionary aside and decided to deal with it tomorrow. Then he lay down and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, she woke him up. Young master, time to get up. Woken up, Tranvu slowly awoke. Thudiep, with dark circles under her eyes, handed him the dictionary. I noticed that the young master seemed to have a headache and distress last night, so I translated this myself. Please, take a look. Seeing her like that, he worried that she stayed up all night for him. Unsure how to repay her, Tranvu then embraced Thudiep in his arms. You silly girl, you stayed up all night for me. Holding him in her arms like that, she felt her spirits lift. Young Master Thudiep is expressing her feelings. I'm not tired and don't need rest. Please look, I might not translate perfectly. Tranvu no longer cared about those things and just wanted her to sleep well. Softly, he said, just rest now. You won't be able to do this again. If you're tired, I will feel very sad. Hearing this, Thudiep felt reassured and called out hesitantly. Young Master, it's okay, I'm not tired. Although he spoke those words, she soon closed her eyes and lost consciousness. Seeing her like that, Tranvu pulled the blanket over her and scolded. You really are a fool. After Thudiep fell back asleep, he picked up the dictionary to review the content again. Let me see the Thunderfire body shift. As soon as I finished speaking, a discomfort overwhelmed me, and I spat out a mouthful of blood. Zhenwu didn't expect that just by looking at it briefly, such a situation would occur. I have a high-level body technique, yet just by watching, I almost lost my composure. Fortunately, Thudiep Fiendich translated word by word, his face showing extreme pain. The talisman entering his mind was also suffering, as this body technique required. So then Tranvu went to ask Lianthan Fire Uncle, do we sell Fire-type 5 robber divine beasts here? He listened, thought for a moment, and then quickly confirmed that high-level demon beasts are available, but expensive. Hearing this, his mood sank, and he sighed. As expected, 5th-level demonic beasts as powerful as Celestial Realm experts are very hard to kill. No one knows the price of their blood for cultivating Thunderfire body transformation, so Tranvu hesitated and asked, so how much does it cost? Lianthan also honestly states the best price. Brother Nintin Long, as you know, our heavenly treasures don't make much money, but we can't lose money either, so seeing no room for further bargaining, he had to pay and buy it. The booming voice then caught his attention, and he said, Tao Thao is here. Immediately, a man from the monster clans arrived outside. Does Fire Old Fifth need the divine beast flame fury of the ox? Seeing the item for sale, I quickly arrived and happily accepted. Yes, this brother wants to buy. Zhenwu was startled to see the blood essence spray out and exclaimed, wow, this blood essence is truly terrifying. After obtaining what he needed, Tranvu returned to his room to train. His whole body was engulfed in a fierce flame, causing him to scream in pain. Tranvu is in extreme pain, stretching out his arms to reach the vial of essence blood in front of him. Is too hot. Too hot. He takes a few drops and pours them on the floor. Keep going. Keep going. Is a little pain worth it? The final stitch is done, and a fierce fire ignites within Tranvu's body. Even though he's in pain, he stubbornly continues to refine it. Refine it for me. The intense pain causes Tranvu to collapse. In his unconsciousness, he remembers his family. Uncle Jiago, wait for me. Meanwhile, an old white-haired man received the order. The Celestial Martial Hall wants me to kill him. The person below explained the reason after hearing this. There's nothing I can do. I can't act openly in the Tu Fong Empire. The white-haired old man laughed louder and more mockingly the more he listened. Old fool, you're not certain you can kill him. Being mocked like that makes him furious, but then the white-haired old man looked down and assured him, I won't let you worry, I will help you. The little devil may have pushed you to this point. I also want to meet him. Turning back to Tran Vu, Thu Diep was overjoyed after seeing he had succeeded, saying, "Young master, you did it. You've worked hard for a month." John Yu was also delighted to hear that. That's right, finally successful. The one who succeeded is him, but she's the happiest because she no longer has to hear the young master call out to ghosts and spirits in despair. Chided like that, Tran Vu immediately pinched Thu Diep's cheek and scolded her affectionately. "One victory without a fight. You're quite bold, little sister. Long Tran Vu, get out here." As soon as he saw Tran Vu appear, he immediately asked, "Are you Long Tran Vu?" Seeing you, he immediately looked down on you. What kind of troublemaker can a little cultivator be? Not wanting to waste too much time, he immediately used the 10 Directions combat fist. "I'll make you die quickly." Lien Than, fearing that Tran Vu might not withstand the attack, stepped forward and used the flame fist to stop him. "Your Highness, you should go back quickly." Then he struck a move at him, causing an explosion. Seeing Lien Than dare to step forward to help Tran Vu, he sneered, "Fire Elder wants to replace the Heavenly Treasure sect in opposing the Tufong Empire." Faced with such a difficult question, he still managed to justify himself. "No, coincidentally, Long Tran Vu is one of us from Tianbao Temple. We must protect him." Tran Vu, hearing this, said there's no need, causing Lien Than to call out his name anxiously. He smiled and stepped forward to reassure him. "Uncle Hoa, no need to make things difficult. I will handle it alone and bear the consequences myself. I won't let others get involved." As soon as he finished speaking, Tran Vu rushed quickly towards him, facing him with genuine intent to fight, even though he didn't know what grudges Yu held. "But since you had come, then let's have a fair fight. But if you want to fight, go outside so you don't hurt the townspeople." Hearing these words, he didn't take it seriously and arrogantly attacked. "A duel? You think you're worthy to fight me?" I didn't expect him to vanish so quickly when he attacked, then suddenly appear right behind me, leaving me stunned. What? How could he be so fast? Unable to face him directly, he immediately started threatening the Diep family. "Your movement is quite interesting. Show me your technique and I can guarantee your woman won't die." Seeing that I'm causing trouble for Tran Vu, she quickly spoke up. "Young master, just leave me be." Seeing that he wasn't leaving, he smirked to himself, thinking that this foolish woman must be very important to him. And since he saw her in the city, he decided to take her along. He could attack anyone, but he would not tolerate anyone harming Tran Vu's woman. "You are a noble man, threatening others with a woman, unworthy of being a prince." "You!" Without hesitation, he punched him hard, the sound echoing several meters away. "This blow is because of your despicable and vile actions." His speed sent him flying so fast that he was stunned. Tran Vu then caught Thu Diep and helped her land safely, creating a barrier to protect her. "Stay here and wait for me." Thu Diep obediently replied, "Yes, young master." After everything was secured, Tran Vu focused on him. "Let me handle that guy." He got hit but still managed to stand up right away, unwilling to accept defeat. "You dare hit me?" He immediately used the 10 Directions annihilation technique. Tran Vu also showed no fear as he activated the Great Lacile, pounding the ground to create a tall stone wall. He fearlessly charged forward and shattered the stone with the 10 Directions War Fist. When that stone shattered, he was startled. "What is it? Is this the Kin Sun Seal of the Fire Clan? Who exactly is he?" While lost in thought, Tap 2 suddenly appeared behind him and asked, "What are you standing there for?" The attack was sudden, leaving him unable to respond and only able to defend himself in confusion, noticing a burn mark on his hand. What kind of mysterious fire burns with such spiritual energy? While thinking about that, he was thrown dozens of kilometers away, causing a massive shockwave. At this moment, Tran Vu's whole body radiated with boundless and steady power. If I use all my strength to attack, I might be able to defeat him. After a moment, he turned back with murderous intent. "Boy, you forced me. Even if I die, it's your own fault." After finishing, he immediately used the Kin Thien Tan Vien, a move aimed at Tran Vu that caused him pain, his face covered in wounds, yet he still refused to accept defeat. It turns out he has the Lak Tin Than bloodline of the Kin Thien Tan Vien. This is bad. The level difference is too great. He cannot be defeated. He thought that just a little bit of this would make him give up and sneered, "My divine talent, Kin Thien Than Vien, suppresses everything. Even if you are Sunlone, you will turn to dust. Long Tran Vu, go to hell. But Tran Vu is not someone who easily admits defeat. You underestimate me too much." After finishing, he immediately summoned a dragon that coiled tightly around his opponent's gorilla. Seeing the dragon, his face paled, and it quickly became clear that it was a martial art of the Long family. The dragon, as it tightened around the gorilla, rushed swiftly toward him to attack. Seeing the dragon getting closer, he grew frightened. Oh no, before it even touched him, it gradually disappeared. Tran Vu also lost all his mystic energy from that move. This is bad. The divine dragon just appeared and drained all my energy. While everything was going smoothly, he quickly rushed toward me with the intent to finish me off. "No matter how formidable you are, you're just a tiny ant." Tran Vu drew his sword without hesitation, eyes full of determination. "That's right. I don't know if you're about to be killed by a tiny insect." As he finished speaking, He quickly charged forward and struck with a swift blow before he even had a chance to understand what was happening. What is this again? After that move, Tran Vu landed calmly, while he on this side was panicked to see the bleeding wound. What is this? I declare clearly while looking at the sword in my hand, I am no longer myself, and no one is allowed to take away what is important to me. As soon as he finished speaking, he was burned by the flames, causing him immense pain and making him scream and beg for help. Save me. After dealing with him, Tran Vu's body finally weakened and grew exhausted. Making Thudiep worried, he hurried over to ask, "Young master, not wanting to worry you. I told her I was fine. I am okay. Go check if he has anything good on him." Hearing the order, Thudiep also immediately agreed. Yes, got it. Zhenwu recalled the recent battle and couldn't help feeling uneasy. That fight was truly dangerous. If it weren't for the divine dragon, his kin Thayen Than Vian would have taken my life. After giving the order to search for a while, she only found one ring. He took the ring and felt the object inside. The space inside the ring was so large it was filled with pills. We have enough medicinal pills to use now. This is great. No one in the entire heavenly martial continent knows how to refine pills. This is perfect. So Tran Vu put the ring on Thudiep's ring finger, making her look stunned as if she was being proposed. Huh? Then shyly waves her hand to refuse. No, young master, this is nothing. Seeing Thudiep's expression, he also couldn't help but sigh in helplessness. You really are a fool. Then Zhenwu gently ruffled her hair and assured her, you must not leave me in the future, and you must not put yourself in danger. You are important to me. I will protect you. Hearing that I am important to him, Thudiep feels touched, young master. Suddenly, a discomforting sensation came over Tran Vu, causing his coughs to continue non-stop, making her worry endlessly. Young master, what's wrong? At the same time, Li Yancheng also brought people rushing over to check the situation. Are you all right, Brother Long? I was startled when I saw that Yuan Kong had been killed. I also brought someone to help, but who would have thought he would kill Zhan Yuan Kong alone? Could he really be a member of the Long family? Tran Vu looked weak and pitiful and was very grateful to Lian Than. Please treat my wounds, City Lord. Seeing your worried look, I can't help but feel anxious. Brother Long just fought with profound energy and overexerted himself, but the one who cares more about Tran Vu is Thudiep. How can she help the young master recover? Lian Than straightforwardly pointed out that Thien Baokach possesses divine treasures, and the fastest way to recover is through the 8 medicines. When that treatment method was mentioned, the two of them shyly entered the medicinal bath together, with Thudiep feeling embarrassed to be bathing naked with him. Young master, this is the first time I've helped you bathe. Bathe, ah. Regaining composure, she then suggested, young master, let me help you wipe. Tran Vu also didn't hesitate and quickly agreed. As she was wiping, Thudiep suddenly was pulled back, startling her. Ah, young master. Stupid girl, I gave you the ring, and you still call me young master. So, under the subtle and confusing words, she hesitantly called out, Tran Vu. Hearing her full name spoken from that small mouth, he was very pleased and reached out to hold her face, giving her a kiss. That's more like it, because that kiss was so overwhelming that Thudiep let out a soft moan. 3 days had quickly passed, and when they went up the mountain, she only pointed in one direction. Young master, Zhao Hong said there's something really good across the way. Seeing how difficult the path is, Zhenwu hesitated a bit, but with such a vast canyon, we can't cross. But Thudiep insisted that Xiao Hong said there was a way. Both of them wanted to leave quickly to avoid implicating Li Yancheng. After killing Zhen Yuan, we dare not stay in the Zhaofeng Empire anymore. To avoid implicating the Fire Master, we must leave quickly. Really? Immediately after, the monkeys, seeming to sense something, held each other's hands and crossed the wide river through the gap. Tran Vu also understood and carried Thudiep on his back as they crossed. Our little Red is still the great mountain king. When she got to the other side, she saw the big tree in front of her and immediately exclaimed, "Wow, what a big tree!" Little Hong suddenly pointed to a hole in the tree with some substance and made a chattering sound. Looking at what is flowing out from that tree, Tran Vu suspects, is this a baby spirit seed? No. This is not an ordinary baby spirit seed. It contains gentle spiritual energy. He also didn't hesitate and took a sip. Gulp. Immediately, the wounds on Tran Vu's body were healed. It turned out to be a medicinal treasure for healing. This baby dragon has accumulated spiritual herbs for hundreds of thousands of years, and drinking it makes the body feel incredibly warm. Thudiep, who is nearby, witnesses its effects and praises it non-stop. Wow, that's impressive. Little Hong feels proud when praised and chirps happily. I want to do something else, so can I borrow your symbol ring for a moment? Thudiep quickly agreed to give it. All right, fine. Tran Vu surprisingly shows no mercy as he takes the entire tree into his space. Tu Hong tells her younger brother, I will take this. Young master, you're taking other people's belongings again. Xiao Hong, who was trying to help Tran Vu by showing him the items, was furious when they were completely stolen and scolded, Chi. But she didn't expect him to be so good at handling relationships and to use something of equal value as a reward. Don't worry, I won't let you suffer losses. If you pour the spirit dew into the lake for 10,000 years, in a few months you'll have the chance to evolve into a demon beast. Seeing Xiao Hong's attitude, Zhenwu couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha, no need to be polite. By nightfall, at a city surrounded by bloodwolves, the Bloodwolf King has arrived to attack. Everyone prepare for battle. Those bloodwolves, filled with deathly aura, encircle the city walls, forcing the guards to fight back. Bloodwolf King, you want to die. As the guard thrusts his spear toward the bloodwolf, its eyes seem to glow with a powerful aura. The bloodwolf immediately howls, and the wooden spear shatters instantly, leaving the guard stunned and unable to believe that my spiritual weapon is so formidable. Because of the defeat, the bloodwolf managed to storm into the city, causing everyone to panic. It's bad. I didn't expect that before even attacking. It was blocked by the Great La Seal, making it fall below in a cautious state. At this moment, Tranvu and Thu Diep appear in the air with a disdainful attitude. Just a mid-tier 4-star beast dared to act arrogantly here. Huyet Lang roared in anger at the mockery, but he was not afraid and stepped forward confidently. Today, meeting me is your misfortune. I will eliminate you before I leave. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately charged at Tranvu. Roaring, he didn't care at all, snorted, then waved his hand and subdued the bloodwolf, overestimating himself. Seeing this, the others no longer dared to attack and could only stand in a corner howling. Now, the Bloodwolf King, frightened by Tranvu, trembles and howls with his companions. Hoo, seeing that it still won't leave, I won't hold back anymore. It's the first time I've seen a beast not afraid of death like you. What do you think you're doing? As he finished speaking, he saw it rush at him again. But Tranvu used the heavenly capital fire to burn it down. Seeing that all the bloodwolves have been dealt with, the guard immediately jumps down from the city wall and bows to thank you for your rescue. Thank you, Knight, for saving us. Otherwise, we are all in danger. I am Tran Lam Fong, the clan leader here, and I do not know the name of the hero. When asked about my identity, I did not hide it and said I am Long Tran Vu, passing through this place. The monsters slaughtering humans cannot be ignored. Does this giant wolf often come here? When Tran Fong was asked about the situation of these blood wolves, he said it took 2 or 3 wins and we fought very hard. Tran Vu immediately sensed something was wrong and wondered why. Usually monsters do not attack places with humans actively, and he does not fully understand what is really happening, only helplessly sighs. The two of them find it hard to speak, as the young master is not a local, and this is a border area between the Tiu Fong Empire and the Bakvan Empire, a zone neither country controls. So that's how it is. Then suddenly I remembered someone I needed to ask about. That's right, may I ask the clan leader, have you recently met a young man named Ho Kung Fung? If you have urgent matters to attend to, we won't keep you any longer. From now on, if the young master needs anything, just let me know. Tran Vu accepted upon hearing those words. All right, see you later. Then she and Thu Diep flew away. After flying for a while, he suddenly stopped, confusing her. Young master, why did you stop? Suddenly, Tran Vu knelt down coughing uncontrollably, causing Thu Diep to worry. What's wrong, young master? My meridians weren't fully open. I acted too hastily earlier. Now my internal energy is in chaos, but I've endured until now. She listened and couldn't understand. Why didn't you stay in the village to rest just now? When asked, Tran Vu explained, I worry that even if I save them, if they find out I am injured, it might cause trouble. The most unpredictable thing is people's hearts. Repaying kindness with hatred can happen in the blink of an eye. But as he said this, he suddenly remembered something. No, that's not right, which even Thu Diep found hard to understand. What's wrong? You seem to have guessed something strange. I think this is not simple. After the Bloodwolf Prince learns my true strength, he should have run away. But why? Come back here. Lin Feng throws open the door of a room and asks how long until it's done. Tran Vu also guessed, his reaction like someone whose loved one has been taken away. Hearing that, the other immediately said it would be soon. He watched each drop of blood fall and couldn't help but feel excited and eager. Luckily, that long guy stepped in, or things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. It really is divine intervention. I finally have bloodline now. Tran Vu's body isn't in good shape, but he refuses to let bad things happen. No, I have to go back and check. Seeing his condition like that, Thu Diep quickly stopped her. But the young master is still too weak. He needs to rest first. Another wave of pain hits. Ugh. Then a series of dry coughs echoed nonstop. Cough, cough, cough. Thu Diep was extremely worried about his health. Young master, are you okay? But Tran Vu kept coughing and kept asking for help. Cough, cough, all right, Thu Diep, help me focus on healing first. She quickly agreed. All right, it's already the next day so quickly. Tran Vu, Mang Thu Diep, and Zhao Hong returned to the city to check again. And just after seeing the scene below, she couldn't understand how it could be like this after only 1 day. Unexpectedly, everyone in the city had been completely harmed. Uncertain about what was happening, he decided to go look for the survivors and see if anyone else was still alive. The two then stumbled into a room and looked around in confusion. this is the Imperial Palace. Seeing the Blood Wolf dead in front of him, Tran Vu finally understood. The offspring of the Blood Wolf. I know why that Blood Wolf King was willing to risk his life. He only attacked to get his child back. We can't tell who was right or wrong in killing it. Knowing you're blaming yourself, Thudiep quickly comforted him. Young master, it's not your fault. You're truly frightening. Tran Vu also didn't expect that people's hearts could be so treacherous. He never thought humans could be more terrifying than monsters. She agrees with that too. That's right. They were talking to each other without noticing their surroundings when Lin Fong appeared out of nowhere, intending to attack him. That long, don't act so noble. Then the house immediately exploded, but luckily Zhenwu managed to quickly embrace Thu Diep and dodge. It's you, Tran Lam Fong. He saw you turn back and questioned, why did you come back after leaving? Is it better to pretend you don't know? The more I hear, the more I can't help but curse you. I never thought you would be such a heartless person, harming the Blood Wolf cub for your own desires and putting everyone in the clan in danger. Actually, I am very curious. Why did you kill everyone in the clan? Thinking that Tran Vu would eventually die at your hands, Lam Fong said. I already have the blood of the wolf beast, so what do I need them for? They are just stepping stones on my path to seize my power. Hearing such cruel methods made his heart fill with rage. Humph, you're truly despicable. Today, I will act on behalf of heaven. The deep stay back. Thudiep obediently pulled Xiaohong away, but Lam Fong, now the only one left, sneered and said, what right do you have to act as heaven's envoy for those longs? You are truly strong. But then he poured blood into his mouth and licked his lips excitedly. Do you think you can defeat me? Seeing this scene, his face immediately darkened. Lam Fong has drunk blood and his strength rapidly increased. I will show you what true strength really is. Ha ha. How about that? You were scared by my stance, weren't you? Tran Vu looked at the transformation and merely sighed in awe. Oh, the power of Bloodline. Before he could do anything, he had already charged forward. That long, go to hell, roar. To avoid that attack, Tran Vu quickly used the needle and poison, but was pierced by Lam Fong's hand, leaving him stunned and in disbelief. How could this be? After grabbing it, he shouted, go to hell! A strike immediately followed, but luckily Tran Vu managed to dodge in time. Phew, that was close. That's not Bloodline. Since the fight with Hien Vian Kong, my meridians haven't recovered, and I can't use Dragon God power. It seems a bit difficult. Seeing you escape that attack, Lam Fong still refuses to give up and says, where do you think you can run? With that, he roars and charges again, but Tran Vu also quickly draws his sword and fights Lam Fong one-on-one. The continuous clashes kept ringing out. In the end, he slashed down, but Tran Vu dodged just in time, unexpectedly causing the attack to head straight for Thudiep below, distracting Tran Vu and making him shout, get out of the way quickly. While he's distracted, he tries to sneak attack you. Focus on yourself first. An immediate attack exploded, and after the dust settled, only a few sword strikes could be seen cutting into Lam Fong. Then, a condescending voice rang out, you are long, Tran Vu, but you're so weak, not even a wolf would be afraid of you. Are you sure you're looking for the right person? This useless guy doesn't qualify to enter our academy? Dio Quang saw Van Fi's suspicion and immediately assured him that he was not mistaken. Seeing those two appear here left him stunned. Who are you? She introduced herself after hearing the question. We are from the Emperor Warrior Academy here to pick you up. Tran Vu, hearing about the Imperial Martial Academy, also descended out of curiosity. Do I know you from the Imperial Martial Academy? Van Fi, upon hearing that question, immediately looked down on them. Your heavenly martial kingdom has never heard of our academy, which is quite normal since you are all so poor. Let me tell you, it was Master Ho Kung Pung who introduced you to our teachers at our academy for training. When hearing about Uncle Ho, he was shaken and quickly wanted to know how he was doing. Do you know Uncle Ho? Where is he now? Is he doing well? You're so annoying, asking 3 questions in a row all at once. Dio Quang also didn't want to talk much with Tran Vu and took out the piece of paper. This is what he told us to give to you. You read it yourself. As soon as I opened the piece of paper and read what was written on it, Zhenwu, I am doing well and currently resting in a quiet place. Thinking that you now need a master to guide you in improving your strength, I am recommending you to study at the Emperor Martial Academy, hoping you seize this opportunity. Once I recover from my injury, I will come find you. No need to remember. After reading the letter, I feel a bit more at ease. Ho, uncle. Young master, are you all right? They are happy to hear that Tran Vu is safe. Then he looks down at her and says, Thudiep, I'm fine. Now let's go. We are going to study together. The next day, both of them were taken to the academy and couldn't help but feel suspicious. Do you call this an academy? I didn't expect this academy to be so grand that it dazzles people. Tran Vu, seeing it for the first time, couldn't help but marvel, saying, you guys are so rich, which even Thudiep couldn't help but be surprised by. O Van Phi, noticing the awkwardness on his face, sarcastically said, you all are from far away and this is your first time here, so your reactions are quite normal. Tran Vu felt uncomfortable being spoken to like that, but you cut him off and urged him to hurry. Let's go register for the test first. Hearing that there will be an exam, Thudiep is unhappy and steps forward to argue. What's there to test? My young master is so strong, he must have passed easily. Little girl, you look down on us too much. In the 300 years of the Tianwu Kingdom, only one person has ever passed the test, and you know who that is. Tran Vu was so surprised by this news that he was speechless. Only one person in 300 years. Who is it? Van Fei quickly revealed that Dongfang Junlin's talent is too average, not ranked, and there's nothing more to say, so he urged both of them to hurry up. Although I don't think you have the ability to enter our academy, the two of you can only watch from behind now. You are led to a building where the entrance exam begins. At this moment, the two above looked down with some confusion. Long Tran Vu, why haven't I heard before that the Long family has someone like you? Tran Hao, upon hearing this, immediately darkened his face and denied it, saying it's not that the Long family doesn't have Long Tran Vu. The dean immediately set the test for Tran Vu, which was to hunt down 10 low-grade demonic beasts of level 5 or higher and take their hearts within 1 day. Upon hearing this, he felt it was too easy. Just 1 day, 10 level 5 beasts was too simple. Seeing Tran Vu's arrogant attitude, he immediately spoke to urge him to be more modest. Young man, don't be so arrogant. Once the 10,000 Beast Mountain appears, hundreds of thousands of monsters emerge, and killing them is not easy. After finishing, the dean throws down a teleportation talisman. Here, take this. When Tran Vu reached out to take it, he immediately explained its function. This is a teleportation talisman. If you encounter danger that you cannot control, input spiritual energy into this talisman, and use will be brought back here. He understood when he heard this. Got it. Seeing that Tran Vu was ready, the director immediately snapped his fingers. Good luck, kid. A door quickly appeared in front of him. As soon as Tran Vu saw the pattern on it, he immediately recognized it as a void paralysis and a powerful illusionary scene. Before he could take the initiative to enter, the door was pulled in and then dropped down. Lam Tran Vu slammed his head to the ground, almost causing a concussion. Then he sat up with a bump on his head, furious. Annoying. Is this old man doing it on purpose? Before I could get a clear view, a giant snake appeared in front of me. It opened its mouth to attack Tran Vu, but he quickly struck it down. With a hint of regret, it was only a mid-tier 4-star demon snake. Too bad it hadn't reached 5-star level. Then Tran Vu soared high to get a better view. The tall mountains and deep forests stretched to the horizon. Maybe this is the 10,000 Beast Mountain. Just hearing the name makes it clear they are all demon beasts. We need to move quickly. But 5-star demon beasts are not easy to find. If not, the Tianwu Kingdom only has one person passing through every 300 years. As I was searching, a growl from a gorilla echoed behind me. Growl. Seeing the low-grade 5th-tier beast come to him voluntarily, Tran Vu couldn't help but smile and say, You low-grade 5th-tier ferocious black orb, you came it yourself. But very quickly, in just one move, he defeated it. After killing that low-grade 5th-rank demon beast, Tran Vu took out his space ring to store it, then stood beside it, thinking to himself, Killing a 5th-rank low-grade demon beast is very easy, as long as it doesn't call its pack. I will kill it. As he was about to speak, loud noises behind him drew his attention. Looking back, he saw a group of low-grade 5th-rank monsters glaring at him with hungry eyes. It really made Tran Vu terrified and sweat all over. Oh my god, why are you playing with me like this? Help me, Gao shouted fiercely, then he immediately ran away. After running for a while, the sky gradually darkened. Phew. Tran Vu had already killed all the low-grade 5th-tier monsters on his way, but now he looked down at the 3 low-grade 5th-tier monsters in his hand and felt helpless. These 4-tier low-grade demon beasts are only 3 in number. If these 4-tier demons hunt in packs, not to mention the spirit travel realm, even the heaven and human realms could be overwhelmed. I almost died here just now. Just as he was feeling regretful, something attacked from behind. Luckily, Tran Vu managed to notice in time. He quickly dodged. Seeing the snake's venom being corrosive made everything even more difficult for him. Its blood is corrosive and deadly. Unable to endure it anymore, Tran Vu quickly uses lightning fire to strike down the snake's head. Wow, I didn't expect his sword to break in half, and I can't help but feel annoyed. As expected, relying on spiritual energy can't deal with a mid-tier 5 robbery demon beast, and when Tran Vu wasn't paying attention, the snake struck him from behind the tail, smashing him into a tree trunk, making Tran Vu furious. Don't be arrogant. Watch me cut off your head. While focused on the snake, he suddenly sensed something and realized it was the light pillar ahead that Tran Vu understood, an opportunity to seize heaven and earth's creation, indicating a powerful beast evolution, likely a top-tier 5th-level demon transforming into a 6th level, which would cause a huge upheaval and greatly boost his strength if successful. It's already this big and I've never seen a level 6 demon beast before. I want to see how it completely suppresses my strength, or I might die, so I better stay back a bit. Someone else also saw that pillar of light, a level 6 demon beast. Its flesh and blood are treasures. Bringing it back for wine would definitely be amazing. I didn't expect our walk outside to turn into a treasure hunt. Bakchi, knowing Hakduang's thoughts, warned him not to smile mischievously, saying I was missing a mount, so don't steal mine. Ignoring the chaos unfolding, Tranvu continued collecting the 9th low-grade fruit. Only after finishing it did he look up at the scene ahead, where some expert was fighting a monster. It's been 3 hours of battle. Luckily, their fight didn't affect me, and the last remaining core is easy to find here among the lone monsters. After walking for a while, I found it, which really made Tranvuni feel like he hit the jackpot. Great, the low-grade 5th-tier demon beast White Jade Ghost Spider is you. Without hesitation, he charged to attack it. While fighting, suddenly a beam of light appeared behind, and in front was a low-grade 5th-tier attack. It's dangerous and unavoidable, so Tranvu uses Kim Trung Chao, causing a powerful shockwave where he stands. Fortunately, Tranvu was protected safely by Kim Trung Chao, demonstrating such incredible strength that it flattened the surface. When everything settled, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Phew, that was too close, and I didn't expect to be attacked in the face by something red, causing Tranvu pain. Oh man, hold that thing down so I can take a look. What is this? Suddenly shouting out of curiosity. Aha! Lam Chan Vu was surprised to find he could speak human language. At the same time, the 2 old men appeared, intending to kill him and steal what he was holding. Little devil, don't even think about stealing it. If you don't get involved in the fight, just take out the talisman and scatter the bullets. When that light shines, Tranvu will also disappear. Lam Hakduang is so angry and annoyed that he lost everything. We fought hard to seriously injure that demon beast, but he still stole it. Bakchi no longer cares and lets it go. Just forget it. It's obvious he's a student here taking the exam. Just take it back to the academy. The Imperial Martial Academy, founded by Huang Wuju 1,000 years ago, is located near the Western Water region, and its students are all outstanding talents, essentially gathering the best geniuses of Western Water. The dean, after seeing the part Tranvu brought, also failed the test and only obtained 9 hearts, not passing the assessment. You must leave the Imperial Martial Academy immediately and are not allowed to stay any longer. You hear those words and can't help feeling angry inside. Damn those 2 old men. Their last hearts have been taken. Before leaving, Tranvu wanted to know where Ho Kung Feng was. Wait a moment, I can leave, but you have to tell me where Ho Thuk Thuk is. The leader just heard that question and didn't know. Ho Kung Feng, I don't know where he is. The more he listened, the more confused he became, and he questioned, how did Uncle Hugh introduce me back then? He immediately replied after hearing that I received a letter to help him as a repayment for the kindness from 200 years ago. But that's all. Although I want you to stay, rules are rules, and I cannot break them. Tranvu at this moment couldn't believe it. You say you knew Uncle Ho 200 years ago? Isn't Uncle Ho from this era? This matter, the headmaster also doesn't want to say much and simply tells you to leave. You may go now. Tranvu wanted to say something else, but unexpectedly was blocked by the 2 people. After a moment, Hak Duong brought in some lower-grade 5th-tier items and blamed himself. Director, this is our fault, 2 old men. Just now at Wanwu Mountain 2, we accidentally disturbed him while he was killing monsters and caused him to lose this heart. Seeing those 2 elders appear here startled Tranvu. It's them. Director, I don't know him at all, so how can I be covering for him? After a moment of silence, he asked Tranvu, Long Tranvu, is it true what the 2 elders said? Did you drop the heart? The dark path suddenly appeared behind him and warned, if you want to live, quickly reveal the close encounter, causing Tranvu to shudder and stammer, affirming that he dropped it. After hearing both sides confirm, the director immediately allowed Long Tranvu to enroll. Yes, student Long Tranvu has collected enough 10 hearts to pass the entrance exam, miss. Congratulations, you have been accepted by the academy and assigned to the Black Abyss instructor class. Someone will take you to your accommodation soon. When no one else was around, the 2 old men turned to Tranvu and greeted him, Kid, we meet again. The pressure from them made his whole body tremble with fear. What do you want to do? Hak Duong doesn't want to fight, just wants to get the item back. Kid, hand over the item, we won't hurt you. What are you talking about? You're just pretending to be innocent, but you caused the monster to attack people. Then the old man snapped his fingers, tightening the ropes and causing Tranvu to suffer. Ha 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 ha, it hurts. Then she cried and recounted what happened back then. A demon beast? Which demon beast? At that moment, something red and glowing touched me, causing my nose to bleed. Suddenly, you all attacked me, and I panicked and threw it away. Hak Duong still couldn't quite believe it. You threw it away? Are you telling the truth? I put on a pitiful crying face to confirm. With such powerful people, I wouldn't dare to lie. At that moment, I just thought about running away. I didn't care about that anymore. Bakchi also agreed. That made sense. This young man doesn't dare to deceive us, so we'll go back and look for him. We don't want to waste more effort searching for him. Forget it. He's already run away. There's no point in chasing him, and besides, beating him up like that has already served its purpose, the old man said, and turned to see if he could get anything in return. However, kid, if you want us to let you go, you have to give us something in return. All right. Eris Hay's eyes narrowed as he demanded, I smell alcohol on you and you're also top-quality Tran Nuong. Give me a jar, that's not too much to ask, right? Even Baichi beside me is very interested. I can't wait anymore. If he gets robbed almost to death like that, I will be extremely unhappy. These two old men are annoying, my servant girl. Those two immediately gather together after receiving the items. Sweetheart, let's go make some snacks. The dog meat restaurant at the alley entrance is fine. After being accepted into the academy, Yunfei immediately showed the two of them their place. This is where you'll stay. If you have any problems in the future, you can come to me. Thu Diep couldn't help but feel happy when she saw the place. Wow, your academy treats you really well. You hear the compliment and feel proud. Of course, since most of them are children of noble families, their accommodations should be a bit more luxurious. Seeing Tranvu join, Vanfi's attitude changed. Brother Long, I didn't think you could get in here before, so I said some things that weren't right. Please don't take it to heart. I don't care about what happened before, it's okay. From now on, I will rely more on the senior student. Suddenly, he felt a bit of sympathy for him, but I still feel compassion for you. After being assigned to Haknus Laosu's class, Tranvu couldn't understand what he heard. What's wrong? What's going on with the Black Abyss teacher? Vanfi also didn't know what to say, so he responded ambiguously. Ah, you'll find out then. The sky quickly darkened, so Vanfi also left. You all rest now, I have something to attend to. Tranvu immediately replied, all right. As soon as she entered the room, he ordered Thu Diep to lock the door tightly, and she obediently followed his instructions. Yes, young master. Then Tranvu took out a clear jar, leaving Thu Diep puzzled. What is that? A Mau insect is released from inside the jar. It is inconsiderate and keeps shouting angrily. Cough, 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 you're going to suffocate me. This human's bottle is so poorly ventilated. She was surprised to see Mau Trung speak for the first time. Mau Trung, who can talk, was lying on the table coughing repeatedly, and when called Mau Trung, it got angry and scolded, Respect me a little. I am a level 6 demon beast. Tranvu, upon hearing its rank, couldn't help but be surprised. A level 6 demon beast, forget it. You failed to advance, and you were also beaten badly by 2 old men. Your strength has regressed, which is more accurate. As he spoke, he grabbed its head, causing it pain and making it struggle. It hurts too much, kid. Stop now, or you'll bring disaster upon yourself. Faced with such threats, Tranvu put on a mocking smile and said, If they find out you abuse me, they will tear you apart. Without a second thought, he suddenly slammed his hand down, acting on impulse, causing it to scream in pain. It hurts so much. Tranvu, wanting to end the matter quickly, threatens. If you don't want to be beaten, just say so. Who exactly are you? But it shamelessly acts superior anyway. My great family is a mineral spirit beast. Once I grow up and leave the mountains and seas to break through the heavens and establish a palace, it's just a matter of lifting my hand. Before I could finish speaking, Tranvu angrily struck down hard, causing it to scream in pain. It hurts. I have no more patience left, and I warn you clearly. You think I will believe your boastful words? Being called a liar, it screams loudly. I'm telling the truth. I am a demonic beast mineral core. Once I mature, this continent will be turned upside down by me, and even a heaven-defying expert will have to serve me. And after 3 times, Zhenwu used his power to try to kill it. Go die. Seeing what he's using made it astonished. Wow, Heavenly Emperor Fire, this is very rare. Seeing that it knows this, Tranvu didn't expect you to know about it. But what surprised me even more was that it could eat the Celestial Emperor Fire, forcing Tranvu to reconsider it. If it dares to eat the Celestial Emperor Fire, which can burn everything, what is its true origin? After finishing, its eyes lit up, and it still wanted to eat more. Or rather, I want to eat more. While the 3 of them weren't paying attention, the Black Abyss appeared out of nowhere and asked, Are you Long Tranvu? When asked like that, he stammered and confirmed, I am. You are. Tranvu suddenly startled. Oh, when I was pulled away forcefully by the old man, I was Haknuch going to class. Thu Diep saw him being dragged away and hurriedly ran after the young master. But in the rush, Tranvu only managed to leave a warning. Watch out for Mau Trung. What is going on here? Mau Trung still hasn't understood what's happening. The scream echoed all the way to the sky, making the 2 people here realize it was time. Hakvu quickly brought Tranvu to the scene, where Kim Fong and Du Han greeted him. Hello, master. You didn't hesitate and gave the order. Same old rules, let's try. Immediately, both of them answered in unison, yes. Then, before making a move, Du Han spoke. Brother, I apologize for the trouble. Is Tranvu still clueless about what's happening? Then a strike lands and Haknuch praises him. Not bad. Although you only sustained superficial injuries, your physical potential is quite good, but you're still far from meeting my requirements. You must remember this point. Hearing the guidance, he replied, Yes, master. Inside, I was judging him. He already started showing off right from the beginning. This master is not simple. When Tranvu opened his mouth, the Black Abyss Hole immediately declared, From now on, you will begin your body tempering training. Hearing this, he couldn't help but be confused. How exactly does one train? The old man's serious face spoke cold-hearted words. Keep fighting and cutting so your body keeps getting hurt and healing, and bathing in medicine will make you stronger. The more Tran Vu listened, the more he understood what Van Phi had said earlier. Now I understand why Duco Van Phi said I am very pitiful. I finally have to listen and wonder, Teacher, but are there only 3 students in our class? Hoxnuch turned away to indicate that 2 others are also on the training journey. 1 died during the training, including you. There are 6 in total. Only after the master left did Jianfeng introduce himself. I am Wang Jianfeng, 17 years old, Divine Travel Realm 9th Layer. Please advise in the future. Then there is Du Hun. I am Gu Du Hun. 18 years old, Divine Travel Realm 9th Layer. I just offended you earlier. Please don't take it to heart. Tran Vu also didn't mind what happened earlier and clasped his hands together. Long Tran Vu, Divine Traveler. Realm 7th Layer, 16 years old, hopes to learn more from the senior brothers in the future. All right, we've finished the introductions. Let's set out. Seeing the old man want to send me here for training, Tran Vu was amazed that the Void of Chaos and the Black Abyss Master are indeed powerful beings from the Void Realm. When he stepped in, he was confused and asked, "Where is this place?" The Black Abyss did not hesitate and answered Hell. Unexpectedly, the gusts passing through the Void Cave caused Tran Vu's people to bleed. Each pass created new cuts, making him panic. Knowing that Tran Vu didn't understand anything, Du Han patiently explained. This is Quang Fong Cave. The wind blowing from the opposite side becomes sharper like a sword as it passes through the suppression of the sword peak, and the closer it gets to the main peak, the greater its power. Suddenly, Black Abyss took out something that glowed in his hand and dropped it, igniting a flame as a warning. If you can't endure it, go into the medicine peak and come out after recovery. After finishing, the old man moved toward the source of the winds and sat down, leaving Tran Vu confused. What is the master doing? Knowing you don't understand, Kim Fong hurriedly explained, You just arrived, the master held back half of the gale for you, so you won't lose your life. Hearing this, Tran Vu was a bit surprised. Really? Fearing that Tran Vu might not understand Hakngut's kindness, he explained. The master doesn't usually show affection, but after a long contact, you realize he's not as cold as the rumors say. Tran Vu, holding back the gusts, never expected that even the cold-faced Hakngut's master could be so warm. At this moment, he wondered about something else. Where is this? The 2 of them no longer had the mood to explain, and slowly moved forward without forgetting to remind each other that we must keep moving ahead. Stay here and don't move. If you go forward, you'll lose your life. Tran Vu used to be proud of his current body, but now it's been shattered. How disgusting. The flesh body I was proud of is so weak, just a cup of tea and I can't take it anymore. No, I can't be weak. I have to become stronger quickly. Keep trying, keep trying, keep trying. And after a moment, he entered the furnace with a look of fear. It's too dangerous. If I had been a little later, I would have died, and this furnace really works well. I wonder when I will be able to cultivate a strong body like theirs. After a while, the 2 others also entered the furnace, and Tran Vu started a conversation. What a coincidence. Are you also here to take a bath? Hearing that, the 2 of them forced an awkward smile. Don't worry, this Lu Din is even too small when there are many people. After recovering, he continued to endure and move forward with great determination. Grandfather, rest assured, Ton Ni will become strong and then avenge you. As for Thudiep, she has been waiting all night with the food table for Tran Vu and hasn't seen him return. Why hasn't the young master returned yet? It's already midnight. Nothing's wrong, right? Mao Mao Chong was so hungry when he saw the pile of food in front of him. Maybe we should eat first. I can't wait any longer. I'm starving, but I won't let her eat until Tran Vu comes back. Wait for it for me. The young master isn't home. No one is allowed to eat. When she returned, Thudiep saw him collapsed in front of the house and was panic-stricken. Young master, are you okay? Are you all right? As she hurried out, she heard Tran Vu say, I want to eat meat. Thudiep smiled happily and said, Don't worry, I'll make sure you're full. By the next morning, after a full night's sleep, Tran Vu had to go to class. Unexpectedly, the academy had a rule prohibiting students from flying in the main area. With such a big academy, how much time does it take to go to class each day? Passing by, he saw Haitong staring at the legs of some beautiful girls. Nice legs. Seeing that old Zhen Wu has recognized him, the old man, still drunk, hasn't noticed him yet and keeps staring at the legs. I don't want any trouble with the old man, so I want to slip away quickly. Let's go. But Hak Duong's keen nose, like that of a dog, detected the smell of alcohol that lingered and was unforgettable, so he turned to shout loudly, Hey kid, don't go so fast. Didn't we agree to go steal No Tuyet Tin's underwear together? Suddenly being flirted with like this, Tran Vu was startled, avoiding eye contact, but he could also feel a series of gazes on him. I feel like these people's gazes are going to kill me. I can't take it anymore. So Tran Vu shouted loudly, Old man, don't hurt me. Harrison Go Tuyet Tin is stunningly beautiful. It's hard to avoid her, I understand. The more he listened, the more annoyed he became. What exactly does he want to do? So Hak Duong made a deal. 1 bottle of Haonitu and I'll leave immediately. Zhenwu still wanted to curse, but thinking he might lose face, he took it out and said, "Here, take this and explain it to me quickly." Hakduang was excited when he received the Haonitu. "Haonitu? Child of the Marquis, I've been waiting for you these past few days. Seeing you act like this makes me uneasy. So hurry up and explain." Then Hakduang quickly corrected himself. "I was just talking nonsense earlier. This young man is a righteous and noble person. He definitely wouldn't steal a woman's underwear. He is innocent." Tranvu was startled after hearing this and kept scolding, "Old man, I'll beat you to death. You keep talking nonsense." Meanwhile, over here, when he arrived at class, Duhan praised him. "Big brother, you're amazing. You just entered the academy and already have designs on Teacher No. Kim Feng also admires you very much. He's not convinced. Stop spreading rumors. I was played dirty by that old man, but you don't believe my explanation at all. Don't deny it. Teacher Ngo is the goddess of the Imperial Martial Academy. It's understandable that you have feelings for her, but stealing her underwear is just despicable." Seeing that they kept not believing, I don't want to say more. "I'm too lazy to explain. I am honest and not afraid, plus I haven't met her yet." Jianfeng then smiled and suggested, "Really? Or maybe someday I'll take you to meet the real person?" After hearing that, Tranvu thought that the upright person would immediately agree without hesitation. "Brother, later I will invite you to drink the finest wine." Hakdu heard this and became curious. "Oh, what kind of mysterious wine is this?" Even Jianfeng couldn't help but laugh. "Ha ha ha." At the same time, the Black Abyss appeared and urged them on. "All right, no more talk, let's go." Then the old man opened the door and announced the target. "Today you must go inside by 1 meter." The 3 of them quickly responded in unison. "Yes, master." He continued practicing until late in the afternoon, and Tranvu's energy was completely drained. Training all day makes me feel exhausted and starving. As I walk, I look up when I see someone. "Hey," that person suddenly asked, "Long Tranvu, which faction do you belong to?" Seeing someone ask like that for the first time made him feel confused. "Which faction? What are you talking about? Who are you then?" Seeing the confusion on his face, Tran Hao quickly confirmed, "So it seems you're not from Longjia's faction." After hearing that, Tran Hao immediately wanted to fight. "You are not worthy of bearing the Long surname." Tran Vu was surprised when he saw the martial arts he used. This martial art, Tran Hao immediately attacked. "Go to hell." Luckily, he managed to block the strike with the gold porridge, but it seemed to have no effect. His dragon even shattered the gold spoon. With everything hanging by a thread, I take him seriously. "I don't know you, and I don't understand what you mean by what you're saying, but I carry the Long surname, so what you want to eliminate, you can eliminate." After saying that, Tran Vu shattered the dragon, immediately rushing behind him to attack, but Tran Hao simply calmly repeated, "I told you, you don't deserve to bear the Long name." After that, both sides started fighting fiercely, with no one willing to back down. Tran Hao, who previously refused to acknowledge Tran Vu, was now caught off guard. "Bloodline of the Long family, martial arts of the Long family. You truly are a member of the Long family. You really are from the Long family. Which branch are you from?" "I don't understand what you're saying. Just keep talking about branches. I don't get it." So Long Tran Hao introduced himself again. "I am Long Tran Hao, also with the character Long, a member of the Long family branch in the Central Holy Realm. You are definitely from the Long family. This martial art can only be mastered by the Long family. Outsiders cannot learn it." Could it be that your branch has withered away and even the history of the Long family has been lost? Hearing this question, Tran Vu hesitated. Oh, then he broke out in a sweat, thought about it, and realized that the Long family only has 1 branch in the Heavenly Martial Kingdom, but there are no records of this in the Long family scriptures. But Long Tran Hao's martial arts are exactly the same as what I have comprehended, and even the bloodline power is identical. Suddenly he spoke dismissively. The family history lost, the glory abandoned. How is that any different from an illegitimate child? Being insulted like that made Tran Vu furious, but before he could say anything, Tran Hao interrupted. "I see you are also someone who has awakened their bloodline. How many divine dragons did you see when you awakened?" Hearing this question, he raised his hand to show. Seeing the gesture, he thought, 8 dragons, but for a disciple with limited potential like you, not bad. How many do you think I have? So Tran Vu guessed 9, but Tran Hao denied it, saying, "No, you're wrong, it's 12. At this point, his expression became even more smug, making him hard to believe. After the conversation, Tran Hao left, no longer wanting to see Tran Vu. "Starting tomorrow, don't let me see you at the academy. I don't want others to say I've fought with a useless person like you, which makes him uncomfortable with being looked down upon all the time. I see your sneaky tricks as truly vicious. You deliberately came to pick a fight with me, didn't you?" Tran Hao said irritably upon hearing this. "A lowly disciple like you dares to speak to me like that, showing no respect. Today, you can die here in peace." As soon as he finished speaking, he appeared right behind Tran Vu, leaving him no time to react and turning to look at you. But Tran Vu escaped from Tran Hao's grasp very quickly, and he didn't panic, but praised you. "Your body flicker technique is very powerful, just that you haven't mastered it yet." Seeing how quickly Tran Hao reacted, he still couldn't believe it. How could it be faster than Loi Hoa Shunpo? Without hesitation, he waved his hand and shouted, "Go die!" Tranvu thought he would die at Tran Hao's hands, but unexpectedly, someone stopped him. "Stop. The Academy forbids fighting, don't you know that?" Hearing that voice, both of them looked over. Tran Hao remained silent for a moment before explaining, "We were just sparring with our martial skills. Nothing serious, teacher Ngotuyet Tin." She didn't seem to believe it and asked again, "Really? Is it really that simple?" When we returned, the food was already beautifully laid out on the table. Mao Maozhong immediately started eating nonstop. "Woman, your monster meat is so delicious." Seeing Vu blocking, Thudiep nearby also worries. "Young master, why aren't you eating?" At this moment, he sighed and remembered Kook being caught by Doyet Tin, feeling embarrassed and wanting to leave. "Teacher, I am also leaving now." But unexpectedly, he was stopped. "Wait, you are Long Tran Vu." Being exposed by name made Tran Vu startled and defeated. Her expression was grim as she questioned, "I heard you want to mix my underwear?" Seeing his confused expression now, I also find it hard to understand, while Tran Vu is still extremely annoyed, all because of that damn old man. Now my reputation is ruined across the entire academy. While resting, he suddenly remembered something. "That's right, Thudiep. I remember the family saying that the Long family only has one branch in Tianwu Kingdom, right? You haven't heard of this either?" No, Thudiep has never heard of it before, so Tran Vu recounted what happened today. "Today, I met a guy named Long Tran Hao, who said he was from the Long family in the Central Holy Region, and that I had no branch family." After hearing this, Thudiep immediately thought his name sounded similar to the young master's. Seeing that she didn't know, he reminded her, "But this guy isn't trustworthy. You should stay away from him if you meet him in the future." Thudiep nodded in response. "Yes, young master." Suddenly, the Mao Mao worm eating burst out with a blinding light, leaving the two witnesses utterly confused. "Mao Mao worm, what are you doing?" After evolving, Mao Mao Trung immediately burst into an excited laugh. "Ha ha ha ha, eating so much demon beast meat has accumulated quite a bit of mysterious energy for evolution. Ha ha ha." Tran Vu was also stunned when he saw it. This Mao Mao insect's foundation is unstable. It shouldn't have been kept, and now it's evolving, so it won't be easy to deal with. After evolving, it confidently said, "So what do you think? Does this new form look good?" Both of them looked at each other in confusion. Huh? He couldn't believe his eyes when he saw this form of it. "Is this an evolution? You evolved into a medicinal stew egg? Ridiculed like that, are you even aware of what humans understand? This is my second form. Now I am invincible with my sword and spear. Do you still dare to bully this young master?" But as soon as I finished speaking, Tran Vu struck me down, and I could feel a sharp pain in my palm. It's so hard. It's become this hard, but it still screams in pain. Hoo, I want to die from the pain. At this point, Tran Vu suddenly came up with a cruel idea. If he could take the armor, he would surely forge it into an extraordinary treasure. "Stop right there, I warn you. Better not eye my armor. Once I evolve to a new form, I will be the one laughing." After hearing that, Tran Vu whispered something into Thudiep's ear, and upon hearing the order, she immediately agreed. "Yes, young master." And Huria, seeing the two of them acting so secretively, "What are you whispering and planning to do?" Then Thudiep pulled out a cleaver, and he threatened it by looking at the knife. "Tell me, it's confusing. What are you talking about?" Seeing that it was unwilling to speak, Tran Vu raised the cleaver with a sharp gaze. "What exactly are you? If you keep asking about my identity, don't blame me for losing my patience." Frustrated by the repeated questions, it reluctantly repeated itself once more. "Didn't I tell you? I am a mineral world demon beast. Submit to me, and I will make you a peerless powerhouse in the future." Seeing that it wouldn't tell the truth, he struck out, and it cried out in pain. "It hurts. You're hurting me too much." "It's true. I swear, if you don't believe me, I really have no other way." Tran Vu saw this expression on it and had no choice but to give up, crossing his arms and asking again, "What kind of demon beast are you? I want the exact name, but even it doesn't know." "I don't know. I evolve in a different way, and before the next evolution, you guys will bother me, and I also don't know when the next one will be. But if you keep feeding me well and treating me kindly, when I evolve to my fourth form, I will find my kin, and then you can have whatever you want." But Tran Vu doesn't believe it, so don't waste your words. Just eat and stay here is no good. Go away tomorrow. So it helplessly offered to teach him martial arts. Fine, can I teach you martial arts?" Tran Vu didn't expect a demon beast to know martial arts. Martial arts? A demon beast knowing martial arts too? Hearing this question, it became extremely proud. "Never heard of it before, right? I am a mineral world demon beast, the strongest demon beast that all have inherited martial arts, do you understand? Flying martial arts, do you want to learn it?" Hearing this name, Tran Vu immediately mocked it openly. "I thought it was just some martial art, but anyone at the divine travel stage can fly without wings. Forget it. If you're looked down on like that, I'm sure your academy doesn't have such a precious skill." When he heard this guarantee, he became curious and asked, "So show me how powerful your martial art is." So it asked, "Get out some paper and pen, I'll write it for you." When it told Tran Vu to take out paper and pen, he immediately became suspicious. Do you know how to use it? Being looked down on like this makes it upset? Don't look down on me. Watch this. Then, an arm with a smug expression emerged from inside its body. I am a mineral world demon beast. You can't hurt me. When it falls out, it even flips the bird, shocking Thudeep. Wow. Tran Vu seems to find this very interesting. As soon as it appears, a look of pride instantly spreads across its face. Do you believe what I just told you now? He asked Thudiep without hesitation. Thudiep, get the paper and pen ready. You need to start right away. Yes, immediately. After finishing writing, it immediately panted from overeating. I am so tired I need a hearty meal to restore my energy. Tran Vu took the papers and read them for a while, but couldn't understand any of the writing. These are all famous texts I don't understand, but he didn't care. I don't care. I can't read your writing. Having someone take on the task also makes things easier for you. Fine, you've worked hard. Then both of them focused on translating, while it stayed on this side, attentively eating. Seeing their positive attitude, it couldn't understand how humans are truly complicated creatures. The next morning, Tran Vu looked for the library but couldn't find it. The academy is so big I still haven't found the library. So he called a girl over to ask, but as soon as he saw her face, she ran away, a lecher avoiding me. Seeing everyone avoiding him like that, Tran Vu was stunned, thinking how cruel the world was. Everything became chaotic. That damn old man, he's done for with me. Now the whole academy treats me like a pervert. Seeing Tran Vu standing alone and lost, Tu Yet Tin approached to talk. What's wrong? Lost your way? Hearing the voice, he turned around and teacher Tu Yet Tin recounted what happened last night. You slipped away quickly last night? I haven't finished talking and you already ran off. Hearing this, Tran Vu couldn't help but recall the embarrassment from yesterday and nervously explained everything clearly. The old teacher misunderstood. I was falsely accused by the old man with alcohol. I never had such malicious thoughts. Tu Yet Tin seems to know everything. You don't need to explain. Master Kam Thien just appears to be honest. He likes to tease students occasionally, nothing else. All our teachers know that. I was speechless just hearing this. Is that so? I never expected this in my heart. I never thought the old man who looked so shady was actually so noble. And there's one more thing Tu Yet Tin is sure of, and I don't think you're that kind of person either. I just didn't expect you to be this grown-up now. Wait, we know each other? Suddenly she shyly confirmed, of course I was born for you, and at that time the eldest daughter had already agreed to give him to you. When Zhenwu heard this, he was stunned. Are you telling me you sent this to me? Am I dreaming? He suddenly realized something else and shouted, wait a minute, then asked, do you know my mother? Tu Yet Tin smiled and confirmed, yes, I remember that in the past, thanks to the eldest daughter not rejecting me as a maid, I was able to spend some time with the young lady. After hearing this explanation, Tran Vu was a bit suspicious. So what are you to me? Why would my mother agree to marry you off to me? Hey. You want to know? I am only 5 years older than you, and when you were born, I was just a little girl. Really? So you also know Ho Thuk Thuk, right? As soon as Tu Yet Tin mentioned him, she recounted. Him? He took quite a few things from me, and the spirit fire he eats and drinks has many ingredients taken from my place. After hearing all this, he realized she wasn't lying to him. Even Thudiep didn't know about the spirit flame fire marrow, so it seems she wasn't deceiving me. What are you thinking about? It seems I still have some doubts. Whether it's you or Ho Thuk Thuk mentioning my mother, I realize I don't understand her at all, only that she is very powerful. Tu Yet Tin's face darkened after hearing everything. The Tiger Clan won't tell you, huh? So she also doesn't want to say much. When the time is right, you'll find out. Unfortunately, I only remember your mother from when I was young. Hearing this response, he was left stammering. Really? I see. After explaining everything clearly, Tu Yet Tin remembered and asked, are you lost? That's right, I'm looking for the library, but the academy is too big. Once their relationship was confirmed, she became more familiar and suggested, let me take our little Vu home. This concern truly made Tran Vu happy. In the past, his mother asked Tu Yet Tin, if this guy gives our Tran Vu to you, would you agree? She immediately agreed without hesitation. Ting Ni naturally agreed, but just recalling it suddenly stirred a bitter feeling in her heart. Tran Vu had read many books in the library to learn more. I've looked through countless books on magical beasts but found no record of that iron egg. What exactly is its origin? There's been a monster evolution, but a monster only evolves once and its lifetime is already rare. So this one has evolved 2 or 3 times into a legendary level? Could it really be that the iron egg is just as it was described? The ancient beast, reading books is exhausting. It seems I am not cut out to be a cultured person. When night falls, he has already returned. I am back. Hearing Tran Vu's voice, Thudiep ran out happily. Master here. Seeing her excited expression, he immediately knew she finished reading. Tran Vu then patted Thudiep's head and praised her. You've worked hard, but you're amazing. Yandish Danvan was so quick, Kanko is also very pleased, as long as the young master is happy and tells Thudiep to do anything. After praising him, Tran Vu then started reading the translation and sighed. Liet Tien Chiduk. This name sounds very domineering. Just from the beginning, I could feel the blood boiling. It seems my current level is not yet capable of cultivation. So he looked at it and asked, "Do you have any martial arts suitable for me now, Iron Egg? I can't learn this." It immediately felt annoyed and said, "Don't pick and choose, you'll learn when you reach a higher level." Then it felt hungry and stopped talking about it. "I'm hungry, give me some Heavenly Emperor fire to stuff between my teeth." Tronvu immediately refused the unreasonable request. "In my dreams, even the Heavenly Emperor fire has to be cultivated to exist. I don't train enough each day for you to eat." Hearing that he wouldn't give it, it immediately begged and was stingy, waiting for me to evolve to the fourth form to make it up to you. Just go, just go." After being begged like that, Tronvu finally gave in. "You're so annoying." Then he looked at the gem on his neck. "If I use the fire spirit jade to gather the spiritual fire from heaven and earth to nurture the heavenly capitals to Hoa, it would be ideal. Otherwise, I can't sustain this egg. When the time comes, even if Hoa Ling Ni gives it to me, I will say goodbye. And I don't know how Hoa Ling Ni is doing now." As soon as it saw the gem in his hand, it exclaimed in shock, "Heavenly spirit treasure, heaven and earth, warm sun treasure. Where did you get this? Speak quickly." Then immediately showed a greedy expression. I want to eat, just eat it, and I will shorten the evolution time." Tronvu saw that expression and immediately hit him. "No, don't do that. Being hit so hard hurts it so much it could die. I want the fire spirit jade. Let me have it. Wearing it won't help you anyway." But he absolutely refuses. "Just keep dreaming, giving you the heavenly capital fire is already enough. Don't expect more." At the same time, Thudiep has finished cooking, so stop making a fuss. "The fire spirit gem is very important to the young master, so forget about this plan. I will make you delicious food." Because of the delicious food, it decided to let it go. "All right, if there's no fire spirit jade, I can use demon beast blood and flesh instead. I must eat enough for you to climb the mountain." Someone from Tran Hao's side reports, "Master, I am back." His face grew serious as he asked, "How is your investigation going?" Hearing this, Tran Hao was a bit surprised. "Is that so? Even the family genealogy doesn't record this branch. That person is definitely hiding something again." "Yes, even the elders of the clan don't know where they come from. It seems they are deliberately concealing it." The more I listen to him, the more intrigued I become. "Who exactly are you, Long Tranvu?" The next day, as Tranvu was on his way to class, he ran into Black Path. "Why are you here?" "Where is my master?" he said, looking around to find Haknu. Hearing that question, the old man smiled and said, "Haknuch took some disciples to suffer. I deliberately left you behind to see if I would treat you well." Tranvu didn't know what the old man really meant. "What are you planning to do again?" "I didn't do anything. I heard you fought Long Tran Hao, so I came to comfort you and also to get some drinks." "You just heard this and doubted. Why do you know? Moreover, you know him very well." Old man quickly raised his hand to deny, not claiming to understand. "I only know he belongs to the Long family branch in the Central Holy Realm, a teenage genius." At this point, Tranvu wondered, "The Central Holy Realm? I have no idea where the Central Holy Realm is." Seeing that you have no knowledge of the outside world, Haitang patiently explained, "Kid, why don't you know anything? Do you know how many regions the continent has?" Tranvu immediately confidently replied, "I don't know." So the elder then explained the regional geography. "Listen carefully. According to the survey, the continent is divided into 5 regions. The Western Water Border, Eastern Spirit Region, Northern Cold Region, Southern Wilderness, and the Central Sacred Region. Although I don't want to admit it, our Western Water Border is the weakest among the 5 regions, and for many years there hasn't been a powerful cultivator from the creation realm. Moreover, the Central Sacred Region has a strong geographical advantage, and the Long family in the center is considered a major clan. Do you understand now?" When Tranvu learned the facts, he realized that Long Tran Hao actually had such a powerful background, and suddenly the old man warned him that the academy had always been very cautious of him. "This confuses you. Why is that?" Hak Duong teased Tranvu, saying, "You little fool, aren't you running away?" Although the Imperial Martial Academy is powerful, it only exists in the Western Border region. His path is the direct lineage of the Long family, so normally he wouldn't pay attention to our academy. Unless this makes him curious, unless his expression turns serious, unless he has an ulterior motive. After hearing this, Zhenwu fell silent for a moment before speaking in confusion. "But what does this have to do with me?" "What's the matter with you looking for me today?" Hak Duong came to see you because he has something to say. "These matters are not your concern. Focus on the main issue. Today, someone asked me to come find you." After hearing that, he couldn't help but be startled. "Someone asked you to find me." "So after hearing someone came to find me, you're curious. Who asked you?" "Black Path, just by looking at your face. I can tell Zhenwu understands everything. I say, kid, you're pretending to be confused, right? You need to tell me clearly, how exactly did you seduce and go Tuyet Tin?" Which made her ask me to tell Xiao Tao for you. The more he listened, the more confused he became. "Kai Tu Tao?" The old man didn't want to explain. He just wanted to know the relationship between the two of them. "Tell me first, how do you know her?" Faced with such a direct question, he hurriedly replied, "I don't. She's my mother's friend. I didn't know at first." "Really? Just so you know, you're now an enemy of the Academy's students, so don't go alone in the future." Without giving him time to think, the old man was already trying to take him away. "Let's go. I'll take you to this place." Immediately after, the space shifted, and in an instant, Tronvu was transported to another place. He Duong quickly said, "It's here," but Tronvu on this side keeps vomiting and feels dizzy all over. "Teacher, do you all lead the way like this?" Hearing this, the old man immediately shifted the blame onto him. "It's because your strength isn't enough. Who can you blame?" Humph. After looking around, Tronvu was confused. "What is this place?" The old man replied, "This is the training ground of the Martial Emperor Academy, where many low-level monsters are found. Kid, go kill some monsters today. I will be grilling monster meat. Being asked like that he can't accept." "Based on what? If you want to eat, go ahead on your own." Hak Duong doesn't want to get involved, so he makes a condition. "One demon beast is no problem for you. After you finish eating, I will teach you the teleportation technique to improve your strength, and after training, you will definitely be no worse than Long Tran Hao." Hearing such a confident statement, his Tran-Vu's mood instantly excited. "Really?" The old man reaffirmed confidently that of course it was true. What he said he could do, so you volunteered to go kill the demon beast. "All right, you just wait there." Seeing Tran-Vu run so fast leaves Hak Duong speechless. This kid is more eager to train than a monkey. Then the old man suddenly started a countdown. 1, 2, 3. As the count finished, a scream of panic from Tran-Vu echoed. "Help me." "Ah, what kind of demon beast is this?" In front of him was a terrifying swarm of demons. They looked at Tran-Vu with hostility before charging to attack. One by one, they charged at him at incredible speed, making it hard for him to defend. The speed was too fast, and after being injured, another swarm came to attack. But Tran-Vu is not someone easy to provoke, so he decided to fight back. It's just a bunch of ants after all. Loi Hoa Thuan. Time passes, and inside there are large flames and his screams. Eventually, Tran-Vu can no longer endure and escapes. Hak Duong immediately teased, "Did you run out so quickly?" "I'm lying on the ground, feeling dejected. What kind of devilish ants are those?" The old man immediately explained to Tran-Vu that they are man-eating ants, with the strongest being level 4 lower grade, usually appearing in groups, and even level 6 demon beasts would run away upon seeing them. Hearing this, he was furious and shouted, "Why didn't you tell me earlier? Look at my arm, it's as swollen as a pineapple now." Heck, hearing that criticism, he sneered and said, "It's your weakness. Why blame me?" After criticizing each other, the old man then explained that man-eating ants usually move in groups, but they have a weakness. Individuals are very weak, so the most powerful are only low-grade Tier 4 demon beasts. If your body technique is strong enough, you can attack each one individually. The more Tran-Vu heard, the more he couldn't believe it, saying it's easy to talk. But with so many, where's the space for me to perform? Heo Duong doesn't care and wants you to figure it out yourself. It depends on your own comprehension. No matter how powerful your body swift technique is, you haven't grasped its essence. After hearing this, he looked silently at the ant colony for a moment, before speaking. "You mean, I can use these ants to train my body swift technique?" In his mind, Tran-Vu pondered that although Loi Hoa Thuan was very powerful, he had never studied it in depth, and Long Tran Hao's Thuan completely suppressed him. So he might as well take this opportunity to practice. After thinking it through, he let out a sigh and asked, "Do you have any way to help me detoxify the ant venom?" Hak Duong immediately assured upon hearing that, "I will protect your safety as ordered." Tran-Vu quickly rushed forward once everything was confirmed. "All right, then I will train them without hesitation." He jumped onto their heads and declared that those ants rely entirely on your teleportation technique. Tran-Vu gently dodges the attack of the monsters, continuously teleporting with lightning. Chandung Tran-Vu tronen ko chiu kibitrung don. Dang het dokua chung dang dan tham sao vao luk pungotang. Tam chi ko tedan tronen kungdo. At this moment, a hand suddenly reached from behind. Hak Duong placed his hand on Tran-Vu's shoulder and advised him, "It's okay. Take a rest for a while." That old man looked at the monsters and continued to say, "Don't push yourself too hard. You need to detox first, or your internal organs will be permanently damaged." Tran-Vu wanted to argue, but gradually lost consciousness. "It's okay. I can still handle it." Haitang watched him fall and muttered, "You're still young. No skills. Just good at keeping quiet." Then I hear Tran-Vu's voice again saying, "I feel so good, like taking a hot bath." I slowly open my eyes, muttering as I look around, feeling comfortable, but very quickly I sense something is wrong. No, this is not right. Tran-Vu was shocked to see himself in the pot. "Damn it, old man, what are you doing?" Heck Road nonchalantly explained, "Can I be a hungry old man?" He shouted, "Don't eat my flesh." At this point, he finally explained, "I'm not joking anymore, I'm detoxing you. This soup contains ingredients to eliminate the venom of the centipede and can also strengthen your body." Hearing this, Tran-Vu finally understood. So it is? I really no longer feel any pain. He clenched his fist to check, and his strength had increased significantly. At that moment, He Duong smiled and asked, "So you should thank me for training your body and strengthening your physique?" Tran-Vu didn't need to hear to guess that you wanted to ask for my heir, right? "Fine," the old man continued explaining. "This time both sides would benefit, but you outright refused." Stop. I don't want to hear you mention the request to teacher Ngotu yet. Tin, it must be a vulgar request. and I muttered as I tasted that liquid. This antidote stew really isn't bad, and the ingredients are also good. Hak Duong muttered grimly. Kid, don't underestimate your own strength. The bloodline in your body is also devouring the poison eye, and it's doing so faster than I expected. His gaze was full of contemplation. Perhaps not just one bloodline, but on the surface he still didn't joke with you. These ingredients are extremely powerful. They can only be used externally. Damn it, why didn't you tell me earlier? The art of forging weapons involves embedding talismans into tools to give them different attributes, which is why magical artifacts are created. Hixiang continued explaining, runes are infinitely variable, so the art of refining weapons requires profound knowledge, time, and resources for research. Hearing this, Tranvu couldn't help but become curious. Really? He pondered seriously. I once considered learning the method of forging because Dongfang Tuanlin's talisman sword was incredibly powerful. At that moment, Hak Duong finally called out to old Bak Chi, who was doing what? He wondered in confusion. Why was it him? Can't you see I'm refining my spirit stones? Why is old Dam here today? Hak Duong just smiled and explained, you want to learn alchemy? Teach him. Meanwhile, Tranvu secretly thought I have a bad feeling. Bak Chi looked at him and said, if you want to learn alchemy, you have to bring out a few jars of young servant girls as tuition. This place won't surprise me. Sure enough, Tranvu's expression was hard to read as he turned to Hak Duong and said, I have a feeling I'll be thrown in again. He nonchalantly replied, don't think badly of me. His gaze turned to Bak Chi. Are you sure you will teach me alchemy? And also, could you please not attack openly in a threatening manner? The old man chuckled mischievously. I will definitely teach you well. My skill in alchemy is top-notch at the academy. The two old men keep discussing him, each claiming half, and they won't go back on their word. This is the basic rune pattern you've already memorized before coming to find me. Ho Duong smiled and asked again, you're too kind. This book took you half your life to compile, and you're willing to lend it to him. Bai Chi proudly explained, this book was written by me. Everything is in my head. I can't afford to lose face by lending it to a servant. They all looked at Tranvu, as refining spiritual energy is not something an ordinary person can learn, hoping he could grasp some of the basics. At this moment, Thudiep asked confusedly, young master, where did you get such a thick book? Hearing this, Tranvu could only hold his head and say, don't mention it anymore, the young master was tricked again. I had to spend several bottles of wine to get that book. She leaned in, curious, and asked, this is a talisman. It looks very interesting. You also enthusiastically explained, this talisman is very simple but very hard to detect. I can't draw it. Her hand shapes a figure and then asks a question. Is it like this? Jen Wu was stunned. You, an sukdong omlevai koe, thu dai that sula thien tai fai kong. Tranvu's voice echoes to remind him, wake up, old man. Oh, you just happened to finish all the wine. He continued to ask, putting the wine aside, and said, I'll introduce a genius disciple to you. Do you need one? The old man tilted his head back and stammered. I haven't taken disciples for a long time. I can teach students and they can enter the Imperial Martial Academy who isn't a genius. Hearing this, Tranvu continued to persuade him. Don't say that. A night without a teacher's guidance to learn alchemy on your own, isn't that enough? What did you just say? So she is the genius you mentioned? Tranvu admitted again. Exactly. His gaze is on the drunken Black Road, but last night, how much did they drink? They kept insisting it wasn't much. It wasn't much. Bak Chi asks Thudiep to draw a light spirit talisman for her. Is she momentarily confused? Tranvu pats her head to comfort her. It's okay, just draw it like at home. Thudiep softly said, yes. Bak Chi looked at her drawing and sighed, whether it was the accuracy or the perfection of the talisman. It was truly surprising that a beginner could achieve this level. Tranvu then asked, so what? Will you take her as your disciple? I can teach you, Bai Chi quickly replied. You can be taught. Today I accept this disciple. If I teach you well, you will surely become a master of talismans in the future. From now on, you will focus on studying talismans at my place. But Thudiep was still quite confused. Huh? Still have to stay here? No, Thudiep still needs to take care of the young master. The old man asked back, confused, what did you say? With an expression that instantly turned furious. This brat dares to ruin my disciple's future, his whole body radiating with murderous intent. No, I must kill you so my disciple won't be distracted. Tranvu turned pale and ran away. Damn it, is there something wrong with your head? He-Tang is still dozing off in drunkenness. Let's keep drinking. He still keeps picking at himself even after leaving. What's wrong with this old man's head? You torment me all day just to let me go home, Thudiep whispered curiously. Young master, why are you taking me to apprentice myself? Will it mean less time for Thudiep to be with you? He teased her, saying, Fool, do you know that learning talisman writing can help my young master craft magical tools? Thudiep's eyes lit up. Really? If she is determined to help the young master, I am very happy. Unexpectedly, Zhan Hao appeared out of nowhere, claiming this lovely girl was his servant girl. The The two strikes collided and then exploded. Tran coldly warned, "Stay away from my woman?" Tran Hao just sneered, not expecting a defeated younger brother like you to have such an adorable maid. "Young lady, come with me. I will take you back to the Central Realm. Thu Diep won't go anywhere. She only follows the young master." Hearing that, he sneered and said, "Then I have no choice but to take you myself." Tran coldly questioned, "You dare?" "The past was brought up by Tran Hao, and last time I spared you, I thought it was something serious." He asked in confusion, "What do you mean? Even if I forgive you?" Hao's expression turns displeased. "After all, you're a younger brother of the Long family, yet you've become a pervert here, embarrassing the Long family. I wasn't planning to interfere, but since I'm bound here, I'll just give you a little lesson." He continued, pointing at Thu Diep, and said, "Today, I have made up my mind after seeing you so adorable being trampled by him." Tran asked, confused. "Determination? In Tran Hao's hand is a sphere of power. Long Tran Hao, today I must purge my family." Tran then clarified, "First, I am not a pervert, and second, Thu Diep is my woman." And then, still daring to challenge, wanting to take what's theirs, "Do you have the strength?" This attitude earned a response from Tran Hao, dead in his place, speechless. He strikes out, shouting loudly, "Pervert, die!" Tran irritably repeats, "I told you, I am not a pervert." The two sides clashed, causing a shockwave that shattered everything. Shuiting and Diaoguang were stunned. Hixing and several other elders also felt that their fight was causing the heavens and earth to shake violently. As a descendant of the Death Clan, your strength is indeed formidable. "Are you saying that Zhenwu's death and the subsequent theft are your style?" Zhen Hao warned loudly. "You have no right to belittle the Long family's bloodline." They continue to fight, and his voice rings out again. "You also have no right to teach me. I only know the Long family is in the Heavenly Martial Kingdom." The two sides' flames kept clashing. Tran loudly reminds you, "You and I are not involved at all, understand? I didn't expect Tran Hao to appear behind me in an instant. I have to make you admit defeat." A strike was thrown, but luckily Tran dodged it. He looked annoyed and commented, "Your teleportation technique has improved a lot, but it's still not as good as mine." Then, Tran Hao gathered his strength for another attack. "I will let you feel the power of the legitimate bloodline." Tran opens his eyes wide, alert and watching. Tran Hao shouts loudly, the divine dragon appears, and the golden core ignites. Thu Diep could only cover his face as he looked at the newly formed ice, sneering, "You can freeze there and die? No one has escaped my ice dragon trench. Don't overestimate yourself." Unexpectedly, at this moment, he heard Tran Thiendo breaking through the deathfire ice and shattering it. Tran Hao's expression turned ugly. "What? You know the ultimate skill of Heavenly Emperor Fire? How is that possible?" "The ground is now heavily shaken, but the Heavenly Emperor's fire consumes a lot of spiritual energy, so you probably can't stand firm anymore, right?" Tran secretly calculated, "Damn it, if I had taken a breath a little later, I would have been frozen already. Now my mysterious energy has been depleted by the deadly fire. What should I do?" Tran looked up at Tran Hao in the air and loudly declared, "A still hasn't finished." He then loudly suggested, "Keep going." This attitude annoyed Tran Hao, who snorted coldly, appearing instantly beside Tran and ready to strike, but froze in place just before death. An explosion erupted as the attack was carried out. Its range is not small at all, blazing up to the sky. People are coughing and choking, accompanied by a cloud of dust. Someone shouted loudly as they ran over, "Young master!" But Tran Hao just pointed in that direction and muttered two words, "Too nosy," and Thu Diep was quickly captured. Tran loudly demands, "Let my woman go." But Tran Hao simply replies indifferently, "You're about to die and you're still concerned about her. Unfortunately, she is already my woman." She shouted from inside the cage, "Young master," and he muttered, "Rebellion? You better not even think about it." Tran Hao looked down at him and declared, "There is no woman in this world that Long Tran Hao cannot have. Don't worry, I will treat her well." His sword was raised high. "Farewell, pervert." Tran could only stare as the weapon fell, while Thu Diep's eyes widened in surprise. Tran Hao frowned as he looked at his broken sword. Someone's voice from this side calls out, luckily arriving just in time. "Little Tran are you okay?" He stammered in reply, "I'm fine." The declaration was made. "Long Chan today I must kill you. Teacher Ngo Tuyetin, are you sure you're interfering in this matter? Tuyetin explains to you that this is the Imperial Martial Academy and fighting among yourselves is not allowed. In both public and private matters, I have to take care of this." Hearing this, Zhen Hao immediately responded, "Don't blame me for being rude." He struck her hard with a powerful blow. "Die already." Tuyetin spat out a large mouthful of syrup. "How can it be like this? He's just a student." Dio Kuang was quick to attack, daring to hurt the teacher, and could not be forgiven. But before she could do anything, she was knocked away. Tran looked on with a pained expression. "Dio Kuang." Other students shouted, "Teacher Ngo Tuyetin, Dio Kuang." The elders were all stunned and stood up in disbelief. "This whole thing," Tran Hao muttered irritably. "Why does it end here? Such a hassle. Interfering isn't that easy." As soon as the words finished, a barrier was formed. They looked in shock and muttered in horror, "What is this?" "Everyone, stay back a little," each elder added. "This is the Huyan Huangqi Beach. Yes, the Mystic Emperor's barrier can withstand any attack." Tran Hao sneered and looked down at Tran Vu. "Now no one can bother us anymore. Don't rush. Killing you is easy, but I want to see you tremble." I muttered in response, "Long Tran Hao, Long Tran Vu, the situation of Du Quang, Tu Yet Tin, and Thu Diep is extremely dire." At that moment, Tran Vu unleashed his power in a fit of rage, determined not to spare anyone. His strength radiated with overwhelming force. "Young master, a Qilin has appeared behind Tran Vu." The crowd was stunned and exclaimed in amazement, "What is this? It looks like a Qilin, but so big." Even the elders were stunned. How could this be the Tungoch Hoa Kai Lan? Only then did Tran Hao speak up, as he also possessed this bloodline. "Aren't you a branch of the Long family? So what if he also transformed into a dragon himself? The pure bloodline of the Death Jade Fire Qilin doesn't matter. I have the legitimate divine dragon bloodline, so I'm not afraid of anyone." Tran Vu, holding Tu Yet Tin in his arms, shouted loudly, "So what if I have the legitimate bloodline? Today I must kill the disgraceful Long Tran Hao." Both sides threaten each other, beast against beast. Tran Hao shouted back, "Who's afraid of whom?" They charged at each other with earth-shattering force, tearing the sky apart as the onlookers below whispered anxiously, the curtain of clouds cracking, "Everyone be careful." "Oh my God, is this a fight between two students? Ice and fire fighting in a confined space will generate burning forces, even we can't withstand it." Both sides fight until the sky is filled with smoke. The sound of the explosion echoes. It's over now. Tran Hao's shield slowly disappears, leaving him with a scream of despair. "How is this possible? I lost?" Now Tran Vu finally spoke, explaining, "I have the Fire Qilin attacking and the Divine Dragon defending. Surviving is already lucky for you." He stepped closer and continued, "Your legitimate bloodline is only this much. Defeated by a traitor like me, do you have anything else to say?" But Tran Hao refused to admit defeat. "You were just lucky for a moment. I, the young master, do not accept it. And your low bloodline is ultimately just a low bloodline. Tran Vu's Qilin is about to attack. You're already dead and still holding your tongue." At this moment, a sound rang out again, drawing their attention. The silhouette of a massive dragon appeared. "I must see who dares to bully my descendant." The elders were even more amazed. Today has truly been an eye-opener. The Divine Dragon has really arrived. The Divine Dragon looked down at Zhen Wu and questioned, "You are the one who injured my heir." He glanced around and muttered to himself, "Just a flick of your tail can cause my Qilin to go berserk. It's terrifying." Jan Hao saw the umbrella appear and looked excited. "Long Zhen Wu, you're doomed. The Saint Lord has come to save me. You won't escape." The dragon god pulled him closer while questioning, "You are my descendant." Tran Hao leaned on him, accusing Tran Vu the Saint Lord. "He is just a younger brother and a pervert. Kill him quickly." "The guardian of the Than Li sect. You can only curse below, damn it." Unexpectedly, the dragon god warned Tran Hao, "If you keep lying, I will ruin you." He asked back in surprise, "What?" Long continued speaking, "You little brat. Don't be afraid I won't kill you because you have my bloodline. But I do have some impression of you since you have a Qilin bloodline, but I don't know which branch you belong to." Tran Vu replied arrogantly, "I don't know, and I also don't acknowledge that I am your descendant. Who are you to talk back to the Holy Sun and then just choose to ignore it? Forget it. Let's go, kid. We'll meet again. Today I won't kill you, but next time I might." Tran Hao spoke angrily, "Saint Tan!" Tran Vu was left behind, muttering curiously, somewhat impressed by me, "This is the space leading to the academy." He asked in surprise, "What? Punishment?" Tran Vu shouted angrily. "This matter was caused by Long Tran Hao first. What does it have to do with me? Long Tran Hao was taken away by the Divine Dragon. You can't just shift all the blame onto me." The elders began explaining. "This may be because Long Tran Hao was involved, but since you fought among yourselves and caused damage to the academy, according to the rules you must go to the sword practice mountain to be punished, or there will be no example." Some students nearby were also crying, "But why are we being forced to go along with the punishment?" "That's right. They explained that your Duco family and Uncle Sword Mountain Villa have some connections, and this time they won't make things difficult for you out of respect. Plus you both need to go through some training." When he heard this, Tran Vu asked confusedly, "Isn't it just about getting a sword? What's there to be afraid of?" "What do those people say? What do you know?" "The Swordmaster of the Mountain Village is a place where gods and demons dare not approach." The young disciple continued to explain. "The sword-forging sect is famous throughout the Western waters, but they are all crazy. Obsessed with forging swords, believing that the blood of strong warriors can make the swords more powerful, and that taking swords requires blood, with bandits watching over the process, so hardly anyone ever returns intact." Only then did Tran Vu realize how terrifying it truly was. He tears up and begins to beg, "Please, director, can we change the punishment?" "No." He Hek Duong smiled and replied, "Don't worry, little Chen Vu, at least you have a 3 in 10 chance of surviving back." Speaking of the Sword Mountain Villa again, it exists because of swords. Almost all treasured swords in the western Tui Bien Vuk originate from here. Master Sword Mountain Forge uses divine blood to temper swords because the blood of powerful experts helps enhance the sword's spiritual awareness and quality. Thus, outsiders must pay with blood to take a sword, and whether they can obtain one depends on fate. The student traveling with Tranhao marvels at how majestic the Swordmaster of Suntrang always appears. The people here quickly welcome them. Imperial Martial Academy, please this way. All 4 of you will be led inside. The Imperial Martial Academy hasn't sent disciples to retrieve swords for decades. The principal appeared with a comment. Who would have thought some of them wouldn't be afraid of death this time? Xiao Vanfai, you've grown a lot taller. The young man replied with clasped hands. Stop boasting. We haven't seen each other in a long time. This time I came with my junior brother Long Zhenvu. He quickly waved his hand and ordered, Come on, since it's rare to meet someone from the Imperial Martial Academy, let's draw blood. Yes. Vu Tranvu's face paled as he looked at the basin, whispering in disbelief, Is this really happening with such a big basin? The guy next to him also tried to say a few words to ease the situation. Sorry, Elder, he is my junior brother. Please don't make things difficult for him. He smiled, but firmly refused. No, it's against the rules. You need to negotiate with the person taking the blood. Just a little, is that okay? I don't have that much blood. Meanwhile, that young man also did his best to help, exerting less effort. The old man quietly considered this suggestion. All right, I'll take a little and then toss a smaller jar to Tranvu. Kid, just fill this up. All right. After taking the blood, he carefully examined that inner flow. Your bloodline turns a purple-pink color, and even after being outside the body for so long, it's still surging fiercely. This is the first time I've seen such powerful blood essence. And then he exclaimed in amazement, Bao Huyet! Bao Huyet! I didn't expect your blood to be so powerful, so I don't need the blood of the 2 others anymore. The others with him looked overjoyed. Thank you for sparing my life. Thank you for sparing my life. They eagerly asked, Can I take the sword now? He nodded in agreement. It's up to you to choose, but be aware that this treasured sword has a spirit. It is you who chooses the sword, but in truth, the sword chooses its owner. Tranvu asked again, Can any method be used? The principal smiled and explained, Yes, but you only have one chance. His hand reached out to declare that you could take it. After all, the mission was to get the sword. What kind of sword you get doesn't matter to me. Everyone watched this scene in silence. Several swords began to move. A red-orange aura sword flew quickly and was in Tranvu's hand in an instant. It sought me out, actively. Vanfai feels a bit helpless. Choosing a sword so casually is too reckless. The principal is disappointed. Everyone at the Imperial Martial Academy is so crazy. Tranvu was surprised to see the sword emanating killing intent and shouted in horror, This much murderous aura? I didn't expect it to be a demon sword. The principal ordered you are not allowed to choose this sword again. Tranvu was confused, but it flew over to me on its own. Didn't you say swords choose their masters? He quickly recounted its history. This sword was forged in the Dark Age using fresh blood, and it possesses a very strong evil aura. That year, all demon swords were sealed away, but somehow this one was left out. Maybe it was attracted by your blood essence. I have to hand over the sword. It sounds so intense. Just forget it. Since it's similar, take another one instead. But the sword had cut through Zhenwu's arm, and he was stunned to realize the murderous aura was even stronger. The principal and Yun Fei, after watching, felt uneasy, and he suddenly shouted in panic, It's dangerous. The demon sword has claimed its master. We must cut off the arm. The principal casually drew a sword. Kid, don't blame me. I only want what's best for you. Seeing him about to draw his sword, Zhenwu shouted in shock, What the hell are you doing? He quickly dodged to avoid a strike from the principal. Vanfai was terrified, her face turning pale. The demon sword, the people behind her whispering, Hey, what are you doing? Are you trying to fight? Tranvu angrily shouted, Old man, are you crazy? But you don't intend to stop. The young man did this for your own good. If you become a prisoner of the magic sword, you won't find a good ending. The principal continued to swing his sword, cutting off your arm before it was too late. Are you crazy or what? What kind of demon sword or dormitory? I've never heard of a sword that can control others. Duhan was also quite curious. What is going on, Brother Vanfai? You yawned and replied, Uncle really told the truth. The demon sword can corrode the mind. If possessed by the demon sword, the dormitory will turn into a place of murder and madness. The principal, eager, swung his sword again and said, Hurry up and cut off his arm, or there will be a bloody rain of blood. He angrily gathered spiritual power in his hand and said, Old man, you're still so unreasonable. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Suddenly, iron chains appeared out of nowhere, wrapping around his arm, and the principal, seeing this, became even more excited. Hurry up or you'll run out of time. Tranvu tries to use his spiritual power to remove it. Even if it's a demon sword, so what? How can I let it control the Heavenly Emperor fire when my techniques do nothing to it? Everyone watching nearby could only remain silent. Tranvu, disgusted, raised his sword. Even the Heavenly Emperor fire couldn't burn it. Tinkerbell warned, This chain is not simple. It is linked to your life. He couldn't help but be surprised that even life could be connected. It explains that this sword uses a chain to devour your life force. The more it consumes, the stronger it becomes. How could there be such a strange sword in this world? The principal sighed tiredly. It's over. The dormitory is secured, and those who become bound by the sword will later turn into killing machines. That year, so many talented people thought they could control it, but they all died tragically. The old man nostalgically recounts the story from the past. Originally, the swordsmith wanted to destroy this demon sword, considering it his own creation, but in the end he only sealed other demon swords, which is why this leftover sword was pulled out by you. Zhenwu couldn't believe it. Old man, is this sword really as terrifying as you say? The principal hurriedly described how terrifying it was. Do you know how many talented people have died by this sword? Don't think that having extraordinary talent will save you. No matter how strong you are, the sword will devour you, and you are no exception. Under the blinding sunlight, he said that the master of the demon sword would ultimately die. Suddenly, 4 elders appeared and said, "Why not let us kill you now? You're angry and provoking, how dare you?" Yunfei quickly intervened. "Elders, after all, Zhenwu is a student of the Emperor Martial Academy. If everyone says to kill, then kill. Aren't you afraid of angering the academy?" The principal fell silent in thought and said, "If we kill Tranvu, the Imperial Martial Academy will surely not stay silent." Given the current tense situation, even back then, when we killed a few greedy students, the academy was furious and nearly declared war, and Tranvu didn't make any mistakes. In the end, it was our fault, and we shouldn't be so unreasonable. The elder was unafraid and said, "Don't use our Devu Academy name. If your teachers find out, they will kill him too." I immediately retorted, "That's a matter for the Devu Academy, no need for you to worry." The elder immediately attacked and said, "The students of the Imperial Martial Academy are truly arrogant. I want to see what you are capable of stepping out of Zhujianshan sect today." He coldly questioned, "If we are arrogant and want to kill me, it depends on whether you have the ability." The elder unleashes his powerful spiritual energy and says, "You fool, daring to be arrogant before me at the Spirit Wanderer stage, I will kill you like a dog." Flames rage across the Sword Mountain sect. The elder, angered by Vanfei blocking him, shouted, "Kid, how dare you interfere with my affairs? What are you afraid of?" Jianfeng advised Zhenwu to leave. "Go ahead, we will hold them off for you." Vanfei thought their target was you, so it wouldn't cause us trouble. His eyes showed reluctance, but he had no choice but to obey. "Then I'll go ahead. Goodbye." An elder stepped into the passageway. "You won't be able to escape." Tranvu turned back to assess the situation. "These people are all powerful cultivators at the Void Spirit stage, but how can I just stand by and do nothing?" Then he ignited a fire that covered the entire sky. Duhan was pleased with Tranvu's clever use of fire to block out the sky. Qiyimfong replied, "This time I have to use hundreds of pages of the fire of hell. You leave everything behind and rush away. The deep, this time the young master owes you a life." Vanfei turned back to remind them, "Let's go quickly, both of you agree," and the 3 of them soared into the sky. Before leaving, he didn't forget to tell Bat Kijia to go home and apologize, saying he would come to make amends later. The principal angrily scolded, "You little brat." Seeing the elder step out of the passage, he asked, "Couldn't catch up?" Under the blazing fire, the elder grew even angrier. "This kid is very cunning, using a fire talisman to block the sky. I can't manifest myself. He cut off my escape and I can't catch him." The principal slowly walks away. If that's the case, inform the Imperial Martial Academy of the real situation. In Kong Trang's side room, He Duong angrily scolds, "What kind of work is Master Sword Mountain Villa doing? Why did they leave the demon sword behind and let Zhenwu become the master of the demon sword?" That old man clenched the letter in fear. "It's dangerous. For hundreds of years, chaos has spread across the western Tuyu border region because of the demon sword, and its masters are all brutal killers. The Imperial Martial Academy has lost many students to them, and in the end, the demon swords were all sealed away by Master Sword Mountain sect. Why are they appearing now?" The dean was unhappy with their actions. The people from Sword Mountain sect spoke too arrogantly, forcing us to eliminate the demon guard, and they even revealed it. The ones who forged the demon swords are also them. The ones you seek the master of the demon sword is also them, and now they are acting aggressively towards us as if the Imperial Martial Academy is nothing. Baichi is worried and doesn't know how to handle this. What should we do now? Being affected by the demon sword's influence could mess with Tranvu's mind, and soon he might become a threat to us all. He firmly believes that the Imperial Martial Academy has never relied on others to tell them what to do, even if they are possessed by demons. I don't believe we can't save our students. On this side, warm sunlight covers the mountain range, and a powerful aura descends upon the demon beast. It was just defeated, so Tranvu stepped forward and let the sword draw the blood of the demon beast. This strange sword needs to drink blood every once in a while. Tranvu turned and asked it, "Thiet Dan, can this sword open your iron shell? It's so boring to hear you never forget to tease me all the time." The steel pillar grumbled and pointed out the problem. "This mineral-based demon beast, how could this sword hurt me? This sword has an astonishingly fast consumption rate. I wonder how long this young man can hold out before being devoured." Though he doesn't realize it, I can feel his life slowly being consumed by the sword. He sheathed the sword, reflecting that it had quickly devoured a demon beast, yet Tranvu still despises it, though in the end it finally obeyed. At least for 2 hours it won't cause trouble anymore. In the Grand Hall, someone hurriedly reported, "The director is in trouble." A guard respectfully reported that Master Sword Mountain Villa had issued an order to hunt down Zhen Wu in the Western Water, promising a treasured sword forged by Master Sword Mountain Villa as a reward for his head. Director Cam Fen said coldly, "That's too much bullying. Do they think the Imperial Martial Academy has no one left?" He immediately ordered the entire academy to publicly issue the assassination order and announced that all students without missions must protect Tranvu and ensure his safe return. Everyone responded in unison, yes. Tranvu, controlled by the murderous aura of the demon sword, kept repeating, "Kill, kill." He gritted his teeth and had only one thought, kill. Chanvu breaks free from control and regains his will. He is horrified and can't believe it. Why is this happening? Why am I having these thoughts? Taidan warns that the demon sword has revealed its claws, and this is only the beginning. He seriously adds that you can still stay conscious thanks to your willpower, but next time, that might not be the case. Zhenwu angrily shouted, "Let go of the chain. Come here for me." Taidan calmly advised, "This chain is connected to your life. Your life is not exhausted. It will not break free." But he is quite confident that there will definitely be a way. There will definitely be a way. He interrupts Tranvu's intention. "It's useless. With your current cultivation level, you can't suppress the demon sword. Once it finds its master, it will become incredibly powerful. By the end of the Dark Era, although the power of the sword user increases, more precisely, the power of the demon sword grows stronger." Taidan adds a piece of advice. "It's best not to let this sword cause slaughter. The more lives you kill, the stronger this sword becomes." He feels that's not right. It's not that simple. Every once in a while, if there is no fresh blood, I cannot move. Then Zhenwu noticed the people approaching. The three of them excitedly looked down at him, saying, "It's Tranvu, great! Killing him will get us the sword from the Sword Mountain sect." They eagerly charged at him. "Prepare to die! Kill me, and you can take the treasure sword of the Sword Mountain sect." Tranvu sneered and taunted, "So let's see if you have the skill." When the screams of agony echoed, he suddenly snapped out of his trance. Tranvu looked at the corpses on the ground in confusion. What just happened? How did I kill them? Tang Tian has identified his condition and found out. As expected, the demon sword's influence spread faster than we thought. She concentrates spiritual energy into her finger. Tranvu obediently follows us back to the academy, and then Tang Tian channels that spiritual energy into his body. Tranvu slashed his sword to break Tang Tian's attack, leaving her in shock as she questioned herself. He can easily decipher our talismans. Behind his armor, Taidan secretly thought that the more they did this, the stronger the demon sword became, and relying solely on the talisman system was no match for it. Tang Tian throws out the binding cord to restrain him, wrapping it around Tranvu's body. He was annoyed by being tied up and directly tore the rope apart. Then, with murderous intent, Tranvu charged at her. "Kill now!" Suddenly a surge of powerful spiritual energy struck him. Tranvu just collapsed to the ground. Haken Gooch, annoyed, criticized, saying that just a demon sword made you lose your true nature. It's useless. Tang Tian looked at Master Haknuch, and he ordered her to retreat. "Tang Tian, you step back. He has become possessed by the demon, and the power of the demon sword is beyond your current ability to handle." She obeyed. "Yes, go ahead. Let me see what skills you have when wielding the demon sword." Tranvu immediately charged at the old man to kill him. Haknuch calmly blocked the attack with one hand, then snatched the sword back and knocked him away. "Hand over the sword." Song Haknuch pasted a bunch of talismans on it. True to the reputation of the talisman of the old sorcerer, even the demon sword is now under control. Tranvu exhausted and fell into a coma. The master and the teacher Tang Tian returned to the Emperor Wu Academy, and she obeyed the order. Yes, many years ago in the bustling capital, Zhen Wu waited for me. He happily grabbed the chain and ran off. "If you catch my chain, give it back to me." Luna chased after, her face flushed with anger, and stopped for the old woman. When sitting on the roof, she called him Tranvu. Luna carefully asked what was in her heart. "I heard my mother say, 'Are you moving out soon?'" He hesitated for a moment before replying. "Yes," she said. "We've been here for 2 years. It's time to move on." She still couldn't bring herself to accept it. "So will you come back to find me?" Tranvu gently stroked Leona's head to comfort her and said, "Of course I will come back to find you. Is she really that happy?" "Then you can leave." Behind the solid wall, he firmly declared, "I will come back to find Leona." Tuyetin and he listened to Tranvu's mother as she says, "Tranvu, I'm sorry. I did it for you. I had to seal your memories for the past 2 years. Soon, Uncle Ho will come to take you back to the Long family in the heavenly martial kingdom." He tears up with sadness. "Mom, I don't want to lose my memories. So what about Leona?" She used her spiritual power to seal his memories. It was an urgent situation, and she had no choice. At this moment, Tranvu suddenly awoke from his dream. No, this dream is too strange. He looked in horror at the chain on his wrist. What's with this chain? I keep pulling on it, so why can't I break free? Hakning stepped in to stop him and said, Don't struggle anymore. This is a binding chain used to train spirit soldiers. With your cultivation level, you can't break free. Chanvu asked in confusion, Master, why are you chaining me up? Haknut calmly explained, Because you are dangerous, no one knows when the demon sword inside you will take control, so we had to lock you up for safety. He asked about the situation in confusion. So, how many people have I killed then? Lao Tu calmly replied, 536 people. Tranvu was surprised and couldn't believe it. What? He looked at his trembling hand. How did I become a murderous demon? The Black Abyss still maintains a cold tone. But these are all people here to kill you. You don't need to feel burdened. You are not killing innocent people. Moreover, it is not these people who triggered the violent nature within the demon sword. Nor did you enter the demon state that quickly, so they all deserve to die. Tranvu asked nervously about his condition. So will I be bound like this from now on? Old Man replied indifferently before leaving. The old masters are thinking of a way. For now, I have to chain you up. You understand that the demon sword's master is Sun Trang, but they insist that anyone marked by the demon sword in the dormitory will only meet death, even demanding that the Imperial Martial Academy kill you and then take the sword back to Sun Trang to seal it. The Black Abyss slammed the door shut and left. But you are one of our students. This cannot be left alone, so stay here quietly. Soon after, darkness covered the entire academy. He gazed at the bright moon through the window frame. Tetsudan, do you think I have the ability to recover? She said it's a bit difficult. Thiet Dan still excitedly asks for Tu Chanvu's things. Anyway, you're about to die, so what's the point of keeping the death fire? Just let me eat so I can transform into the third form sooner. Who would have thought to die so quickly? It's helpless, don't you hear me? Thiet Dan slowly believes that you won't die right now, but judging by your appearance, it probably won't last more than a month. In the confined space, it added, If the demon sword had only devoured you gradually before, now it is taking over step by step, 10 times faster. Many strong fighters have fallen to this sword, their blood and essence nourishing it to become extremely powerful. You simply cannot stop its corrosion. What time is it now? Can't you say a few words to comfort me? But it still remains straightforward. I can say something, but it's useless. You won't have much time left to live. He sighed with regret, never expecting my future to end in the hands of this sword. Tranvu despairingly shed tears, and Uncle Ho would probably be very disappointed. It's over now, he cried out loud. Thu Diep, my young master is gone. What will you do? Thiet Dan could only remain silent after hearing this. Bak Chian carefully advised, Young man, don't say I didn't look after you. This is the pure mind spirit jade I crafted. Keep it with you to help calm your mind and temper your temper. And as long as you avoid killing, the pure mind spirit jade will keep you safe for life. Hak Duong added, I have nothing valuable. This is a calming pill. If the old man's gem doesn't work, then use the calming pill. Tranvu, holding the two good items, expressed his gratitude. Thank you both for your kindness. I didn't expect you to prepare this to help me resist the demon-guarding sword. Hak Duong looked at him and slowly said, You can go now. Tranvu looked a bit naive and said, Go. Bai Chi added, Teach Kiem's son. Trong wants to take back the demon sword this time. Some powerful figures have shown their might to the Imperial Martial Academy. You can no longer stay at the Imperial Martial Academy. The Imperial Martial Academy is not afraid of Chu Sword Mountain sect, but it cannot become an enemy of the entire Western Water. Tranvu lowered his eyes, his mood slightly sinking. Don't worry, I don't blame the Imperial Martial Academy, but I have one last request. I came to the Imperial Martial Academy to learn a martial art. Can I see that martial art before I leave? It seemed that when he heard this, Baiji was extremely stunned. Haunhat Thamlong's technique, even the Black Prison, finds it hard to believe. How do you know the Imperial Martial Academy has this martial art? He replied softly. Uncle Ho told me, this martial art is good for me. That's why I came to the Imperial Martial Academy. Haishang hesitated for a moment, then nodded slowly. We can't control it either. Suddenly, someone stepped forward and interrupted. You can look, but no copying, only memorizing. The elder approached with the secret manual in hand. The Haunhat Tam Long Thu is a powerful martial art, ranked as a low-grade earth technique, but many generations of experts at the academy have been unable to cultivate it, as practicing it can cause blood qi to rebel and, in severe cases, lead to physical explosion. He threw the book to him, surprisingly strange indeed. Zhen Wu forced a fake smile. This martial art is truly miraculous. The smile suddenly faded, and his voice grew weak, but for someone about to die like me, it no longer mattered. Tranvu carries a pile of luggage on his back, bidding farewell to the teachers and students. Bak Chi calls after him, saying she won't say goodbye to Thu Diep. This girl has been heartbroken over you these past few days. He coldly turned his back and walked away without looking back. No need. We won't meet again later. No need to hurt her more. The principal looked down from above and walked away, followed by a group of masked black-clad men flying behind him. Can you make it? Tranvu was extremely stunned to see him suddenly appear here. The principal's voice was firm, saying, "Just need to take his head and retrieve the demon sword, and the Jew sword sect will reward you with a top-grade Earth-level sword." The black-clad subordinates obeyed the order and swooped down toward Tranvu. "The Earth-grade treasure sword belongs to me. Kill." He grits his teeth and snarls. "Damn it." But before he could make a move, a fiery punch from the black prison formation saved him just in time, leaving Tranvu extremely surprised. "Master Black Abyss," the principal shouted loudly, "how dare you protect students in this situation? Do you know what the consequences will be?" The dean felt indignant. How could you act against our academy and expect us to stand by silently? Originally, the Imperial Martial Academy didn't want to oppose Tai Thui because of Longshan Vu, but that doesn't mean we speak like roaring flames. The Imperial Martial Academy is not easy to bully. Hakn Gooch stands in front. "You can't make a move now, you can't spill fresh blood, or the Thon Tom talisman will suppress your violent aura and weaken, and the demon sword will backlash even stronger." The principal coldly commands, "With so many of us, today you won't be able to protect long. Everyone charge. Today we must level the Imperial Martial Academy and kill them all." The principal said very seriously, "The teachers in the Imperial Martial Academy have been silent for too long. The Western Water has forgotten how terrifying we are. It's time they see the true strength of our academy. Everyone united, ready to fight at any moment." Tuyet Teen was filled with vigilance. She grabbed Dalao and used her bare hands to strike down each black-hooded figure. Bakchi turned to Hak Duong and asked, "Are you ready?" Hak Duong also got into position. The old man couldn't wait any longer. In front of Tranvu, a crowd rushed forward relentlessly. Immediately, Hak Duong flew in to block the way, sweeping away each attacker, as one of them swung a fierce fist and charged toward Hak Nuch. He fought to the death, unafraid, throwing a punch that sent the enemy flying straight to the western heaven. Tranhai watched the chaos before him. The teachers were all very powerful, but it seemed that the subordinates of the principal's side were a bit beyond his expectations. The enemies too many. While fighting, Tuyet Tin was slashed across the face by a sword, blood gushing out as Baichi was executing a punch when a hand lunged out from the black hole, and an attack came at lightning speed, catching him off guard. Unexpectedly, a powerful expert from the Hukan realm. Tranvu, seeing him caught in a strike, shouted anxiously, "Master Ngo Tuyet Ting, old man." The urgent situation before them made Hak Nuch curse under his breath. Damn it, almost all the strong fighters from the Western Water have gathered here. Tranvu felt useless for not being able to help. "Why can't I do anything right now? What should I do?" Right now, from behind, a man in black rushes at you with great joy. "Your teachers can no longer pay attention to you. You are finished." That guy charged forward shouting "die," but before he could hurt you, a sword swiftly pierced straight through his neck. This sword strike was only possible thanks to Van Phi's timely rescue. Now let's see if you have the luck to survive. Tranvu was very surprised to see everyone united in helping him like this. It was you, one person with a spear, who spoke up. Brother Long, step aside, then strikes the ground with his hammer, unleashing a fierce fire blast that can burn everything and set the black-clad figures ablaze. This guy puts the hammer on his shoulder, so what if there are many people? Do you think our Imperial Martial Academy has no one? Haknuch places his hand on Tranvu's shoulder and urges him to go, then throws him into the air with all his might. Take care of yourself, but before you could steady your mind, you were pulled into the black hole that had been prepared in advance. You only managed to wave your hand and call out to Master Haknuch. Because he couldn't catch the target, the old principal was furious, damn it. But then he remembered something that made him feel triumphant. Your demon sword inside you is also about to rebel. At most, you'll die in a month. The black hole takes you to another place, filled with intense anger. Annoying, I won't spare the sword from the mountain sect. Thiet Dan poured a bucket of cold water. Come on, you're about to die, Tranvu continued muttering, a top-grade sword driving all of Tai Thui into madness. Tieshin interrupted. That's enough. There aren't many Earth-grade divine swords in all of Tai Thui. Even if your swordsmith village specializes in forging swords, they can't produce many Earth-grade divine swords. And even our 10 great clan-defending swords can't match a single Earth-grade divine sword. I grit my teeth and clutch my chest. Demon sword, you have caused my death. A cheerful laugh suddenly echoes. Big Brother's prediction was right. Tranvu has already come here, but some people still refuse to let him go. The Imperial Martial Academy is fighting inside, and we are outside, reaping the benefits. I'm helpless now, damn it. Surrounded by 3 enemies in a corner, so unlucky I have to use the demon sword. They immediately drew their weapons and charged forward. Kid, your life is mine. Before they could feel victorious, a precise explosion hit them, smoke and flames erupting everywhere. These 3 guys were completely stunned. What is going on? He has an accomplice. Tranvu turned around and said, if you came to help, then help. But Na is still sharp-tongued. It seems you've gotten into trouble, you unfaithful scoundrel. Lak Keech also came along. Brother Long, it's been a while since we last met. Tranvu hesitated, seeming a bit surprised that they had come here. Why did you come here? Na angrily hit his head with a loud slap and asked, Are you so afraid of meeting me? Da. My head hurts. Kite recounts the story, saying I and my older sister passed by this place and saw the previous battle scene of the Imperial Martial Academy, then learned you had an incident, so we hurried to find you. He fell silent for a moment, unexpectedly meeting Gu Ren in these final days. Suddenly recalling something, his tone became extremely urgent. That's right, Luna. What happened in Juling Town made me remember. Because of our promise back then, I don't know why my mother sealed my memories, but the demonic sword eater has unsealed mine. Nah, what did you suddenly remember? Mother, you sealed your memories, so where is she now? He lowered his eyes and said, I don't know. The three guys who were pushed aside earlier also spoke up. Hey, are you guys done reuniting yet? Tran Vu scratched his head. Sorry, just a little longer. These guys won't stay still. Furious, they rush forward, then die, and say slowly, Nah, let's put this aside for now and focus on blocking the front. You hide in the back. This debt will settle later. Lakji also agrees. Long, brother, let me see the results of our training. Behind the mountain, the battle is still extremely intense, with Black Abyss continuously taking down enemies one by one with his bare hands. The headmaster, furious as he sees the number of dead constantly rising and lying scattered on the ground, curses, We're stuck here. Knowing they were at a disadvantage, he ordered his troops to retreat and switch targets. Let's go, forget these useless guys. Chase after Long Tran Vu. Nei quickly finishes off one enemy with her sword, while Lax Kiet uses his sharp claws to eliminate the remaining two. Long Tran Vu marveled at their progress. Impressive. I haven't seen you two for a year and you're already this formidable. Na said, Don't praise us anymore. If you hadn't been forbidden from using martial arts to handle these guys quickly. After dealing with this mess, Na finally asked about the main matter. Can you now explain what kind of sword demon you are? They didn't say clearly, I only know you are being hunted and you're not allowed to use your martial arts. He just raised his sword, but before he could finish speaking, a sudden sword pierced through her chest, shocking him. Luna couldn't dodge in time and was stabbed. Here, the principal has also found your location. Long Tran Vu, you are truly fortunate to have so many people helping you. Lakji saw her collapse and was extremely worried. Butai, but before he could warn him, the black-cloaked figures silently rushed in. Tran Vu saw this and immediately warned, Don't do it. But it was already too late. After Nana, the scene was already pierced through by a sword. The principal sneered maliciously, Now let's see who can still help you. Things have come to this point and he can no longer endure. Forced to use his martial skills, he swung his sword in anger and said, I must kill you all. The necklace around his neck shone brightly and his whole body erupted with energy. The principal was pleased. Very good. With someone like you understanding life, I can now. Before he could rejoice, Tran Vu lunged with his sword. Old fool, die. The principal also refused to back down and immediately blocked with his sword. The two of them fell into a stalemate, neither willing to admit defeat. Your great strength makes your followers keep their distance. The principal is very confident. It seems I have underestimated you, but you haven't managed to kill me yet. Before you could rejoice, Tran Vu struck a decisive blow and split him in two. A swift slash like the wind successfully took him down. Seeing him like that, the subordinates panic and the master, I have no intention of sparing them, so I strike again to finish them off. Nana and Lak Kiet are taken somewhere else. He trembles as he checks their breath and then looks up at the sky. The rain pours down heavily, drenching him, his face gradually aging. Am I about to die? Time passes quickly. 10 days later he goes to a cliff and sits to rest under a tree. Tran Vu has also finished building the graves for Lak Kiet and Nana. His voice was hoarse, as if he had lost all strength, but he still reminded Thiet Dan to watch over the Long family in Tien Vu country. I am dying. Can you help me? That is my home. It replied, If you still have a body, I will take you back. Voodoo me, is that so? Looks like I didn't raise you in vain. Take your time and tell it the story. Even though this house only leaves me with painful memories, it is still my home. The fallen leaves return to their roots. I don't want to become a wandering ghost in this desolate forest, Tran Vu repeats once more. Thiet Dan, don't forget the promise you made to me. Take my body back to Long's family in Tianwu Kingdom. After giving his final instructions, he peacefully closed his eyes and passed away. Thiet Dan felt a twinge of regret. It's a pity that a once great hero capable of vying for dominance over the continent died for a demon sword. With that, it suddenly enlarged itself several times and transformed. Tijan carries the Tran Vu on his back and walks. I will take you home. But those black-clad figures still won't leave us alone. Where are you going? They stand in a line blocking the way of the iron platform, talking nonsense, and in the end, they are already dead. Massacring heavenly beings. In the realm of the demon sword, you are considered the strongest of all time. The Iron Sect cannot understand. Aren't you humans supposed to regard the dead as the greatest? He is already dead, and you are causing trouble for him. But they still refuse to let go and draw their swords, ready to attack. Talking monsters are very rare. Actually, our target isn't you. If you return Long Tran Vu and the demon sword's bodies, you can leave. The Iron Altar is very determined and has no intention of letting him stay here. I have agreed to take his body back to the Long family. Do you think I am like you humans and would break my promise? Is that so? You just don't drink wine. You prefer to drink punishment. Theat Dan calmly warns, "Stupid humans, I am the primordial demon king. If you attack me, you won't know why you end up dead." That guy, furious, swings his sword, aiming to kill. Unexpectedly, Theat Dan effortlessly soars into the air, dodging the attack. Goodbye. These guys never expected this move at all. Even as the iron plate soars away, it still maintains its arrogance. I am the mineral world demon king, but I am not yet fully grown. I hold no grudges against you humans. They all got angry and started wildly attacking, shameless monster. Where do you think you're running? Tiefin helplessly dodges each blow, tears in his eyes. This little demon refused to pass on the Heavenly Emperor's blessing before dying, or I would have already evolved to the third form and wouldn't be suffering like this now. The power of Theat Dan is beyond their expectations. What kind of monster is that? The intelligence report did not mention any monsters beside Long Tran-Vu. Elsewhere, news of Tran-Vu's death had also reached Tuan Lam. He's dead. It's a pity I was planning to kill him myself, but he ended up dying at the hands of the demon sword, wearing a black cloak, wondering what's going on. You shouldn't have killed him yourself, and you're happy about it. Tuan Lam propped his chin, a bit displeased. Though he felt some regret, it's better that he died, but his body fell into someone else's hands. The subordinate immediately replied, "Don't worry, we are still watching him, and now someone has gone to retrieve his body." A messenger also came to report to Tran Hao, saying, "Young master." The subordinate recounted the entire story to Tran Hao, and upon hearing this tragic news he fell into an indescribable silence. On the side of the Black Prison, Black Path, and White Branch, they also received the sad news. Tudeep was heartbroken, tears streaming down her face. The young master from the Theat Dan side is still struggling with this relentless group of black-clad men. He's crying out in pain, and they won't even spare the corpses. What kind of karma did you create in your life? Now that you're dead, you're still being hunted. Even high-level experts from the Void Realm have come. Theat Dan only has one phrase but keeps repeating it. "Don't bully the boss. I am the mineral world demon king. As I speak, I scramble to run as fast as I can, but they keep chasing after me. Who would believe you? Die for me." As he finished speaking, a small bomb flew into his hand, and as soon as it touched, his hand was instantly severed. This is damn it my hand. At this moment, Theat Dan has grown wings. What are his wings? Theat Dan warns once more. "I told you, anyone who dares to attack me, the mineral world demon king, I will kill you." The black-clad man grits his teeth. "You want to die." The iron altar flapped its wings even harder. "I won't bother with you anymore, I'm leaving," it shouted as it tore through the space. The man in black was extremely suspicious. Why is it like this? Only level 6 demon beasts can tear through space? The iron altar keeps muttering. I have killed, human. I risked my life for you." The wings just now were the wings of heavenly fury, capable of tearing space apart besides boosting speed. Even if my strength hasn't reached the Void Realm, I can still break through space. But these two beings have too much energy. I won't use it unless absolutely necessary. These black-clad guys are still relentlessly chasing after me. "Run! Where are you running to? Damn monster, I will crush you to pieces." Tiefin Huo panicked and ran as fast as he could. "Damn it, you can't let me go? I don't want to become that first form anymore. I remember all of you. When I get home, I will make my clan members kill you until you have no more armor." The black-clad ones swung their chains. "A beast like you, no matter how strong your clan members are, just die for me." The chain kept extending and striking at Theat Dan's body non-stop. Latan rained down. "I won't let your body be harmed. It hurts so much." A man in black notices something unusual and immediately gives an order. "This demon beast is very strange. Capture it alive and be careful with its wings." They switch targets from using chains to chasing after the iron pillar at all costs. Oh my god, the iron pillar is running with hair flying everywhere. We're in trouble. If this keeps up, I'll have to revert to my first form. As soon as he finished speaking, Tran-Vu suddenly burst into flames while lying on its back, causing it to scream from the intense heat. It was too hot. It was killing it. Even it couldn't understand. Humans are truly strange, thinking they could escape. But then the familiar black holes reappeared. The 3 black-clad figures laughed triumphantly, taunting, "Run! Why don't you run anymore? I wonder where you're running to." They were very puzzled to see Tran-Vu suddenly engulfed in flames. What is going on? Why is he burning? So they hurriedly decided to seize the body first and deal with the rest later. But as soon as they arrived, the flames quickly spread and burned each of them. Why is everyone so confused? What's going on? The flames form a protective circle around the steel pillar, and these guys can't quite understand it. We are all in a fragile state, wounded by the flames. The fiery passion urges us. Why not burn them all, then take advantage of the situation to spread our wings and fly away? These 3 can't catch up, so they shout loudly, "Damn it, don't go!" The iron plate was crying out as it carried the person, screaming that it was too hot, and, unable to bear it, decided to let go of him. I'm about to die from the heat. The flames are so wild that when I let him fall to the ground, the fire melts the earth too. The sky and earth are melting, and even the ground is dissolving. Although he's burning, his body remains intact, burning so intensely that it creates a deep pit in the earth with an extremely high temperature. When Thiet Dan looked down, he saw that he had somehow turned into a round cocoon. This seems familiar, like we've seen this somewhere before. And so time passed, the giant egg remained motionless there forever. Thiet Dan felt a bit discouraged. After several months, there was still no sign of the giant egg moving, so he decided to burrow underground. Whatever, I need to enter a deep sleep body now to conserve energy. Later, some monkeys came over, and seeing the huge egg, they gathered in a large group to inspect it. They communicate with each other using monkey sounds, pointing at the activity above, and suddenly the monkeys become extremely panicked. It turns out that the peaceful giant egg has suddenly cracked open, spewing out a flame. This sudden change stunned the monkeys, and the explosion of flames sent them flying far away. For the first time, they were flying and thought they had become the great sage equal to heaven, standing there curiously watching the flames gradually die out, with a faint arm glimpsed through the misty smoke. This caused the monkeys to gape with their mouths wide open. A voice came from within the fire. "This is the underworld fish." Inside the flames, a human voice sounded, causing the monkeys to panic and run away in fear, almost pulling down their pants. Tran Vu was resurrected, completely naked. He looked curiously at the monkeys, wondering why there were so many here. Then Thiet Dan finally roared, still cursing at your damn head. "You look a bit confused and scratch your head. Thiet Dan, why are you burrowing underground? What is going on? Didn't I already die?" Tiandi, creation and transformation. Thiet Dan simply said, "I only mentioned the 4 words Phoenix Nirvana, I don't know the rest, and also you should find something to wear first. Try checking and snap your fingers to release a small flame." Tranvu hesitated. "So, the Phoenix Nirvana, isn't the phoenix a mythical beast from legend? What does this have to do with me? I have the divine dragon bloodline and the bloodline of the Death Jade Fire Garland in my body. Without the Phoenix bloodline, how can it be considered Nirvana?" Thiet Dan Kao answered this question and moved on to another topic. "You figure it out yourself. Do you know how long you've been asleep?" He paused. "So you mean I've been asleep for a very long time?" Thiet Dan softly said, "It's not long, just 375 days. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Tran Vu Lei turns into a river. It's dangerous, my youth." Thiet Dan pulls out a sword. "Found it." He threw the sword into his hand. "This is your sword. I was quite surprised by its power. You don't want to devour me anymore now." Thiet Dan chuckled happily. "This time you've got a big advantage." Tran Vu slung his sword over his shoulder, looking a bit confused. "What do you mean?" "I almost lost my life to it," Thiet Dan asked back. "Don't you even know why the Jujian Mountain Villa had to kill you? Moreover, they are determined to reclaim the demon sword." His expression grew serious. "So you mean that?" When he mentioned the name Emperor Sword, Thiet Dan immediately confirmed, "Yes, this kind of sword to Tao needs a living person to sacrifice for the sword, and Kaifeng also needs a living person to sacrifice for the sword, which is the same as the master you mentioned." Zhen Wu calmly continued. "If someone unsealed the demon sword, Sword Mountain sect would use the excuse of sealing it to reclaim it. But in reality, they wanted to take back the unsealed demon sword. They didn't expect that I survived and learned the secret of the demon sword. So, is that so?" He used his hand to control the sword to float above the central stage. The sword was good, but its murderous aura was too heavy. It's better to use it sparingly, and Thiet Dan also doesn't deny this. That's true. Although the demon sword has been unlocked, its blood-stealing nature still remains. Tranvu Tramtuvan twirls the ring on his finger. A year has passed, and I still don't know how Thu Deep is doing. The Iron Altar is just like you. I also miss the food she makes. I've been in a state of unconsciousness for a year. Do you see it that way? But I see that you are stronger than a year ago. The fake Iron Altar immediately dismisses this idea. You're mistaken. It's just an illusion of yours. For a year, I have devoured the flames you emitted, not only replenishing the consumed energy, but also becoming stronger than before. Meanwhile, Thu Diep was diligently practicing her martial arts, swinging her spear at a crimson bird with a blinding light emanating from her hand. Damn it. Immediately, this bird was destroyed on the spot by her formation. Bakchi walks over to praise. Well done, well done. Now you have mastered half of your master's abilities. Seeing him, she immediately bows respectfully. Master? Baiju can tell you're not in a good mood. Thu Diep, it seems you've been troubled lately. That move wasn't your best chance. Master, I have nothing to hide. Lately, I've been feeling strange. Like our young master isn't dead, so I want to go find him. Bakchi closed her eyes, feeling a bit annoyed. This girl still hasn't given up. That's all I can say, but I still agree. All right, a year has passed, and Western 2U no longer mentions this matter. You can leave the academy, no one will bother you anymore. Moreover, I have deciphered all the talismans for you. It depends on how much you understand. Master? My voice choked with emotion. Thu Diep will remember his master. Shaitan was bound tightly with a rope. What are you planning to do? It's tied up like a lantern hanging above the fire. Tranvu threatened. Say it. Why am I the Phoenix Nirvana? Thiet Dan panicked. I really don't know. Tranvu is furious, pretending to be clueless. Annoyed, he drops it into the fire, and Thiet Dan, burning hot, screams, I'm going to die from the heat. I can take you to someone who knows about this. You only agreed to go after sitting on the fire claw. Tranvu walked and talked, saying, You say the southern wilderness beast realm is your home, so your clan must be very powerful. Of course, I am a primordial demon beast, the strongest in my clan. He carried it on his back, soaring swiftly through the sky. Then that's good. If your family's power isn't as you claim, I definitely won't have a peaceful time entering the demon beast territory, Tai Tan replied firmly. Don't worry. With me watching over you, no one will dare to hurt you. But I'm very curious. With your personality, wouldn't you go back to the Imperial Martial Academy to pick up a woman first? He fell silent for a moment before opening up. I have been fighting and killing ever since I left Longjia. Thudiep has also faced many dangers, and her days of victory at the Imperial Martial Academy can be considered peaceful. Now that she has become a disciple and has her own life, I want to. He looked straight ahead and thought it might be better for her to follow me every day and face danger. Just let her believe I am dead and live a peaceful life. When Thiet Tan heard this, he couldn't help but sigh. People are truly hard to understand. In another place, Thudiep found the location of the martial suppression Nirvana. She stood still, not moving, and eventually realized that there was the aura of the young master, and also the aura of Thiet Dan. Could it be that the young master suddenly has a group of people approaching, the goddess and the servant have already found the person, and Thudiep turned around in surprise, saying, You are this group of people. We are here to take the person home. Thudiep suddenly, take me home. They revealed that the person had been tainted and needed Lord Moongod's help to cleanse them. Thudiep seemed stunned, cleansing. Before long, it was evening. Tranvu and Thiet Dan had been resting by a mountain stream for several days. Let's stay here tonight. Tranvu grills a piece of meat to eat as a snack. Thiet Dan is curious, isn't it beef you're grilling? Why do I smell crocodile? Tranvu replied. What's wrong with your mind? Where are the crocodiles? As soon as I finished speaking, the rock where I was sitting suddenly moved. Now I realize what is going on. This island has crocodiles. Both you and Thiet Dan are terrified. My God, the crocodile is so huge. Oh my God, this is not Thiet Dan recognizing this species. Gazira crocodile. What? Shaitan's face looked extremely serious. Gazira crocodile, a creature long extinct. This crocodile has had a bad reputation since ancient times. It will eat any creature it sees. Tranvu heightened his caution. Its strength is very powerful, and few monsters or humans can match it. Why is a long extinct creature appearing here? Thiet Dan quickly intervened. Luckily, it's just an immature hatchling. Otherwise, the Western water might be in serious danger. Don't risk it with it, you can't handle it. Let's go now. On the contrary, I am very eager to charge forward. You retreat first. I need to see for myself. The steel pillar hurriedly warns you not to cause trouble. Gazira the crocodile is a supreme beast from ancient times. I still have no intention of stopping. Even if I want to leave, will it let us go? It just plunged straight down onto the crocodile's head, causing a shockwave that shook the entire stream. Tranvu was surprised that with just one kick, the crocodile was pushed underwater. What is going on? My power, but the iron platform flies high above, looking down. Are you okay? Do you feel something strange? My power seems to have increased, and it's as if I'm questioning something. Tianren Ding's Feng Thiet Dan looks puzzled. Could it be because of dying and coming back to life? Did you clench your fist? Probably before he could finish speaking, the crocodile lunged again. He concentrated his strength into his fist, full of excitement. Perhaps there is luck in misfortune. Thiet Dan, today I invite you to eat grilled crocodile. A punch that tears through space and hits the crocodile straight in the face, but it still doesn't even flinch. The power of the heavens and earth is overwhelming. The crocodile lifts one paw, but Tranvu remains unfazed, and since I don't hold back, I unleash all my strength with a dragon fire attack. This strike successfully knocks the crocodile high into the air. Thiet Dan was watching from outside, extremely tense, as his power was so great it could send the beast flying through the air. Tranvu continued to unleash his strength. It's not over yet. The blazing fire unicorn, wait. A powerful fire palm strikes directly at the crocodile's leg. Thiet Dan marvels. No way. Little guy, you are human, yet you broke Gazira's leg. What kind of demon must you be to do that? He shouted loudly. Thiet Dan, dungs nui nua, an huang den toi fat hui, an phantom liam bika sao hat tung len troi, daudon pun ramot ngumau toi roi, bika sao hatomom nuo chung. Taifan was terrified. Oh my God, I just praised you, and now you're in trouble. It hurriedly flapped its wings and urged, hurry up and run. I don't want to become its meal. But before it could finish speaking, the crocodile's belly was pierced by a burst of fire, destroying it. Its belly was then sliced open in two. Tranvu, covered in blood, staggered out. The iron plate looked on, almost causing his eyes to pop out. Is this all just an illusion of the world? He cups water to wash his face, not forgetting to mock. Is this crocodile stupid? I can't do anything to you outside, but if you devour me, it's like inviting death. Tran Vu glanced at Thiet Dan. Why are you looking at me like that? It's hard to believe. I'm very curious, how did you recover so quickly? You're not hiding anything, and your tone is very boastful. This is the credit of Gezira's crocodile heart. Just now, I was severely wounded by it, using all my strength to pass through the stomach and strike the heart. I didn't expect that just a few pieces of its small man's meat could restore the body so quickly, even more effective than a divine elixir. Thiet Dan was stunned to hear this. What? You ate Gezira crocodile meat like that? You're truly a spoiled brat. Spoiled brat? Tran Vu remains completely calm. What's wrong? You want to eat too? The iron plate is trembling. You loser. Gezira's crocodile heart is a treasure that defies the heavens, capable of extending life and breaking through barriers. If you were a better alchemist, you could craft powerful pills for the continent, so why are you eating like that? Zhen Wu quickly defended himself. Just a little. There's still plenty left. Hearing that, it also proudly flew over and chewed fiercely. Mine, all mine. You're speechless. Why did you say you shouldn't eat like that? Looking at the giant crocodile in front of him, he didn't know how to handle it. How can its body be so big and still be manageable? Tizan kept chomping greedily, as if afraid someone else would take it. Eat it all, don't leave anything behind. Blood and flesh can be used for bathing, it's truly luxurious. Tran Vu crossed his arms and looked at it. What does that have to do with you? Have you eaten that much and still not satisfied? The Iron Pillar is claiming credit. Don't be petty, I've been with you all along, you can't mistreat me. After eating, it also sensed the change in its body. I have evolved after so long, I have finally evolved for the second time. The iron plate cheers out loud with joy. Gezira, the crocodile's heart, has given me enough energy to evolve. This is truly a divine coincidence. He laughed so excitedly that even Tran Vu didn't know what to say. He stood there looking at the large cocoon in front of him, still nothing happening. I've lost patience and knocked to check. I've waited 3 days for you, why is there still no sign of progress? How long did your evolution take this time? Waiting is useless, so I moved on to something else. Whatever, I'll wait patiently for your evolution because Zhen Wu suddenly pulls out a saw and walks toward the crocodile. I need to deal with its body, that will probably take a few days. As I sit leaning against the tree, the cocoon also shows signs of movement and has finally finished evolving. The iron insect has transformed into a different form, becoming a butterfly with incredibly vibrant wings. My third form is so beautiful. You marvel at the butterfly. So what is your current strength? It flaps its wings, resembling your human realm in the void. Tran Vu was startled. Wow, you're that powerful? Does that mean you're stronger than me? Tethered by his arms, his face showing arrogance. Well, not necessarily, you haven't broken through the void realm, but your flesh body is very strong. The spirit realm is not your opponent. Have you reached the crocodile Gezira's lair yet? He showed it the eggs on the ground. I have already dealt with its body and then moved to the back acupoint, but I only found 5 eggs, which have turned to fossils, and there are eggshells. Maybe these 5 eggs are its siblings or sisters. Its eyes are bright like headlights, and its small mouth drools with greed. Forget it. Let's open it and see. If it's edible, it must be a divine herb that defies the heavens, and eating it could extend your life by 1,000 years. With that, he tapped the egg, but it didn't budge at all. It's too hard. Tran Vu slams his hand down to block and is speechless. You only know how to eat. Tie the Dan and step out. This is how the Gezira crocodile protects its eggs. Surrounding them with lava, the eggs won't be damaged. I never expected the Gezira crocodile, which was extinct, to still be holding 5 eggs here from ancient times that could be powerful treasures. Thiet Dan juggles the eggs in his hand. It's a pity I don't know how to tame beasts. If I did, using the Gezira crocodile as a pet would be very impressive. Tran Vu dismisses this pointless idea. Forget it, it needs time to hatch, be careful or I might die before it does. Tin Dan quickly hesitated. I told you, treasures like this are meant to be eaten. The proof of Gezira crocodile from ancient times can only be used by someone extremely powerful. 1 fruit is enough to break through your limit. Zhen Wu firmly refused. No, I just reached the peak of the heavenly human realm and I haven't fully mastered this power yet. If I break through again, it won't be good for my body. Tum Thiet Dan Kin Ngoi. Ban Van Bin Tin Troxunang Sao Thuk Luk Tat Lui He Giu Lady Sao Nei Ku Tian. No Name Quatrung Tro Lai Tian. Alright, let's not waste any more time, let's go, yeah. He lifted his foot, gliding swiftly into the air, feeling extremely excited. South Imperial Beast Realm, I have arrived. At the border of the Southern Imperial Beast Realm and the Western Water Edge, a fierce lion pride appears, capturing everyone without sparing a single one. This is the young master's rations. If even one is missing, I will take your lives instead. Yes, the nearby villagers frantically ran away. Run quickly, the lions are coming to catch us again. The scene is chaotic, everyone is crying out in despair. Help, help, let me out. Many civilians have been captured and put into wooden cages. Help me. Tran Vu flies high above, looking down with great curiosity. Why does this scene feel so familiar? Isn't this the scene where humans in Tai Thui hunt monsters? It's just prey, and hunters in exchange. Tai Tan added, You still not used to it? In the southern wilderness, this is very common. The people of Western Water are very strong, so humans are the masters, and monsters can only hide. But in the southern wilderness beast realm, humans become slaves and food. Tran Vu was a bit anxious. I understand this principle. If humans eat meat, then of course beasts also eat humans. Standing on different sides doesn't mean either is wrong, but I am still human. How can I stay silent when faced with this? Seeing you get ready to act impulsively, Thiet Dan quickly rushes to stop him. What are you planning to do? Don't act recklessly. This is the territory of the Demon Beast King, and many things here are different from the human world. If you make a move, you will be seen as challenging the authority of the Demon King. The Beast King will take action. Your current strength is still not enough to confront the Beast King. Tran Vu used an excuse to question and challenge him. Aren't you the ruler here? Weren't you the one who said you'd take care of me? Offended, it acted quickly without thinking and rushed downward. Anyone says do it, I'm just afraid of those cats. At this moment, the lions also noticed Thiet Dan. It emitted a powerful aura that blocked the aggressive lions. Blocked from proceeding, the lions grow bolder and furious. The three-headed Beast King is acting and you dare to interfere? Gendan shows no fear at all, instead remaining very calm. You've crossed the boundary. This isn't the beast territory of the southern wilderness. If you do this, you'll be in trouble. The proud lion stubbornly argued. This is a border between two regions, both the western water and the southern wilderness. Is there anything wrong with me hunting here? Tran Vu interrupts. So, then I guess I can take care of this matter without any problem? Seeing you suddenly interrupt out of nowhere, he immediately raised his voice and shouted, We humans have no right to interfere in the affairs of monsters. He didn't bother whispering, and continued loudly, I am speaking on behalf of the Western Water, and asking you to spare them. What? What are you saying? That's so funny. That strange place, like the Western Water and the Southern Wild Beast realm, haven't been destroyed yet, and you already have to burn incense and pray. Do you dare to interfere in my affairs? He didn't bother to argue over these trivial words. Tai Thui outside has already been described as outdated. Even the demon beasts of the Southern Wild Beasts are the same, not to mention other realms. He pointed at his face and challenged, I don't care. What are you trying to do? I've gone this far, and success has made those lions hot-blooded. Kid, you want to die, right? He raised his arm and clenched his fist. You want to die? The fist rushes forward like thunder. It's just a 5-headed demon beast. I don't care about it at all. The moment of impact knocked a lion several meters away. He blows out the flame on his palm. Thiet Dan warns, Hurry up and get out of here, or I won't mind eating you. The battered lion struggles to stand, damn it. Embarrassed and humiliated, they retreat. Let's go. The villagers saved from death's door bowed their heads in gratitude and thanked him repeatedly. Thank you, Your Grace. Thank you. They were so moved that they couldn't hold back their tears. If you hadn't stepped in today, we would have become food for the monsters. And even if we didn't die today, we would be taken away by the monster children. Hearing their heartfelt confessions makes him feel sad. Grinding his teeth in regret, he wishes he had killed those lions. As soon as he flew away, Thiet Dan kept talking non-stop. You have to remember this is the southern wilderness beast realm, not the western water. This is the territory of monsters. You kill monsters in the western water but didn't think they also have families? I've seen this kind of thing many times, so it's quite familiar. Tran Vu wondered if this was really normal in the beast territory of the southern wilderness. Thiet Dan took it for granted, saying it was very normal. Just like you eat beast meat and use their blood and flesh to refine medicine, you get used to it. Tran Vu listened quietly, hesitated for a moment, then asked, So your tribe also eats people? Thiet Dan denied it, speaking very logically. No, the people in the southern wilderness are all ordinary. There are no strong ones, and the food isn't good at all. We are very selective and don't eat everything. That's why my clan members usually hunt stronger demon beasts to eat so we can gain more energy. Otherwise, how long would it take to evolve just by eating humans? Hearing it say that, I didn't react too much. Zatan also suddenly remembered something and said, You have someone you know here? Your little servant also has a branch of the Tianbao Pavilion in the southern wilderness beast realm. Suddenly bringing this up makes me think of someone. It's been 3 years since Hoa Lin Ni. I wonder how she's doing now. Tran Vu wondered. That's not right. How do you know about Hoa Lin Ni? Tuan Duyan replied. Tu Diep told me before. Tuan Duyan explained everything in detail. The Beast King of the southern wilderness could use some treasure to exchange for what he needed. Therefore, many forces in the southern wilderness only have the heavenly treasure sect and demon beasts that can withstand fire, while other forces have had some conflicts with demon beasts. However, forces from outside the realm and demon beasts in the southern wilderness are on equal footing. Humans from outside the realm fear the beast realm, while beast forces fear external powers, and no one can bear the consequences of turning against each other. Tran Vu finally understood, so that's how it is. Suddenly, his gaze shifted to the movement ahead. Something's happening. A fire erupted from the distance. Thiet Dan looked closer and was shocked to realize that the lion herd had come to take revenge. It was the three-armed golden lion. Tranvu paused in place, feeling a bit helpless. Such a small matter had escalated so quickly. If this had happened in Taithui, they would have sent at least a few subordinates. This time, the Beast King personally intervened. The Iron Faction analyzed seriously that monsters and humans think differently. Monsters don't have many pretentious thoughts like humans. Offending it means death. It's that simple. In my opinion, the forces in Taithui are all fools. When you were weak, you thought sending the Celestial Realm experts was enough, but you ended up slaughtered. Then, you sent elders, but they still got killed. Finally, unable to bear it, they personally stepped in and discovered you were stronger than they expected. This foolish member is rarely seen among monsters, or he fights with full strength, Tranvu realized, so that's how it is. These lions have also seen them, the brave human who dares to be arrogant in my territory. The lions immediately breathe fire to attack. Tranvu stood there calmly without moving, an invisible shining shield blocking his front. This shield quickly extinguished the incoming flames. Your strength is impressive for a human, clearly only at the celestial human stage but covered in mysterious energy. Which realm do you belong to? What are you talking about? People from the western border region also dare to enter the southern wilderness? As long as they come to the southern wilderness, they will surely become prey for demon beasts. The three-headed lion discussed, Westwater, I didn't expect someone as talented as you. Offending the core will have serious consequences. However, our southern wilderness has agreements with 3 other realms, so even if you're not from Westwater, as long as you're human, I will give you a chance to fight. Tranvu unexpectedly asked in confusion, what did he say about the battle-ready Iron Plate? The Iron Plate also understands these things. Demon beasts of the same clan are very strong, but it must be acknowledged that humans are also very powerful. Even if 2 or 3 years ago he was just a child, after more than 10 years he has gained enough strength to make them tremble, especially in the Central Sacred Realm, which is full of geniuses, with several entering the Namhuang trial each year. If you die in the trial, it means your skills are not on par with others. But if a level 5 Beast King or a true realm, even a talented Celestial, intervenes, it would be a violation of the agreement. And history shows many Beast Kings did not believe in such rules. Of course, if you choose to die by challenging a stronger demon beast, it's not surprising if he kills you. After hearing this, Tranvu smiled confidently and said, I see. Signal the attack, I accept the challenge. The three-headed lion roared fiercely. Humans are so bold. Daring to accept the challenge, my eldest son will fight. As soon as the leader gave the order, another immediately charged forward. Yes, father. It roars loudly to show its dominance, surrounded by a divine aura that looks incredibly terrifying. Tranvu marvels, heaven and earth. It has a protective glow outside. What kind of treasure or divine artifact did it consume? Thiet Dan drools while looking at the lion, eagerly tearing into its flesh and blood for nourishment. The lion slowly approaches, leaning on you, waiting for the fight to end so he can eat you. The iron plate tusk roars back loudly. What's so scary about it? It's about to eat you. Tranvu felt a bit familiar, as if he had seen that demon beast butterfly somewhere before. Tranvu and the lion both landed on the ground to face each other in battle. It raises its claws and says, Kid, you've got bad luck to meet me. As soon as it finishes speaking, it spits out a fiery spiral, rushing straight at you. Tranvu remains unfazed, unleashing a stream of fire that scorches the ground and creates a deep crater before him. Then, the lion descends from above, aiming to pounce on him, and he immediately rushes forward to face it head-on. The collision explosion sent both of them flying apart. The lion cursed, You damn human, I underestimated you. The lion didn't expect you to be this formidable. This young man surpasses my expectations. I, the Beast King, never thought I would misjudge someone. The young man in front of you is hiding his true strength, and his flesh body is incredibly powerful. The three-headed lion flies overhead, shouting loudly, Stop joking around, deal with him quickly. The lion also has no intention of backing down. My father said I won't take much longer, and I look forward to devouring you. I feel it can make my flesh body stronger. Tranvu feels the same. It seems you think like me too. Angered by his provocation, it roared in fury. You want to die. As it charged at him, it transformed from one head into three. The lion above nodded in satisfaction and praised him. Well done. Well done, my son. At such a young age, you can already condense 3 heads. Tranvu couldn't believe it. The technique was so strange, it could grow 3 heads. The iron platform flying above immediately explained that the demon beasts in the southern wilderness and those in the western water were not of the same level, with some possessing inherited powers that made them much stronger than ordinary demon beasts. The gap is like between a true cultivator and a sect disciple. Even if they practice the same way, sect disciples can easily kill wandering cultivators with their powerful martial skills. Tranvu looked very serious. So, try me. He threw a huge fireball at his opponent, but the lion seemed to dismiss it. Are you insulting me? It spread its legs and roared loudly, unleashing a burst of power that blew away the fire attack into the nearby bushes. Tran repeatedly used his hand, continuously marveling at how much his strength increased after transforming, and he performed another move. But this fiery attack was quickly extinguished by the lion. The lion challenges all show and no substance. Is this all you've got? Tran didn't expect it to be so formidable. The Great Seal of the Fire Clan, a member of the Fire Clan, I just don't know which seal he has learned up to now. Tran doesn't give up, crossing his arms to try again. This time, he creates a larger fire tornado to attack. He directs the tornado toward the standing lion, but it remains unharmed and even looks quite relaxed. It counterattacks suddenly, launching a lightning-fast strike from within the tornado that catches Tran off guard. By the time I realized it, it was already too late. We're in trouble. This blow sent you flying high and then skidding across the ground. Thiet Dan was extremely worried. Are you okay? The counterattack left his shoulder badly injured, but he forced himself to stand and said, I'm fine. It seems I can't underestimate him anymore. With that, the lion charged forward and died instantly, still stiff. Tran still has his trump card. It seems that if I don't use all my strength, I will be at a disadvantage today. Let me show you my ultimate weapon. At this moment, a black hole of How Not appeared in the sky, and the entire lion pride was stunned. What is this? Your hand gathers energy? Longtham, Thiet Dan also shocked. Heaven and earth. Could it be that when the power is fully accumulated, you immediately strike with a palm? Another hand with sharp claws and overwhelming momentum suddenly lunged out. The lion, thinking he only had one move to use repeatedly, became very complacent. Pretending to be brave, I'm afraid you're no match. Not knowing fear of heaven and earth, I immediately rush forward to face this move of Tran. A deafening explosion erupts, its claws sparking with fire, and the lion's body seems to ignite. The lion's father is stunned, hiding his true strength. Just what kind of divine being is he? In the end, the price for his arrogance is being crushed by a fiery attack on the ground. Even Zhen Wu was surprised. He didn't expect his first real use of this move to be so powerful. Despite being thoroughly defeated, the alpha lion still acts arrogantly. You are very strong, but don't underestimate the male wild beast of the evil domain. As it speaks, it pulls its child back. If you dare to rush in, even if you're an equal, the magical beast can push you to your death. Then it turned its back and walked away, surprising him. Tran just followed and left, Thiet Dan explains. Monsters don't beat around the bush like you humans. If you lose, you lose. If it can't handle it, then its kin are no match for you. You still have questions, but I defeated its son. Wouldn't it seek revenge? Thiet Dan eagerly answers the question. It hates to eat you, but if it attacks, it will break the taboo. Not only it, but even its clan will be destroyed. But if you initiate the challenge, no one can stop it when it kills you, because you've touched its pride. Tran understood this and nodded silently. I understand. The Great Seal. Manhwa sat with her hand on the chair, asking about the situation. Has any young disciples come to the southern wilderness for trial training recently? The subordinate reported respectfully. There haven't been any recently. The clan is preparing a grand wedding for the young lady, so no young masters or young ladies have come to the southern king. Vanva held the paper in her hand and said, if what the elders said is true and this person used the Fienthian seal to reach the Four Orders seal, which is a top secret, then she suddenly realized something, stood up in panic and hurriedly left, blending into the rushing crowd. The flames crackle as John Woo grills a pig for a meal, and we're walking to your place like this, are you sure? Iron Fan reminds him. If you're now a well-known figure here, flying would be too conspicuous and could bring trouble upon yourself. He chews his food voraciously. So when will we have to leave? As the two are talking, a figure approaches the carriage. Is it you? Tran turned around cautiously, but Lan Vo Tin was faster, swinging his hand to attack him. Tetsudan was so shocked he couldn't speak. He threw a punch to create a wall of ice blocking Tetsudan's path and trapping Vu as well. Chief Min Han Lan Vo Tin arrogantly shouted, You dare to steal the young master's woman. Just at this moment, Lian Hoa has arrived. Lan Vo Tin dares to attack in front of me. He unwillingly pointed at him. Hua Lian Hoa, do you want to protect him? The Fire Clan has a marriage alliance with the Northern Kang Ace Clan, and his existence affects the relationship between our two clans, so he must die. Lian Hoa cursed inwardly. Why did that fool Long Tran use the obvious Great Seal so openly? She slowly stepped forward and asked, Why do you know about this? He answered calmly. You underestimate the intelligence network of my Ice Clan too much, continuing to talk casually. Everyone in the southern wilderness knows about him, and it's not hard for us to investigate the relationship between him and Miss Hoa Lin Ni. In that case, Miss Hoa Lin Ni will be able to marry our young master peacefully. Tran voice echoed from inside the ice block. I'm very curious, I wonder where you got such courage from. He also didn't expect that Tran would be frozen, but remain unaffected. At this moment, your ice shattered into pieces. Lan Vo Tin couldn't believe he couldn't restrain you. Tran quickly counterattacked. Members of the Ice Clan, taste my death fire. He snorted coldly and said, using the same person at the same time, he also launched a cold spear attack, two opposing waves clashing, one cold, one hot. Zhen Wu is stronger. Let's see how long your ice wall can hold out before the flames gradually seep in deeper. Manhwa stood outside watching the show and involuntarily sighed, as expected. He dares to challenge a powerful expert in the void realm. It's not beyond his limits. Everyone knows he will die at the hands of the demon sword. Lin Ni, who used tears to wash her face every morning, is surprised to see him appear here. I wonder what she would think if she found out about this. Lan Vo Tin attacked with a different method, freezing me. Instantly, Tran Vu's arm was surrounded by sharp ice crystals. Seeing him suddenly change tactics, I was also a bit surprised, then clenched my hand to break the ice covering it. It's useless, this thin ice can't trap me. Inadvertently, a wicked and arrogant smile appeared. As soon as he finished speaking, his arm was immediately pierced and bleeding. He smugly said, "My ice needles have merged with your flesh and blood, and your blood will freeze soon. Do you think that our realm-breaking experts are like those in the Western water?" Tran Vunat's lips barely moved, but he clenched his fist and used fire energy to regulate his breath. "I am your nemesis. This cold air has no effect against my death fire." He still remains so calm. "It seems I underestimated you. Your fire is not ordinary fire." Tran Vu swiftly darted behind him like lightning. "You think only my fire is unusual?" At this moment, Wu Tin is truly panicked. "What?" Then there was a blinding explosion, and Vo Tin was painfully and helplessly tied up, sitting on the ground. Tran Vu mocked him, "Truly a broke guy. This spirit stone is only over 10,000. Tai Dan also sneered, "You fool, don't you know your movement technique is very powerful? How dare they do that on purpose?" Tran Vu was startled to realize that Lian Hoa was also here. "Yes, senior, please introduce yourself immediately. Hoa Lian Hoa, Hoa Lin He's aunt." He exhaled and said, "Looks like the senior is not my enemy, so..." "What did you senior say happened to Lin Nai earlier?" she asked in surprise. "Don't you know about Lin Ni? She went to the southern wilderness not to find us, the heavenly treasures." He pointed at the iron altar. "Yes, I came to ask my family friends about something." Lian Hua hesitated. So Lin Ni, the girl, she slowly announced that she was about to get married, and her fiancé was the young master of the Northern Kang Cold Fire domain, who was now at the 9th level of the Void Realm. Lin Ni is not naturally gifted within the family. Even if she encounters opportunities in the Heavenly Martial Kingdom, her bloodline remains only mid-tier in the family hierarchy. I understand the issue. Speaking like this, Lin Ni's marriage isn't a good thing. She also thought the same, just like you, that this marriage is actually about becoming that person's Lu Din, using Lin Ni's bloodline to support his bloodline. Sometimes being part of the family clan means feeling powerless and having to sacrifice oneself for the sake of the clan's interests. This has caused a shock within the Fire Clan. But most of the clan elders agree. Young Master Kuk Hang Dien Thien has talent. Someone like him can only form alliances, not offend. Hua Ling Ni's status is noble, but her talent is not high, so she won't achieve great things in the future. Even if she exchanges her alliance with Nan Kiet, it can be accepted. Hearing this, Tran Vu couldn't help but be furious. A bunch of old fools. The honor of a great clan depends on a woman. The Fire Clan no longer deserves to be called a great clan. Lian Hua also felt helpless. This was the decision of the clan elders. Even the clan leader couldn't change it. Lin Ni had to marry into Bak Kwang Han Vuch. I had no other choice. He gritted his teeth and said, "North Kong Han Realm, Extreme Cold Palace. Let me remind you, you're no match for him. With your current strength, he could easily destroy you. Someone a whole realm below him, your talent is very high, but the young master of the Extreme Cold Electric is more outstanding than you. An exceptional genius of 1,000 years." Zhenwu hesitated. "When will they hold the wedding?" She sighed in disappointment and said, "Half a year from now, when you are determined, I will surpass him, and then I will go to the North Cold Realm and tell Lin Ni to wait for me." Lian Hoa felt this was unlikely to succeed. "You haven't even reached the Hudong Realm, and in half a year he might have broken through to the Tao Hua Realm. Are you sure you'll go?" With a resolute voice, she took out something from her shirt pocket and said, "I have to go. Please give this fire spirit jade to Lin Ni Sr. I will definitely appear in half a year." He tosses the jade piece into her hand. Lian Hua is speechless and says, "This girl, she's giving this to you, too. Once you accept it, it's also the time she needs to leave." "All right, I'm leaving now. Be careful and see you in half a year. Goodbye." After speaking, she also disappeared into the black hole. Tran Vu nervously rubbed his chin and confided, "Thiet Dan, to be honest with you, whether it's the Fire Clan or the Extreme Cold Palace, they both pose a serious threat to me, and I can't guarantee I will win." Tetsudan encouraged himself. "What is there to fear? They wouldn't dare to touch my people on my territory." He glared at it, shooed it away. "When did I become your person?" Thiet Dan forced a awkward smile to change the subject. "Sorry, my friend is somewhere else." The three-headed lion said, "You're very quick. My master hasn't arrived yet, and you've already come." "The three-headed monster summoned us here for a reason. What's going on?" The lion simply replied, "To kill someone." The bird beside him is Zhongnam Ying. Killing people, it seems, the rumors are true. The lion is filled with hatred and says, "I will make my son pay with his life." Thon Thien Kao mocked that it was because your son was too weak and he performed so poorly when it mattered. If it were me, I would have crippled him long ago. And that green snake earlier was Seven Heavens' poison demon, the impatient lion. Enough talk, our level can't fight, or he would have died thousands of times already. Thon Thien Kao, brave but cowardly, what is he afraid of? Come up with a plan. As long as you dare to do it, I will seal off this entire space. Killing him is as easy as flipping a hand. Even the human experts don't know what's happening here. That Tai Thien Dak Meng looks over with suspicion. Thon Thien, could it be you? It looked up at the sky, not denying it. Yes, I never expected our ancestors' glory to reside in someone like me. Now I can control the heavens and seal the area for a week. The three-headed lion paused for a moment, then spoke. A week is enough. His voice was filled with uncontrollable resentment. He had crippled my most valued son, and this grudge would never be forgiven. We didn't act before because of the pact with humans and demons, but now that we can seal space, a week is enough for us to kill him thousands of times. Thon Thien Ku asked again, Three-headed monster? Is his blood and flesh as effective for me as you said? It replied sarcastically, of course, his blood and flesh contain energy not inferior to ours. It must be a divine treasure or a rare artifact. Demon Lord also realized that the danger was significant. No wonder you brought us along. The Nam Eagle is determined. As long as we kill him, his flesh and blood will belong to the three brothers. Tian Gao is very confident in his abilities. Fine, if we attack, he will definitely be destroyed. Tran Vu and Thiet Dan swiftly escape through the forest. How long will it take us to reach your main base at our current speed? It estimates about 4 or 5 days. Then from behind, a loud voice shouts, Where are you running to? He immediately tensed up and turned around, realizing it was the same group that had caught up earlier. He was a bit confused. What did it mean that the three-headed lion was calling for its friends? Thiet Dan also wondered why after losing once, they would still want to suffer a second loss by killing people? That would settle everything. Tran Vu knows his limits. What should he do now? I can't deal with those 4 beasts. The metal sect has run out of options. How do I know I can't also deal with the Beast King? It pondered, weighing its 2 options. Either fight or run, don't wait around, Tran Vu urges. What's there to fight about? Run quickly, luckily I learned your fierce skywing, but as soon as I soared high, I was blocked by an invisible wall. The Heavenly Hound loudly tried to run ahead of Thon Thien, daring to enter the void. Do you think I don't exist? Trapped by the space wall, he and Thiet Dan couldn't escape, and were immediately thrown back. Tran Vu couldn't understand what was happening. Why was the space blocked? Have I not trained enough? Heavenly Dog. Hong H, beings at the heavenly human realm wouldn't understand anything about the Void Transcendence Tower. It seems that learning martial arts is not so simple. Bang Huang of Thiet Dan recognized it. Damn it, this is Thon Thien Kao. They specialize in controlling space. It's the first time you've heard about this space control. The three-headed lion can no longer wait. The human must die. It strikes with a palm attack. Tran Vu curses. Damn it. The very next second, he also proactively raised his hand to block the attack. A thunderous explosion tore through space, and he quickly dodged out of the flames. They comment, humans admit that your body is very strong, but you only have the divine human realm, which is still too weak for us. Killing you is as easy as flipping a hand. Your actions make people hate. The three-headed lion laughed heartily. You don't need to judge our monsters by your human methods. No matter what you say today, you're definitely going to die. 1 second later, a tail shot towards you. Tiez Dan warns in horror, be careful. But it was too late. The snake's tail exerted a strong force on him, sending him flying away and skimming across the ground. Damn it! The Nam Eagle spreads its wings and flies over. Die! It opened its mouth to breathe fire, deadly gravity. Immediately, the chains surrounding his body prevented Tran Vu Meng from breaking free. Damn it, it's even stronger than the chain gravity at the Imperial Martial Academy. The artillery kept firing, and he used all his strength to escape from the fire pit. The lion assesses the impact of gravity. You can still dodge briefly. You are indeed formidable, but this won't happen a second time. As he finished speaking, Noam immediately kicked forward, quickly activating the armored unicorn battle armor. A deafening explosion erupted as 4 beasts watched from above, observing what was happening below. Namung guesses he's probably dead now. Even the great beast kings working together would need 2 breaths to finish him. It's truly embarrassing to admit. Flames spread everywhere, burning the surrounding bushes. Thanks to the shield, he escaped death safely, but was still seriously injured. It's too dangerous. Luckily, I have the Qilin Battle Treasure, but unfortunately I can't use it again today. I hurriedly pour Spirit Nectar into my mouth and use Wan Spirit Nectar to recover first. No way. I won't sit still and accept death. They thought I was finished and were about to walk away. All right, let's go. A small heavenly human realm? Human who is so strong is truly rare. Unfortunately, at this moment, a blinding light shone down from above, causing the lion to leap all the way to the ceiling. What? He's not dead yet. Tiengo looked on with eyes almost popping out, trying to break free from the ceiling space. He repeatedly punched the invisible wall, but it didn't budge at all. Damn it, this space is too strong. I can't help but try again and do it over. Doomsday panicked and thought to himself, humans can sense the aura of the divine dragon on him. Because of my dragon transformation, I have devoured countless divine dragon bloodlines from demonic beasts, but I still can't break through. The kid can't even turn it into a sword. If I kill him, I will be able to transform into a dragon. The fiery heaven hound urges impatiently, so what are you still standing there for? My void space is about to collapse. Do I have to call a human expert? The three-headed lion acts first, so I, the Beast King, will unleash a fiery orb with terrifying power that can burn everything larger and larger. Zhenwu turned around, helplessly watching the approaching fireball, trapped in a deadly situation. It's dangerous. This energy sphere is enough to kill thousands, and this area has already been leveled by him. Thiet Dan is clutching his head in panic. Damn it, I don't want to die. I am a mineral world demon beast. I don't want to die like this. He channels his inner strength into the space wall. Shaitan, follow me and risk everything. The complete dragon seal, a dragon with countless heads, rushes out. The heavenly hound can't believe his eyes. Why is this happening? I clearly sealed off this space, so how is something still breaking through? The fiery vortex with a straight trajectory distorted the space-time barrier. Only now did the poison bearer realize this was the method of summoning the dragon god's power belonging to the dragon clan and a member of the dragon clan. It's furious and cursing, damn it, you've offended someone from the dragon clan. Our entire race will be wiped out. The lion is also panicking and killing. We have no choice but to kill him. No one will find out about this. Tiangao broke out in cold sweat. It's too late now. Just a moment ago, during the explosion, he had already escaped. Getting past the invisible wall made both him and Thiet Dan feel overjoyed. We escaped. Hoan Longmat Dien can summon the power of the divine dragon to descend. Maybe through summoning the divine dragon's teleportation to leave this space. I guessed right. Just charge straight down. But I don't know where this space leads. Tran Vu lands on the ground, looking around. Where is this? Before he could recover his senses, a powerful punch struck him, leaving him unable to move. He froze completely. What is going on? I can't move. Thiet Dan also looks confused. Damn it, what's wrong with you? A person slowly approaches. I told you you're too bold, sneaking out for so long and now bringing a human back. So he's a friend of Thiet Dan. Big brother, I told you not to joke. He's my friend. Datan seriously asked, when did you start befriending humans? The Blacksmith Guild hurriedly urged, speaking at length. Let him go now. You're a level 8 demon beast, comparable to a heaven-defying realm human. You'll make him die. Hearing its persuasion, Datan also agreed to release Tran Vu. All right then. Tran Vu was still stunned, trembling with both hands. I can't react so fast. This is my older brother. Datan, a low-grade 8th level demon beast. Tran Vu, surprised, you are actually a demon beast. Datan anticipated this and responded very calmly. I think this form is more convenient, so I appeared in this shape. By the way, Thiet Dan added, when a demon beast reaches a certain strength, it can definitely transform into a human form, but it will retain some of its original features, like its tentacles, which cannot be hidden. Now that it's my turn to settle the score, you little brat are really bold to sneak out for so long and still know your way home. The elders in the family are still furious. Design slaps his forehead, looking dejected. Damn it, I didn't expect they still haven't cooled off even now. In the valley, the two are talking, and Datan asks, why did you bring the human back? Thiet Dan briefly explains, he wants to ask the elders something. He looked very serious, but with his bloodline, the Divine Dragon bloodline, and the Tunga-Kwakilan bloodline, I never expected these two bloodlines to coexist, not to devour each other, right? Hearing that, Tran Vu honestly replied, I really don't know either. Moreover, I can tell from your injuries that you've just been in a fight. Did you just battle some beasts? Yes, we were attacked by some beast kings earlier, and it was difficult for us to escape. From now on, I guarantee this will not happen again. You are my junior's friend, so you are also my friend, Datan. In the Southern Wilderness Clan, my reputation may not be great, but not everyone dares to offend me. Ties of Steel crossed his arms proudly. Exactly. That's right. I told you those immortal elders have a problem with their minds. He's been in seclusion for so long, staying silent all this time. The outside world is about to forget who we are. His face is grim. If you call the elders immortals, I will lock you up. If you're afraid of the threat, then just don't speak. Right now, Tran Vu still can't help but wonder what kind of demon beast you are. I've asked several times already. Thiet Dan refuses to speak. Emperor Tan simply smiles softly and turns away. You will find out about this later. Come with me first. After speaking, he opened a magical space with his magic. In an instant, the world on the other side appeared before his eyes. Tran Vu was a bit confused and said, This is the Iron Seal. Quickly tell me. The passage leads to the mysterious realm. Our family has been hidden in the mysterious realm for generations. Only members of the family can open the passage. As they entered, Emperor Tan suggested, Emperor, this time you must apologize to their elders or I won't forgive you. It obediently agreed. Got it. Zhenwu was quite surprised. Emperor, is this your name? It turns its head to look back. What's wrong? You find that funny? Go ahead and laugh, I won't say anything. He immediately burst out laughing happily. Your name is very funny but also very badass. Thiet Danmon said that, but was extremely angry. At that moment, the teleportation space shifted to another place. They stepped out, and Emperor Tan greeted warmly, welcoming them to our clan's territory. Just arriving at Tran Vu, he was overwhelmed by the scenery here. Indeed, the scenery here is like a hidden paradise. I can feel the dense spiritual energy. Suddenly, Emperor One jumps down from above with a thud, full of joy. Emperor King, you're finally back. The Iron Altar looks confused. You still haven't evolved, have you? Why are you still in your first form? At this moment, Tran Vu is feeling awkward. The giant worm is too big. Emperor Yi awkwardly replied, the ancestor didn't let me evolve, saying my foundation is still weak. Evolving early isn't good, so they sealed my body to let me eat more during this time, which is good for my foundation. Suddenly, Taidan generously pulls out a good item that catches Deton's attention. I have some delicious food for you. He frowned as he stared intently. The energy is too strong. This blood prison is no ordinary one. And then, Emperor One immediately put it in his mouth and chewed loudly. The Iron Pillar confidently replied, of course, this is the blood and flesh of the Gariza crocodile. An invaluable treasure. I dare say even the immortal elders might not have tasted it. Daitan closes his eyes lightly, contemplating. Gariza crocodile. It's a pity if it's a fully grown Gariza crocodile. I also want to fight it. It must be a very strong opponent. Suddenly, Tran Vu heightened his vigilance, recalling how terrifying the Gariza crocodile was in ancient times, almost destroying the continent, and he said he wanted to fight. At that moment, many golden dragons flew over. Emperor Kin smugly crossed his arms and laughed loudly. You little emperor, do you dare to come back? Only then did I notice that a few people were riding on the golden dragon's head. Yes, Emperor Van, you dare to sneak out? Emperor Huyen grumbled irritably. I hate that you ran out and didn't take us with you. Tran Vu's expression showed his confusion. This is a Jiaolong with great strength, even a beast king in its domain. But here in the Huyen realm, it is just a mount. My brothers and sisters, this bear here is Dikan, this is Divan, and this little guy is Di Huyen. It's done. Then he hesitated and asked, do you have the fourth form now and can go out on your own, or do I need to take you? Dikan confidently said, once approved by the elder and sneaking out feels different. For all these years, only you have dared to run out. De Huyen Kao nodded in agreement. Yes, yes. It sighed, talking about what it admired, almost getting taken away to become a battle beast. Hearing that, Di Santa Hua Duang drew his weapon. Is this the battle beast? Impulsively, Ditan raised his hand to stop him. Don't be agitated. This is a friend of the demon clan. Did Daikon catch your friend? Diwen looked coldly over. Daikon, when will you ever fix this hot temper of yours? He quickly changed his expression, clasped his hands respectfully, and smiled like a flower. Sorry for scaring you, little brother. Zhenwu awkwardly replied. It's okay. Right now, he was so tense and trembling all over, his aura was too strong. The Iron Plate clan was indeed not simple. Earlier, Lading's spear nearly shattered me. The scene shifts to them standing in a line in front of the door. Elder Kai reminds you to wait outside. Until the Elder summons us, you must not go in. He glances at Tran Vu, but I am very curious. You are clearly human, so how come your flesh body is so powerful that it's almost unbelievable, even matching ours? I'm flattered, my master taught me that. The physical body is fundamental, so most of my time is spent cultivating it. Emperor Kan was quite impressed, so that's the case. Strengthening the foundation truly is rare. Suddenly, a loud shout echoed from inside. Save me, I can't do it anymore. A piercing sound reverberated throughout the hall. Seeing Thiet Dan being punished, his three brothers felt even more pleased. Serves him right. Tai Dan pleads and begs, I was wrong, I don't dare anymore. At that moment, Tran Vu showed clear tension. What's going on? This power would surely kill even a creation realm expert caught in it. Emperor Van said calmly. Living in comfort without appreciating it, the old master's favor is truly admirable. Emperor Kan also agrees, that's right, we can't even get the old master to teach us a lesson. For all these years, only Emperor Tan has had the right to be guided by the old master. The others are still outside in the yard, while Iron Plate Emperor inside is shouting loudly. I don't dare. Long Tran Vu saved me, I really don't dare. I'm about to die. In this situation, I can only give up. Nothing happened, right? Emperor Thiet Dan must be suffering a lot. A moment later, Emperor Tan stepped out and said, Don't worry, the old ancestor is training his body. Are you surprised, Tran Vu? He stepped down the ladder and explained that the Emperor has been outside for many years, without knowing what he has been eating. There is too much energy accumulated in his body, and the old master is training him to turn this energy into the Emperor's strength. Finally, Tran Vu understood, so that's how it was. He continued to suggest, I will take you to the lounge. The Emperor is being held in the main hall by the Elder to discipline him before releasing him. He politely clasped his hands and said, Thank you, I'll be bothering you. A month later, Ditan was standing on the high steps. Long Tran Vu, come here quickly, don't wait for me. You run over here. They are standing above watching, he asks. Who is sparring now? Ditan answers, it's Dikan and Didong. Under the arena, both opponents are very confident. Didong speaks first. Longcan, it's been a while since we last fought. Let me see the results of your recent training. He straightforwardly asked them to come at him, and after exchanging words, the two sides began to fight. The Demon Lord charges forward to counterattack. Two large fangs are rushing toward the Emperor, and it charges fiercely. The first blow knocked him off balance. Indeed, its power was terrifying, and he had to fight hard to defend himself. At that moment, Tronvu watched the match seriously and assessed that the demon power was too strong. In the end, Dikan still succeeded in defeating Didong. He smugly waved his hand and said, "Your demon beast's shell is stronger than before. It's about to reach the third form." And then, it surrendered. It seems I have to wait until I reach the third form to find someone to challenge me again. The match is over. And Emperor Kan looks up at Tronvu, sensing that the members of this beast clan are very harmonious, almost never fighting among themselves. He arrogantly gestures for Longchanvu to come here. "Come on, come down and test your strength. Your physical body is so powerful, we truly admire it." Encouraged by the opponent's enthusiastic invitation, he couldn't help but feel excited. "I won't hold back then." Emperor Kan clearly states the rules, saying that for now, we are only testing physical strength. Tronvu descends onto the arena like a gust of wind. No problem at all. He then charged forward excitedly, so I countered with a powerful strike, and the two of them had an insanely intense showdown. Emperor Tan stood silently observing. Their aura was fierce. The recent clash was so intense that both their heads were buzzing. It hurts. From Emperor Tan's expression, it's clear that Longchanvu is no ordinary opponent. His mortal body is on par with my clan's, which is very rare even in ancient times. This is still not enough for Emperor Kan. To be continued. I haven't faced an opponent in a long time. They moved at a chaotic speed, and during the battle, the Elder also appeared to witness it. This person can be said to be a hero of his generation, and his achievements may surpass yours. He continued, "That's why this time the Emperor found a worthy ally for our clan. After a while, blood was finally shed. Tronvu is injured but still very happy. I lost now. I can no longer fight. My body will be exhausted. Otherwise, Emperor, can praise you for pushing me to this level. Despite being two major realms apart, you are the first." He finished, took a break, and drank some water. Just then, a large flame suddenly flew past. Jia is Thiet Dan, looking very excited. "Here comes the big boss. Immortal or not, let's see what you can do to me." As soon as it finished speaking, it was struck by the thunder god straight in the body. The blackened Thiet Dan lay on the ground in pain. Tronvu greets, "I haven't seen you in a long time." It stands up angrily and turns away. "It hurts so much. Immortal old man, if I catch you, I will definitely fight back." He thought to himself, daring not to look at me? The old ancestor straightforwardly replied, "If you have the ability, from now on we won't interfere with you. Do whatever you want. Jet Dan Tuo's blood is boiling. He's waiting there. Sooner or later, I will torment you to death and back." Emperor Kan feels it's unfair. The ancestor is too biased towards the Emperor. If it were me, I would have been punished and confined already. At this moment, Zhenwu finally speaks softly. "Hey, Iron Plate, you just came out and started scolding. Can you stop for a moment?" By some kind of power, a strange phenomenon suddenly appeared all over his body. This is incredibly shocking. What on earth is happening? The powerful energy currently emanating from Emperor Kanchanvu is hesitating. This is witnessing this event. The Iron Altar is extremely shocked. Is this a breakthrough? Isn't it said that advancing from the heavenly human realm to the moving void realm is a huge leap and very difficult to break through? He also couldn't help but be amazed, fighting me, and suddenly gaining insight into a breakthrough. This talent and luck are truly rare. At that moment, Ditan just silently observed. From that energy source, a mighty figure faintly appeared. The divine instrument was stunned, heaven and earth. What is happening? Ditan thought, the aura is too powerful, just a phantom image already so formidable. If it were a real manifestation, how terrifying would it be? Tronvu's breakthrough power is truly terrifying. Suddenly, the metal plate emits a loud sound. The energy gradually retracts, and finally Tronvu's body is filled with spiritual energy, returning to normal and feeling happy that he has reached the realm of the void. His hand holds the essence of the spiritual power from the recent breakthrough. After that process, Tronvu quietly reflected. I can feel the surrounding space moving, and even just raising my hand is enough to control the surrounding force of space. This is the true strength of a powerhouse in the void realm. You can now sense the space without relying on martial skills. Thiet Dan expresses admiration. Your body is even stronger now. You suddenly remembered something else. Right, about my Nirvana rebirth. Have you asked the old ancestor about it yet? Fortunately, he still remembers this mission. The old ancestor doesn't meet outsiders, so he asked me to pass the message to you. Although they have lived for tens of thousands of years, they still don't know why you are like this, so you must find the answer yourself. Tronvu looks at his palm. Really? Although I haven't explained your background yet, it's a bit of a pity. Fortunately, at least this time I absorbed spiritual energy from the mysterious realm and was able to break through to the void movement stage, so it was still a gain. He demanded, "It's time for us to leave here. The iron plate warns that your current strength isn't enough to match the extreme cold palace. Where do we go next?" Tranvu smiles softly and takes the lead, wondering, "Who are you preparing to find?" He clenched his fist and looked determined. "I will take down as many strongholds of the extreme cold palace in the southern wilderness as there are." Tiajian smiled happily, saying, "I enjoy watching Dai Ka look helpless. This guy is causing trouble again, just released by the old ancestor and already thinking about causing chaos outside." He grinned slyly and beckoned, saying, "Bring out some of your offspring. I'll bribe those immortals or they won't let me go." Hearing that, Tranvu looked bored. "Why are you using my stuff? I remember I gave you quite a bit last time." Thiet Dan's face darkened. "My belongings have been thoroughly searched by those old men. You don't know how sharp their noses are. Even in the ring space, they can't hide from them." He asked further, "So my Gariza crocodile egg I gave to Gari has also been eaten by them. This one is tiny, but even though the immortal old men are shameless, they won't be defeated. They incubated the egg and even handed me the Gariza crocodile to raise." Tranvu looked at it with contempt. "Huh? Is it really that small?" Tet Dan immediately denied, "Don't underestimate it. It eats even better than me. Are you curious how strong it is? Seeing that you don't believe, I'll show you with this big piece of food." Gariza the crocodile excitedly opens its mouth wide. Suddenly, both Chanvu and Dekan are stunned, their bodies trembling as they see the little crocodile full and bloated on the ground, unable to hold back. Tranvu angrily kicks it away. "Oh my god, I can't keep this greedy thing anymore." Tuyet Dan said nervously. "Where did you kick it?" "Quickly find it and bring it back or the elder will scold me to death." He is feeling down but remains calm. Both are surprised by the appearance of Ditan, which is harmful and cannot be allowed to roam freely outside the heavenly realm. "I didn't expect him to catch a crocodile. There are spiritual herbs everywhere in the mystic realm. If it wanders around freely, disaster will strike the mystic realm in just a few days." He quickly approached and said this, took the small object, and returned to Thiet Dan. "So what if the spirit realm has so many spiritual herbs? Eating a little won't hurt." Suddenly an elder, the emperor, appears above, and after our discussion and decision, this time we are letting you go out and explore. An earth-shattering event, and the Iron Altar is extremely excited. "Really? I didn't hear wrong, did I? He said that you are still young, and that going out to experience life would be good for you. And with this friend by your side, we can also rest assured. Please take care of the Emperor. He has been released and is very happy." Tranvu clasped his hands and assured the elders a massive explosion at the third Nam Hoang stronghold of the extreme cold palace has caused a great commotion. The team members slumped down, then looked up and asked hoarsely, "Who are you really? Threatening Kukhandien, are you tired of living?" Tranvu boldly declared, "Tell the sect master, with me here, you won't get Holin Ni." Then that subordinate immediately went to report to the North Kuang extreme cold palace. After hearing everything, the Ha family said, "It's that Long Tranvu again." The twin siblings clasped their hands together and expressed their determination. "Young master, the two brothers are willing to go to the southern wilderness to hunt this person down, agree, and then discuss other matters." "All right, you two immediately set out for the southern wilderness, but the matter of Long Tranvu is temporarily put aside. There's something more important that requires your attention." At that moment, Tranvu was sitting meditating in the forest, while Thiet Dan was still cheerful and playful. He suddenly sensed something unusual. A situation was unfolding, and suddenly a series of signs flew across the sky. "So they are from the extreme cold sect, and they are flying very fast. How many of them are heading in the same direction? Could something have happened?" After a moment, Tranvu suggested, "Let's go check it out." In the sky, the members of Kukhandien gathered together, just as Tran Hao appeared with his imposing presence. At that moment, Tranvu and Thiet Dan were hiding behind a large tree, observing. He frowned, appearing confused. Long Tran Hao. When he turned around, he saw Tran also arrived here, and he started the conversation first. "Isn't this the young master of the Long family who was beaten by relatives of the same clan a few years ago? He doesn't seem to like him very much. Long Ko Tran, it's been a long time, but you're still as sharp-tongued as ever. So what is it? Do you, the Duko Tran, also want to share this time?" He replied, "Lin Bin Eternal Ancient Emergence. This is a rare 5-year opportunity, and there is also the Divine Beast Summoning Transformation Technique." Lady Tran smirked maliciously. "Your Long family has arrived. How could my Doc family not come? Let's see if you have what it takes. Don't be so boastful. I heard that Long Chanvu, your rival, is also in Nam Hoang." He looked annoyed and said, "This is not your concern. I will settle with him myself after this." Tranvu sneered disdainfully from under the tree, still planning to come after me. He turned his head back, guessing that the Eternal Spirit Soldier was about to emerge, which was a big deal because Eternal Spirit Soldiers are not ordinary spirit soldiers, and no power would miss this opportunity. Tranvu looked confused. Who is the Beast Tamer King? What is the secret art of transformation? It then explains in detail. The Beastmaster of the Imperial Beast King was a ruler from the distant past, skilled in beast taming, forging, and transformation techniques that reached a legendary level. At that time, the Celestial Beast King was a genius who discovered a miraculous transformation secret using demonic beasts, where the clone and the original body were equally powerful, making the clone essentially an extra life. The Iron Altar continued, passionately explaining that such precious secret techniques require no words or rules, and as long as you are qualified, you can forge endless clones. Tronvu now understood that this kind of secret art surpasses ordinary martial skills. No wonder so many forces are gathered here. Thiet Dan was very angry, because those immortal elders didn't tell me about this major matter, but luckily we met them by chance. The best opportunity is waiting. Tranvu smiled faintly. That's right. Ancient divine beasts or ancient secret techniques, as long as I have one of them, I can improve my strength. How could I miss out on such a good opportunity? Now, from the purple space, the three prodigies of Wuxiang sect emerge, drawing everyone's attention. Truly noble in demeanor, said to rival the young master of the extreme cold palace. Then her voice also arrived, her demeanor noble yet sinister. Everyone was whispering in confusion. How could it be like this? Even the holy maiden of the Heavenly Demon sect has arrived. I heard she has mastered the sect's ultimate skill, the Heavenly Demon 8 sounds, and she is surprisingly beautiful and youthful. Everyone was captivated as the proud young man with red hair said, I heard even Long Tran Huang, the top genius of the Long family, once pursued the saintess of the demon sect. The boy beside him added, but it seems he hasn't succeeded so far. Just arriving, her arrogant laughter and lively voice make everything more vibrant. The distant spiritual soldiers have gathered many talented people here. Zhenwu was extremely surprised, realizing she was truly a demon spirit, and just hearing her voice made the spiritual energy in his body feel like it was about to ignite. Suddenly, his voice detected something unusual. She quickly sped away. The very next moment, she was behind Tranvu. Who are you? Why do you have the aura of the Purple Jade Fire Keelan clan? So your earlier reaction revealed your weakness. Hearing that, Tranhao was very surprised. The crowd was surprised. Who is he? Why does the Heavenly Demon sect take notice of him? This person is the missing Long Chanvu from this building. When he was detected by the sound, he immediately caused a commotion among the crowd. Is Long Chanvu the disciple of the Long family who caused chaos in Western Tuyu? Didn't he already die? Why are you here? He thought to himself. What? She can sense the aura I've hidden so carefully. Zhenwu coldly retorted. Who am I? What does this have to do with you? Seeing that he's still stubborn, you immediately start casting magic, right? Then don't blame me for being rude. She plays a continuous combo and the sound source begins to unleash the attack. The magic was about to hit. Thiet Dan hurriedly dodged aside, while Tranvu remained standing still. Then he had to defend himself. What is going on? I have no grudges or enmity with you. The collision caused a huge explosion at last. I angrily reaffirmed that it is indeed the Toon Gochoa bloodline Qilin. You must die. Then, the massive voice of the Divine Sun Tower aimed precisely at killing. Tranvu stood stunned, watching the incoming attack. Sure enough, you've been firmly controlled by that sturdy armor. He grumbled angrily. What a crazy woman. And another explosion occurs. The senior monks observe the situation, while the young disciple wonders why the saintess of the Heavenly Demon sect is interfering with a young hero who has just shown a hint of potential. The elder with white hair calmly stroked his beard and said, Then you don't know. About 40 years ago, the Heavenly Demon sect produced a peerless saintess. He recounted the past in detail, and both her strength and appearance were the top of the continent. A woman like this was originally the focus of attention across the continent. Nurtured by the Heavenly Demon sect, she had cultivated to the highest realm of the Demon 8 sounds. Things began to change, but then a woman from the Tungokoa Keelan appeared, using a move to defeat the saintess, making it impossible for the normally exalted Heavenly Demon sect saintess to accept. She then cut off her meridians on the spot. The deep-seated grudge was engraved, and from then on, the Heavenly Demon sect would chase and kill the Tungokoa Kailan Hat Mak whenever they met. Fortunately, the Tungokoa Kailan clan always acts discreetly, and after that woman disappeared and went into hiding, the conflict between the two clans became less intense. At this point, the elder with white hair expressed his regret, as a once heroic figure ended his life in seclusion. Unfortunately. At that moment, Tranvu, hidden in the smoke, truly lost his temper. I see you are the daughter. I only spared you. If you intentionally kill me, don't blame me for being rude. Then he summoned a mighty dragon, his voice extremely shocked. Why is it like this? The dragon charged in, but she managed to defend herself, and taking advantage of her momentary distraction, Tranvu launched a surprise attack from behind. Deadly seductress. She glanced back and then successfully defended herself, unleashing a terrifying power. The scene in front of them surprised everyone nearby. Despite being attacked repeatedly, he was still alive. Tranvu quickly stepped back. She is not easy to deal with. The voice sounds annoyed. It seems I underestimated you. Then she sat down gracefully to play her instrument. I will show you the death song. This is the second time I solemnly use the heavenly demon to wield the heavenly demon 8 sounds. You could die in my hands, but you won't be harmed. It seems you have truly angered me. The source of the extreme yin heavenly demon radiates a heroic aura as the magic of the sound now engulfs Genvu, and he finally realizes the danger. It's bad. A terrible explosion erupts across the forest over a wide area. Everyone was amazed. What is it? The legendary act of bravery. Everyone get back quickly. If you stay within the attack range, all living creatures will be slaughtered. Tranvu's sword is filled with magic weapons, and a powerful aura completely suppresses the sound. An enormous amount of magic force dominates the air here. She was extremely panicked. This can't be happening. Before she could recover, Tranvu had already rushed past, and the string was instantly snapped. Onlookers were all surprised. This young man is truly terrifying, not only breaking the sword segment, but also destroying ancient divine weapons. What exactly is the aura inside that fire pillar? It's terrifying. Only the elder with white hair remains calm and composed. It's a pity the zither is broken, although it can still be played, but the heavenly demon 8 sounds is no longer complete. At this moment, the sound is so intense it makes people tremble. My zither, this is the 1,000-year legacy of the heavenly demon sect, never before destroyed. You're just a spirit realm cultivator, and you dare to ruin one of my strings of the zither. You sneer with a smirk and mockingly say, "So what? Is the holy maiden of the demon world so worthless?" That remark made her furious, and I had to tear you apart. Suddenly, a miraculous space appeared in the sky, and the conflict between the two sides temporarily ceased as everyone focused on that phenomenon. Even the talented people here are stunned. The space is shining brightly, marking the entrance to the mysterious realm of the Beast King. Tranvu is stunned. This is the gate to the mysterious realm. In this precious moment, everyone rushes toward it. Great war of the mystic realm. Ancient spirit soldiers surge forward. The spirit soldiers are mine. Tran Hao still didn't forget to warn. Long Tranvu, after it's over, I will deal with you. Stealing spiritual weapons and secret techniques is more important. His voice was sharp and tearful. I'll settle the score with you later. Are you done talking? I hurriedly flew away. Tai Dan immediately became anxious. What should we do now? Tranvu smiled proudly. Of course he was following. Suddenly, a wild roar echoed from the vortex in the sky, and a beast immediately surged up with a deafening roar. Tranvu quickly realized it was the ancient overlord, Thao Thiet, a formidable beastmaster whose strength was overwhelming, enslaving even ancient overlords. His mastery of magic was truly unmatched in the ancient era. The person beside him sneered contemptuously. After so long in the mystical realm of the overlords, do you still have the strength of a venerated ancient overlord? The ancient Thao Thiet roared in anger, saying, "Humans, perish." The people nearby instantly turned into pools of fresh blood. The people behind are only now panicking. Thao Thiet Tien, run quickly. The ancient vision of Thao Thiet's eyes flashed with killing intent. Run! Can you all run away? A bunch of tiny ants. As soon as the words finished, it unleashed a vortex of power. Their eyes are filled with screams of terror as everyone is drawn into the ancient beast's gaping mouth. Tran Hao begins to be cautious. The Chaos Beast is too powerful. No wonder it's the overlord of the ancient era, hunting powerful beings from the creation realm effortlessly. The Chaos Beast is the overlord of the ancient era. The creation realm of the Tunghuang continent is naturally no match for it, and moreover it has the power to subdue heaven and earth. Once it falls into its domain, death is certain. A sword suddenly appeared from above, rushing down and precisely striking the ancient beast. Two figures suddenly appeared right beside it, and everyone quickly realized the appearance of Tran, moving so fast that only the Poisonous Girl clan could do it. A faint voice softly whispered, "Die." A wave immediately shot out and she summoned another powerful lightning strike. Tranvu was stunned. The saintess of the heavenly demon sect hadn't used her true strength earlier. The ancient spear of the distant era, with its icy aura, looked around and then realized it was surrounded by a cold, skeletal aura. Tran Hao glared and ordered, "Freeze everything." Sharp ice spikes begin to appear and spread rapidly. Tranvu Bat jumps high, excitedly assessing, these people truly should not be underestimated. The ancient beast here is still enduring lightning strikes and ice magic control. It also senses someone approaching and reaches out. Tranvu still charges straight ahead, softly shouting, "Loi Hua Thuan Than." Tranvu disappeared right before the beast's attack, and Tranvu chuckled happily again. And then, your lightning fire instant movement also worked. Tranvu gently landed and looked around. This is the divine realm of the overlords. A sudden shout echoes out. Help nearby, someone is being chased by a lightning eagle. Help! He was immediately struck directly in the body, and the space was covered by a thin white fog. The Iron Array cautiously assessed that the Tuvan Thunder Eagle, a top-tier 5th-grade demon beast, was an extremely powerful king beast, and Tranvu was also shocked. Too strong. Why would such a powerful demon beast exist in the Huyan realm? Suddenly, something sharp lunged at him, and Tran Vu was suddenly stabbed in the chest. Thiet Dan hurriedly looked back and saw it was Nam Dok Fong. Nam Dok Fong roared in anger. "You humans are invading my lair, just die peacefully and be done with it." And then, its venom was severed again. Thiet Dan quickly warned that if the poison on the wasp's stinger is broken, it will die. But the venom is still toxic. Tran Vu also noticed the purple poison mark spreading gradually. This is bad. The ancient steel beast over here is still fiercely resisting. At this moment, a person appeared riding the wind, facing the faint aura of the ancient Thao Thiet. Vobach glanced down, and the others quickly regained their composure. The Hao Thien Tower at the center is a powerhouse of Lang Tiodian. Surely they can handle that, Thao Thiet. Ancient Thao Thiet clenched its teeth and said each word clearly. Jade Vo Bach, 10,000 saints, the peak of the sacred tower. Vobach raised his voice to threaten. Brute beasts still refuse to let go and accept their fate. If you're smart, follow me. Watch over the 1,000-year-old gate of the Lingxiao Palace, and I will grant you a chance at fate. The descendant of the ancient sacred hall, you are too arrogant. Don't say the ancient has been destroyed. Even if the ancient still exists, your 10,000 saints tower cannot imprison me. A Van Thon tower daring to be so arrogant. Vobach still confidently reminds him, if the holy tower is incomplete, then use the bones of others to make up for it. If you know what's good for you, turn into a part of the holy tower. The others started discussing again. Isn't it the Haotian Tower in the center? Why is it the Van Thon Tower? Haotian Tower is now the name for the central one. In the distant ancient times, this tower was called the 10,000 Saints Tower, forged by the ancient sacred palace sacred emperor to suppress the 10,000 races, with terrifying power. An old man who seems to be very knowledgeable, the small tower in Ngoch Vobach's hand is obviously not the ancient tower, but the Lang Thien Dien built after the ancient sacred peak, forged from the bones of countless strong warriors. Its power not as great as the ancient tower, but now considered a top-grade spiritual weapon. Vobach only then unleashed his strength, and even in death he was still speechless. The tower immediately expanded to suppress the ancient beast. Flames erupted fiercely as if swallowing the entire sky. Everyone was stunned with their mouths open. The sky and earth were so powerful that a single palm strike crushed the ancient beast and even destroyed the mysterious gate. Vobach smiles proudly as he devours a primordial beast. This time he's not at a loss. Everyone cheers excitedly. The chaos has been destroyed. People rush forward. The mysterious gate is about to close. Hurry up! Below the ground, two figures are quietly observing. If he suppresses the ancient overlords at the center of the Lang Tiodian Haotian Tower, he might restore the 10,000 Saints Tower, and even Ngoch Vobach has stepped in, making it more and more interesting. The woman with the hood asked suspiciously, "Are you going to make a move?" Junlin replied decisively. "I have not yet become so arrogant as to oppose the whole world. This time, I just need to kill him. He should not exist in this world." The woman agreed immediately. That's right, the secret on him has already been revealed. That couple managed to get to this point back then. They must have obtained something from him. Tuan Lin subtly analyzed that the decision made by the upper echelons was fundamentally wrong. Dealing with this person must be swift, or in a few more years, even they might not be his match. The other person calmly calculated, there's no other way. If the upper echelons intervene, it will attract attention. So we have to use outsiders like you to act, so that the powers on the continent won't become suspicious. Tuan Lam sneered coldly. Huyan Realm's mighty general is where Long Tran Vu will meet his end, and the ancient secret will belong to our Min family. Both of them quickly sped away. Let's go in too. Tran Vu let out a breath. Thiet Dan anxiously asked, "Are you all right?" Tran Vu cautiously replied, "Luckily, I learned poison crafting before. Now training with bee venom is quite similar, except for the fact that the venom and wind poisons are too strong. Ordinary people can't withstand them." Thiet Dan then felt relieved. "That's good. I thought you were definitely dead." Tran Vu looked around cautiously. The mysterious realm is too dangerous. Powerful monsters guard everywhere. We need to be more careful. Two people appeared nearby, looking panicked as a heavy blow struck down with a cry of help. Vien Vuong sneered and couldn't withstand the attack. Tran Vu, hiding behind a rock, quietly observing, softly exclaims, "The terrible monkey." Thiet Dan immediately reminds, "Han the Vien Vuong is a mid-tier 8th grade demon beast. We shouldn't offend it." Vien Vuong suddenly turns around and says, "You two trash. You've stared long enough." Jianwu's eyes widened in surprise. Yuan Wang suddenly leapt up, and in the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Jianwu. The human from the strongest southern wilderness clan, interesting, Tran Vu assessed. The sixth sense of the Spirit World King is so sharp that even from afar he can sense our presence. The Spirit World King suddenly snorted in annoyance. I didn't expect the southern wilderness overlord of the first line to be friends with humans. Huh, are you all already in decline? He immediately struck down, dying. Tran quickly reacted, raising one hand to block the attack, causing the Vian Vuong to be pushed back. He praised with satisfaction. You have good strength, able to block my divine whip with your fist. You're not simple at all. But Tran Vu's arm was now bloodied, damn it. Vuong Vian Lai Hetlen, Tugai Kuatadi, Titan Vukboy, Chet Tiet, Konkinai Dien Roy. In the next moment, it suddenly grew larger and unleashed its power. Tran Vu was still stunned, mouth open in shock. What's going on? Vuong and Thiet Dan immediately clash. Tiazan used his head to block that strike. Vian Vuong immediately stepped back cautiously. Ancient ultimate technique, the six-rod golden body. Ironically, the Iron Fist sneers. Even that damn monkey understands a lot, huh? King Yuan still remains very arrogant. So, what if it's the six-strike golden body? Can your golden body withstand a strike from me? Tran Vu, when did you learn this technique? Tiejian immediately burst out laughing. My old master taught me. King Yuan suddenly felt excited. His opponent was strong, but unfortunately their cultivation levels were a bit apart. If not, you would have earned the right to fight me. Today, I am in a good mood, so I will lower my cultivation to the level of a 6-stage demonic beast to battle you. Then he immediately acted. Huh? Is this how you fight in a battle? Vian Vuong excitedly waved his hand. I don't want to take more from you, since you have no spirit beasts. Charge forward, charge forward. Tran Vu also begins to take it seriously. I didn't expect you to be so arrogant, then I'll show you my strength. He suddenly circled behind Yuan Wang and immediately launched a strike. Heavenly Emperor Fire. Vuong was completely engulfed in flames, yet he still smiled with amusement. Heavenly Emperor Fire. The rare celestial jade fire of the unicorn lineage. No wonder he's such a demon. Zhenwu looked back in disbelief. What? Is it okay? Vian Vuong stood amidst the fire of heaven and earth, marveling that the Heavenly Emperor Fire was truly formidable, living up to its ancient reputation. But unfortunately, it had no effect on me. Tran Vu asked, is your staff really a talisman? Yuan King replied, Talisman Battle God. A fusion of a talisman and the shattered body technique from ancient times, with defensive power surpassing that of the 6-rod golden body of that butterfly. Number 1 was a bit surprised. What is the Divine War Spirit Seal? An ancient secret technique? The Spirit Mark Battle God can attack any defense. Ancient powerhouses considered it far superior to the 6-gold body staff. Yuan Wang charged forward. Come on, Tran Vu isn't weak either. I'm sure you're afraid. Number 1 looked on in amazement. Heaven and earth, the two stepped back, and King Yuan said, Kid, in the hollow realm there are flesh bodies that surpass yours. You can only count them on your fingers. Zhenwu thought, counting on my fingers, my current body is the strongest in the hollow spirit realm. I didn't expect there to be someone even more powerful above the heavens. It swung its hand out and said, Come on, try my punch, as a large red hand appeared above its head. Zhenwu called out, and the divine dragon unleashed that huge hand. A loud explosion echoed, and it was a bit excited. 2 great bloodlines within one body, you little demon. That's what makes it interesting. A huge spark shoots down between the two, and while they remain silent, the others are surprised as the ancient spirit weapon finally appears, and it must be obtained. Even Diet Nat is surprised. The chaos is too intense. This spirit weapon is too powerful. No wonder it's the treasure of the beast Temer King. Suddenly, a fireball flies toward Tran Vu in his hand, and he stares in astonishment. Huh, those 2 guys also don't understand what's going on. How did it end up in Tran Vu's hands? Yuan Wang's face suddenly changed. Yeah, Emperor 1 squinted. I wasn't mistaken, right? Tran Vu marvels that obtaining the eternal ancient spirit weapon is so simple. The streams of power rushing toward him leave him open-mouthed. Such overwhelming attacks from heaven and earth are truly terrifying. Tran Vu runs away. It's too dangerous. Someone shouts loudly, Hurry and catch him. Don't let him escape. Emperor 1 on his shoulder urges him to fly faster. They're about to catch up. Tran Vu shouts, Shut up, you're so annoying. Marshal Wei flew after and said, Kid, put down the spirit weapon or I will crush you to pieces. He turned back and replied, Only if my head is tricked into believing your words. The old man warned, just a fake move in the illusionary realm and you dare to act so arrogantly, I will kill you, and then fly to Chanvu. You feel it? The world moves so fast. Vodao said, If you dare to run in front of Than Han Tai Bao Trio Muck, little brat, obediently accept death. Emperor Nhat knows this is Than Han Thuat, the martial art technique of Than Han sect, and besides running fast, it has no other effect. Zhenwu hesitated and said, Running fast is useless. The Marshal Wei advised, Kid, obediently hand over the spirit weapon. I'll spare your life. Anya Yen Gyang creates a fireball, damn it. I'm not at the point of surrendering yet. Whatever spirit beast it is, try using mystic energy first and then attack the fireball at the old man. A loud explosion sounded, and the people below exclaimed in amazement. What is happening? The ancient spirit weapon is too terrifying. It knocked a martial artist out of the mysterious realm with just one strike. This ancient spirit weapon is really powerful, draining half of my mystic energy, my legs trembling. It's a bow. A golden bow with a protective outer shell surrounding it. In his hand is a golden bow, and someone says with disbelief, "Oh my god, it's a celestial palace." Ngochvo Bach said, "Liet Thien Kung and Shuyen Van Tien are the strongest spiritual weapons of the Beastmaster Overlord. Now that Liet Thien Kung has appeared, Shuyen Van Tien won't be far behind." The gossip continued. How did Liet Thien Kung fall into Long Chanvu's hands? How was he so lucky? At that moment, Hon the Vien Vuong was so close to Liet Thien Kung. How could he have stolen the spirit weapon with his strength? One person wondered, could it be that Liet Thien Kung chose him voluntarily? The person next to him continued, "But that's not right. Everyone here is a powerhouse, and in terms of strength and cultivation, Long Chanvu isn't their match." Tuan Lam observed and ordered his subordinates. "I still need to act. He's too cunning. I have a premonition he won't die. His strength will only increase, and if that happens, we will suffer great losses. This time, we cannot afford to fail." Tran Vu soared away. I can see the power of the bow now, and you're still chasing without giving up. Luckily, I have the 10,000 years spirit milk to replenish my illusionary energy. Oh no, it's the Bloodjade Spider King. The Beast King brandished its sharp claws to attack. Humans, surrender the Lien Tien Palace. Tran Vu drew his bowstring tight, ready to die, and shot an arrow to eliminate it completely. The group in black cloaks are terrified. How could the Beast King be defenseless, and how did this treasure fall into his hands? Truly a ruthless, divine creature. He suddenly shouted, "What kind of monster is he anyway?" Not falling even twice in a row, despite dozens of threats, he shrank back in fear. "I didn't mean it." The hurried voice, avoiding the reckless metal instrument, nervously asked, "What are you doing? Aren't we running away?" Tran Vu remains calm. "You'll see soon enough." Then he broke the Beast King's leg and used it as an arrow. The crowd was terrified. What is he doing? Tran Vu excitedly laughed and said, "I'll let you chase me with one of my arrows." Then the sharp leg tore through the air and shot up high, causing everyone to run away immediately. "It's dangerous. Run now. There's no time left." He screams in terror, "Save me," but I can't stop that sharp leg. So he simply took that sharp leg. The others were also affected. "Save me." Damn it, it hurts so much. Is this Seven Virtues arrow his? Your life is too precious. After finishing with Tran Vu, I will let you go so you won't bother me anymore. Tuan Lam won't let you leave easily if you try to run. He released his spiritual energy towards Tran Vu, but unfortunately he was hit by Tuan Lam's attack. Tran Vu had to stop in his tracks. "Jan Wu, it's been a long time since we last met. Even you can be careless sometimes." He shouted his name angrily and loudly, Tuan Lam. He continued to wield his spiritual power, dying. Then Tuan Lam unleashed that dark spiritual power toward Tran Vu. Tai Dan gritted his teeth in anger. "How dare you!" Then it grew bigger and attacked again. He was horrified and couldn't believe it. "Luke Kim Than's staff? Unfortunately, I haven't perfected it yet." Tiez Dan asked nervously, "Are you okay?" "How is your wound?" Tran Vu asked tiredly. "Ah, the Dao sword. The green sword has an issue. It's focused on that object. Why does this sword have black runes spinning on it?" Thiet Dan tries to pull the sword out, but why can't he do it? Tuan Lam sneered confidently. "Tran Vu, 20 years ago you should have died. We spared your life." The Minthan sword of the Sword Corps was pierced by the sword. "No one has survived a week. You're about to meet your parents." Tuan Lam remains calm. "A mere spirit realm cultivator like you, making me waste a precious divine sword. You should be proud." Tran Vu pulls the bowstring tight. "You despicable villain. I didn't come to find you, but you dared to seek me out." He delivered a heavy blow. Tuan Lam tried to snatch the item from his hand. "Liet Tien Kung, well then, it's a pity that this treasure fell into your hands." Then he used his spiritual power to attack Tran Vu, who was too panicked to dodge in time. "What? Your speed suddenly became so fast." Then Tuan Lam launched an attack and the underworld demon blade knocked him away. Tiet Dan was shocked and shouted, "Tran Vu, how dare you ambush me?" She pulled him back. "Come here, focus on the fight." But he didn't let Tran Vu distract himself. "You focus on yourself first." Song Tuan Lam struck so fast that he couldn't react, and he angrily cursed, "Damn you for attacking me from behind. You're asking for death." I proud and holding the chain tightly. "This is a matter between you two. I won't interfere. This chain of mine is specially engraved with the 6-color gold body of yours." Tieta was trembling with anger. "You," he said arrogantly. "Tran Vu, weren't you quite arrogant back then? How did it come to this now? You can't accept crawling in pain secretly. What's so terrible about that? Tran Vu ignites a great fire. Today, I will kill you." Suddenly, he felt something was wrong and spat out a mouthful of blood. Tuan Lam arrogantly retorted with sarcasm. "You want to use your bloodline power? Dream on. With the demon blade core in my hand, you can't do anything." He clenched his sword and raised it high. "Die." Tuan Lam smirked triumphantly in contrast to Tran Vu's furious expression. Thiet Dan angrily scolded, "Get lost, woman." He arrogantly laughs out loud. The supreme ruler of the wilds risks everything for a mere human. Although you may not be able to fight me directly, the rope in my hand can hold you off for a while, she shouted angrily. Damn it. Suddenly a column of fire burst into the sky. A Bang Huang suddenly turned around to see what it was. Thiet Dan smiled proudly. You're all doomed, the confused crowd exclaimed. What is this? This aura is too terrifying. Tuan Lam landed on the ground and looked at his divine form. The sword on Zhen Wu's back trembled violently. He simply can't accept this. No way, how did you activate the Supreme Spirit Vault? Tuan Lam, still angry, couldn't resist mocking him. You were stabbed by the demon god's dagger and have become a useless wreck. Just go and die. He charged at Tran Vu with his life, but Tuan Lam couldn't do anything and couldn't pierce through, so he activated his divine form and pushed him away. The sword on his back gradually drew out, and Tran Vu unleashed his spiritual power. Tuan Lam, let's settle all the debts and grudges between us today. Then he unleashed a powerful move and accepted death. He was confused, but couldn't stop it. The aftermath of the battle was a thick cloud of dust. Regret and lament. A pity for such a good seed. Then Zhen Wu turned his attention to her. Woman, stay with me. Then he launched an attack, she sneered. Staying isn't that easy. She used her spiritual power to escape. We will meet again. His attack kept hitting the void. Tran Vu angrily cursed, he's already gone, damn it. What exactly is this woman's background? Due to the powerful aftershock, layers of earth and rock gradually fell down. Tran Vu quickly and quietly moved to escape through another forest. Tai Dan, seeing this, hurried over worriedly and asked, Are you okay? He grimaced in pain. This divine dagger is too sinister. My body still retains a lot of energy from this dagger. Its power is corroding my body. They also ran out of words and asked, Is this really a robbery or not? Tran Hao pondered. Fukuba. You saw clearly just now, right? Fukuba was on high alert, saying, Young master, Long Zhenwu is too strange. I think it's better for us not to provoke him. That ancient aura is truly terrifying. Tran Hao remained silent, though he didn't want to, he had to accept the truth. I will hold it in and wait for my elder brother to return and see how he dies. Tessin was extremely curious. What exactly was that ancient aura just now? This was the second time this phenomenon had occurred. Even Tran Vu himself was confused. I don't know either. Long Tran looked suspicious and asked, Could it be that someone, perhaps my mother, left it in my dantian? Your mother? Which divine being is she? Tran Vu hesitated, his voice weak as he said, I really want to know too. Before he could think much, a loud noise caught his attention, and the crowd soaring above cheered loudly. The final residence of the Beast King has finally appeared, and it surely contains many treasures. Everyone charged forward, and soon a horde of Beast Kings surged in, their momentum terrifying, yet there were so many ancient Beast Kings among them. Tran Vu looked serious and was extremely cautious in the face of this powerful demon beast army. It's too terrifying, with an entire army of demonic beasts like this, who has the ability to resist. Tran Vu loudly shouts, Le Tien Kung is mine, and the treasures of the ultimate Beast Kings are also mine. If you want to claim the rewards, you must earn them yourself. None of you are allowed to steal from me. I am here. Those people, hearing that, also panicked and rushed to seize the opportunity, take advantage of anyone, then take down Long Zhenvu, charge forward. The danger gets greater, the benefits more, take him down. Tran Vu tried to run as fast as he could away from the spreading flames. Such fools. Your wounds haven't healed yet, and Tran Vu used all his strength to run. I still can't join the battle now. The most important task is to find a place to hide and recover. Young master, are we going to join the battle? Fobak replied very calmly. No need to rush. This great battle will surely cause many casualties. The blood of those ancient demon beasts is a good material for refining in the Warlord Tower. We will gather and collect their corpses. The battle below Liet Tien Palace was extremely fierce, and soon those monsters were gradually defeated. They are scattered on the ground with wounds all over, and Titsan can't help but enjoy eating these little crocodiles. I'm craving to eat now. Tran Vu coldly said, If you keep bothering me, I'll settle with you later. Focus on guarding the barrier and poke me if you dare. What's going on? Why are these corpses all without blood and flesh, only remaining as dry skeletons? The person standing next to you also doesn't know how to answer this. While Tran Vu was focused on cultivating in seclusion, a small crocodile quickly leapt toward him. He let out a sigh, saying, All the energy of the Divine Spirit Sword has been fully drained by me. Suddenly, a black hole appeared in the sky, surprising him greatly. Tran Vu immediately recognized this is unexpected ability to open a portal within the Huyan Gyoi, and could there be someone stronger than me here? The young master looked at these monsters and couldn't help but sneer, Depend on me. 1 second later, he immediately froze them in place so they couldn't move. Seeing how neatly they handled the monsters in front, the beasts behind trembled and dared not approach. The group in black cloaks cheered happily. It's so good. The 2 strongest spiritual beasts, the Eye Killer and the Golden Phoenix, have all been defeated. Everyone charged forward to eliminate them. Tuathang rushed in, and the battle was engulfed in smoke and flames. Tran Vu watched from afar, pondering silently as the participation of the extreme cold thunder god strengthened the human's position. turning the tide and suppressing the mystical beasts. The demon beast of the mysterious realm is doomed to fail. It's only a matter of time now. From the very beginning, the course of this battle was already decided. No matter how strong the demon beast of the Bakuan Huyan realm is, it ultimately cannot overcome the power of the 5 cities. There is still one ferocious demon beast undefeated as it steps forward. Kotran calmly faces it. This is the last one. Seeing the countless valuable corpses scattered on the ground, everyone wants to claim them for themselves. The value of these demon beast corpses is truly astonishing. Young ones, clean up the battlefield quickly, understood. This area belongs to us. This is our heavenly demon sect's territory. There's no way it's Baiho sect's. Don't even think about stealing it. Tranvu is satisfied. All the demon beasts have been dealt with. It's time to head to the residence now. Following his words, everyone all at once followed behind inside. Then it will depend on each person's skill. A masked man urged, "Hurry up and come here to collect the body of this rhinoceros," but when he looked around, he sensed something was off. They also realized that these creatures no longer had blood and flesh, only dry bones. The leader gritted his teeth in anger and asked, "Who dares to compete with our heavenly demon sect?" A slow step approaches. The one who steals from others is the true heavenly demon sect. Tranvu gestures and obediently hands over all the demon corpses you have collected. Everything immediately froze, both the people and the demon beasts. Fubak instantly recognized who it was, the young master of the extreme cold palace. A figure gradually emerges from the black hole. The young master speaks with a cold but commanding tone. "Even the holy maiden of spiritual sound from the heavenly demon sect is here. This really is quite a grand gathering, huh?" "Ah, I am extremely annoyed." Tranvu stood up straight, feeling very surprised. "Young Master Kukandian," the young master calmly said, "no matter if it's a demon beast or a person, anyone who tries to stop me must die." The subordinates all cheer loudly in unison at the command. "That's great, at least we won't lose to humans. Humans deserve to die," he said it very calmly. "What about the primordial ruler? It's no longer your era of primordial chaos. Your era is over." With that, he waved his hand and froze the bird on the spot. Tranvu stood silently below, unable to help but marvel at how strong they were. Thiet Dan crossed his arms and commented that these guys were not righteous. They had powerful backing. It explains to him in detail that whether it is Ngachvo Bach or the young master of Kukandien, their strength is very powerful, but not enough to easily slay the primordial overlord. Behind them, powerful hidden figures are secretly channeling energy into the void, allowing them to unleash powers far beyond their current level. If it weren't for Ngachvo Bach's strength constantly activating the Yuanghao Heavenly Tower, he would have been drained of energy and turned into a skeleton long ago. Hearing this, Tranvu fell into silence. Yet through the vast and endless void, he could still channel his power into the young master of Kukandian. This level of strength probably surpasses the realm of creation. Over there, a giant supersized centipede is crawling over. "Humans are so insignificant to dare act arrogantly here, I will eat you," one of the 3 heavenly demon sect members said as they surrounded Jen Wu. "What did you say?" another person replied. "And yet there are fools who dare to declare war on our heavenly demon sect?" They laughed loudly, but he said nothing, only forcefully knocked the speaker away. With a face full of killing intent, he said, "You talk too much." 2 members of the heavenly demon sect stammered in fear and said, "If you offend our heavenly demon sect, don't expect a good ending." He then raised his hand again, preparing for the next strike. Seeing that, the 2 people over there trembled, and he asked, "Do you want to give it or not?" They raised their hands to surrender and said, "Here it is!" But inside they thought, "You only dare to bully our juniors. Why didn't you show up to fight our master and grandmaster earlier?" After handing over what he needed, the 3 of them turned their backs and walked away with grim faces. At this moment, Hualin Ni and Dekan laughed heartily as she spoke. "Who told you that the heavenly demon sect should cause trouble with the god of slaughter?" Hearing that, Dekan replied, "Serves you right." At this moment, Bai Hoa Guild was standing nearby and spoke up. "Luckily, our Bai Hoa Guild isn't looking for trouble with him." Hearing that, Bai Hoa sect replied, "It's theft. Hand over everything you have now." Hearing this, he responded in a panic, trembling. "Huh?" Then he quickly, like a puppy, continued, "Please forgive us. The Baihuo sect is just a small faction. Could you be lenient and let us go? If we don't return to the sect, it will be hard to explain to our superiors." Hearing this, Baihuo sect's face darkened, and he responded urgently. The 3 members of the heavenly demon sect walk while reporting in a tense voice, "Our master is in trouble. Someone has stolen from us. All our belongings have been taken." Hearing this, a panicked voice responds, "Who dares to challenge our heavenly demon sect with such audacity?" "You just said that. Now I'll go back and order my subordinates behind to go out and check." "Who dares to steal from our heavenly demon sect? Come out here and die quickly." Tranvu then appears with a cold expression, drawing his bow and saying, "It's me. What can you do to me?" Hearing that, the old man was extremely panicked and replied, "It's over. It's him." At this moment, Van Hai raised his bow and shot at the old man, shouting, "Take one of my arrows." He shouted in fear, "It's over," and immediately launched an attack straight at the target. Tran Vu was a bit hesitant. Not for nothing is he a powerhouse at the creation realm, able to block my arrow. He was annoyed, damn it. Luckily, I reacted quickly and used mysterious energy to weaken the arrow's power a bit. Then the old man cursed at you. "You are too treacherous. Since he's gone, the iron plate has appeared. And your treachery." Then another strike hit him directly in the face, causing him to fall straight to the ground in front of everyone's astonishment. Unable to react in time, he fainted. Seeing the disciples' residence burning fiercely, Tran Vu felt a bit regretful. Although I really want to enter this residence, the powerful experts inside are too many and terrifying, so going in is just a path to death. It's also time for us to leave. We've already stolen the precious caca. That's enough. Suddenly, he turned around with confusion. When did a person engulfed in flames appear behind him? He warned, "Where do you think you're running, kid? Hand over the treasure of my Baihuo sect." Tran Vu swore, "Old bastard, don't push me. Let me go. It's better for everyone." He looks down on trash. Who do you think you are? A mere minor in the mortal realm dares to threaten the threefold creation realm today. I will kill you. Tran Vu repeats his words. You trash. At that moment, Thief Steel also spoke up, obediently retreating so he wouldn't die. This old bastard is definitely going to die today. He's not afraid, and still acts tough. I'm definitely going to die, bragging without knowing shame. Immediately after, he created a massive source of spiritual power in his hand. This is my move. The next second, he pointed towards Tran Vu. Go. The blazing fire immediately rushed toward him. Tran Vu narrowed his eyes and watched carefully before launching a counterattack. The two techniques clash, causing loud explosions. Seeing this, he was amazed. Tian tu tui huo. Then he laughed loudly. I Tian tu huo. I must have the Bagua mirror. The mirror quickly formed a formation to repel Tran Vu's attack. This made him open his eyes in surprise. Seeing this, he was pleased. This is the ancient treasure I obtained from the mansion of the Quan Quan Bao Quan. Using the 8 trigrams talisman to build an impregnable defense is unmatched. I possess an ancient relic that is far more powerful than your primordial spiritual energy. Is there anything you can do to me? At the same time, his attack is heading straight for you. Tran Vu quickly gathered his spiritual energy and struck out. Damn it. The two attacks headed straight for each other, but his move is still more powerful than yours. Even Thiet Dan is amazed. Damn it, I didn't expect the Huyan realm to be on the verge of collapse, Tran Vu added, surprisingly able to block my arrow. He became extremely arrogant. The heavenly capital Deathfire you left for me, I can let you leave here safely. A small hollow realm cultivator who can't unleash the full power of the Liet Thien bow and arrow and can't break my 8 trigrams mirror gets mocked, and Tran Vu gets angry. Is that so? But a second later he poured his spiritual power into his entire body, hoping my body could still hold out. Seeing this, he was somewhat surprised to realize that Zhen Wu was focusing his strength throughout his body. A second later, he launched a powerful attack. Go. It directly hits his Bagua mirror. He couldn't help but be amazed. How is that possible? But how could it be broken? Tran Vu shouted. Die now! The nearby mirror almost shattered instantly. A second later, it exploded and sent him flying away. Burning in the flames, he could only manage a few painful screams. At the same time, a bag shaped like a flame also fell behind the forging master. Tran Vu coughed heavily from exhaustion. Damn it, it feels like my bones are about to break. Genton holds the bag from earlier with a look of satisfaction. This old man's storage bag is full of treasures. Zhenwu was surprised to find that the storage bag was not burned by the fire. Just as the two of them were distracted, a loud noise came from above. Tran Vu glanced at the exploding orb containing the residence, shattering into many pieces. He opened his mouth in shock. Oh shit, what the hell is going on? If you're fighting back and forth, at least don't blow up someone's room. As he watched the broken glass pieces fall, he saw something else. Tetsudan urged, the divine realm is about to collapse, let's hurry up. Liet Tien Shiduk. The two of them were standing among the broken debris when suddenly something shot past from within the flames. At this moment, it seems to be chasing after Thiet Dan and Tran Vu. He also sensed it and turned his head to look back. Huh. Tran Vu and Thiet Dan are flying out of the chaotic space when suddenly a small sphere flies past, and he speaks. What is this? He reached out and grabbed it, then said, don't worry about it, just take it first and we'll see later. As soon as they landed, they said, that was too close. We almost got swallowed by the chaotic space. Thiet Dan asked, what do we do now? He glanced at it and softly replied, then went to find a quiet place to inventory the spoils. Afterwards, the two of them immediately left. At this moment, Tran Hao's side has just emerged from the chaotic space. Damn it. Only managed to steal 2 eggs. The others couldn't enter the void. What a pity. Then he turned back and ordered the subordinates to head back to Beikang and report clearly. The scene shifts elsewhere and someone speaks. These 3 cloud-crossing arrows are components of Kung Liet Thien, even though we didn't get the Liet Thien bow. The value of these cloud-crossing arrows isn't high, but at least with the items we have, it's easier to explain when we return. He saw that she didn't respond and continued speaking. But the heavenly demon string had snapped just for a second, making it hard to explain to his superiors upon return. After a moment of silence, he replied with a displeased expression, "I will find a way to confess to the master myself, and all the blame will fall on me alone." At this moment, from the Tran Vu side, he held up a book titled Transformation Technique with a puzzled look. Could such an ancient secret technique be so easily in my hands? Honestly, I feel sorry for the elder of the White Demon Sect. We obtained such a high-level secret technique, but in the end, we couldn't even use it because we accidentally encountered you. Right, just before escaping, what did you steal? Hearing that, he quickly took out and asked, Is this it? I also don't know. It seems to be an egg. Thiet Dan replied, very confused, unexpectedly emitting a very rare ancient aura. Thinking about it, this is also a treasure. Otherwise, many strong people wouldn't be fighting over it like this. At this moment, a small dinosaur approached and roared at Tran Vu. What kind of heavenly demon weapon is that, broken in just a second? The heavenly demon artifact was created by the ancient spirit weapon ancestor using demonic methods and has never been reported to be damaged. Are those 6 strings actually tendons from a divine dragon of this level? How could they possibly be broken? In the hall, as the voice was kneeling at the master's feet, someone spoke. Could it be that someone acted very powerfully? The voice softly sighed and replied, "Just a young man about 20 years old, with cultivation at the Hu Not Trong stage." Ngoam exclaimed in disbelief. How is that possible? This instrument was forged by our ancestors using cursed magic, extremely resilient, and even if we wanted to damage it, it wouldn't be easy. The voice continued. The truth was like that. At that moment, the young man's body emitted an extremely ancient aura. I immediately plucked the string, and the string broke. The old man replied, "There can be so many ancient ones." The person behind the curtain softly continued, "All right." The voice returned to the stage, but could not understand the second divine message from the second realm to be transmitted out. The sad voice replied, "Yes." Suddenly, someone's sarcastic remark sounded. "It's not just an ancient string instrument. Why would the heavenly demon thread criticize the tone so harshly?" Hearing that, the two immediately turned to look at the young master of the Long family, Long Tran Huang. Just as the sentence ended, a sudden flash of light appeared. Seeing him appear, the other person was annoyed and said, "Long Tran Huang, you're going too far. Not polite at all, entering the heavenly demon sect without warning. Do you think my heavenly demon sect is not worth mentioning?" Long Tran Huang snorted and replied, "Just an ancient instrument. How hard can it be for my family to repair it for you?" Ngoam challenged, "That sounds easy. The heavenly demon zither is an ancient divine weapon, not to mention how difficult it is to repair or find. Can you take out Long God's tendon?" Hearing that, he scoffed and replied, "It's just Long God's tendon. My Long family can take it out." "Are you fooling us? Isn't the tendon of the dragon god the treasure of your Long family? You actually took it out directly, then immediately doubted what you really wanted to do?" Ngoam is surprised. My master behind the curtain wondered, "Long Tran Huang, a clear-eyed man who doesn't speak in slang, what are we willing to pay to get this divine dragon's tendon?" He replied, "This is a personal gift from Long Tran Huang to your heavenly demon sect, unrelated to the Long family, given based on my personal relationship with Thian Am." She was confused. "What do you mean?" Long Tran Huang straightforwardly made his request, saying, "I obviously agree, and officially declare here that I, Long Tran Huang, do so. Long Tran Huang wants to propose to the heavenly demon sect. This is my wedding gift. Will you accept or not?" Hearing that, her voice became shocked. She angrily shouted, "Are you threatening my heavenly demon sect?" Long Tran Huang confidently says, "So what if I am?" "Isn't that so? The voice must be my woman." "What nonsense are you talking about? Who is your woman?" Ngoam couldn't hold back and took out his lute to warn him. "Long Tran Huang, don't think you're invincible in the world. My heavenly demon sect is not to be underestimated." After saying that, a strike aimed straight at Tran Huang, and he calmly responded, "Wu Yun, you're old now. With the 8 sounds of the heavenly demon in this state, you're only seeking death." Saying that, he simply swung his attack and countered Ngo Am, even causing him to be seriously injured and fall back. A worried voice called out, "Elder Ngo." Master sits inside and doesn't stay idle, taking out his instrument. "Long Tran Huang, you're too disruptive." Then a powerful strike was unleashed. Tran Huang remained calm as he watched it approach, and just before it reached him, a strong energy blocked the attack. Tran Huang looks down on you. With only the heavenly demon sensor damaged and being at the 4th level of the Ngich realm, you can't do anything to me. Tran Huang uses his fireball to block the opponent's attack. Feeling proud, he says, "Your heavenly demon staff is severely damaged. Do you still want to fight me?" Even then, I can't help but feel a moment of doubt. "2nd level of the heaven-defying realm, Long Tran Huang, I underestimated you." "What?" "2nd level of the heaven-defying realm, how old are you? Are you now fully grown?" I hope she answers sincerely. If she doesn't want to, I am willing to wait. No matter how many years, I am willing to wait. My harsh reply is the same as 3 years ago. We are not suitable. All right, I will come back in 3 years, and I hope that by then you can give me an answer different from this. Long God's tendons are left for you, and the things I give out are not accustomed to being taken back. Then the voice turned around and called out to the master. She seemed to understand and continued. This person is an extraordinary demon. I'm afraid the women before couldn't resist him. On this continent, among the various clans, no young person can compare to Long Chan Huang. What? The heaven-swallowing twin? That person is confirmed 100% to be personally verified by Heavenly Demon Mo as a true playboy. The young master sat happily on his throne, and the one called Long Tran Huang. It's just been a few years since we last met, yet he's already achieved this. I have lost. We're preparing for a grand celebration, taking out the 10,000-year ice lotus. Brothers breaking through, how could I not go and offer my congratulations? Outside, 2 people are also discussing. He's broken through too. It seems the continent is about to become lively. Emperor Ka agrees, yes, the human race's potential is limitless. Over 20 years ago one appeared, and now another has emerged, so only an emperor might have a chance. Emperor Tan confidently says, I will meet Longtran Huang at the right time, and even if reluctantly, it will be considered a lifetime. At this moment, Chan Hoi recalls the image of being bullied by everyone when he was a child, feeling so tired of himself that he almost gave up. He suddenly wakes up, panting heavily. Taizan saw that and asked, what's wrong? He frowned slightly and replied, nothing, just a restless night. What was that strange image just now? Tuyet Dan replied, a ghost trick? Are you still wanting to sleep in the empty spirit realm? He replied, I don't know either. I just suddenly felt something unusual. Then a letter flew into his hand, and he replied confusedly, huh? Seeing that, it also asked, what is that? He was silent for a moment before replying, it's a letter from the Fire Lotus. Thiet Dan heard him say that and immediately asked, what did Fire Spirit Flower Hoa Ling Ni's aunt say? He opened the letter and read what the Beast King Cave said. As he mentioned that, his eyes became full of surprise. He stood up and destroyed the letter, then said ahead, let's go eat a hearty meal. The scene shifts to Beast King Cave, where the power within the southern wilderness beast realm is extremely formidable, ruled by the top beast king at the peak of the realm, the one-eyed 7 hounds, considered a top-tier expert. Today marks the 1000th birthday of Beast King Hung, blessed by the god of longevity, and he deliberately sent out invitations to friends from the 5 realms to meet. A voice rang out. Huang Fong Cave arrives and presents a royal jade marrow. The little eunuch continued speaking. The Death Jade Beast King from Kotu Truk Lam offers a pair of 1000-year bamboo. When they arrived at the chaotic world, the little troublemaker stammered and couldn't speak. Hearing that, Black Hung asked, what's wrong, little troublemaker? Why aren't you speaking anymore? Hearing the little eunuch whisper the order, the Chaos World King presented a basket of peaches. The crowd chuckled upon seeing the basket of peaches. King Wan's eyes glow red as he threatens. The treasures I give are far more valuable than yours, or that worthless bamboo stone. Everyone was terrified and kept nodding. The brown-clad man was annoyed. Why is this guy here? My ancestral sacred land was actually stolen by him. The blonde-haired guy continued. It's the same for me. The ancestral spirit weapon was also stolen by him, the bear warned. Be quiet, you're no match for him. Luckily, you only got your car stolen. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed across the large courtyard. The black bear said, the Fire Clan's people are here. Dark Lord steps out of the circle of red flames and greets him. Have you been well since we parted ways, Huotavuong? Black Bear laughs. It's been decades since I last saw you, and your flames are even purer now. He asked, am I late? And it replied, not late, not late. Tavuong gestures towards Lin Ni and says, this is my young lady Hoa Lin Ni. I brought her today so she could see brother Hax Hung. The black bear laughs happily. Your lordship's daughter is extraordinary. I hear she is to marry the young master of Kukhandian, a talented and handsome young man rare on the continent. Hoa Lin Ni awkwardly thanks her uncle. She wonders, is Tuan Kiet truly rare? Unfortunately, my heart already has a place for someone else. As I speak, the scene shifts to Long Tran Vu, who is chewing on a piece of meat and says, it's been years since I saw her, and that girl is getting more and more beautiful. What's going on? Aren't you the one who wants her? Why don't you go? Wait a moment, she's with her father now. I better not go there. Just watch these 3 guys carefully. Are they just eating? He shouted loudly, but Diet Nate didn't eat enough. This Black Bear Beast King is really petty. A 1000-year-old birthday and he only has a little food. Today, this is the portion for 10 people, yet you all ate it all. It's truly infuriating. Tran Vu looked at everyone eating and called Lin Ni. No, she remained silent, and he asked, how have you been over the past few years? A group of people sitting and eating, suddenly a lizard appears? The red shirt is caught off guard. Mom, what is this? After finishing one dish, you move on to the next? Then he kicked out, don't run, my favor with one kick, intending to stomp on the big piece of meat, running away, but suddenly his leg was immobilized, and the red shirt fell down, shouting, My leg! The arm grabbed the divine line back. Latran Vu and that mischievous divine creature are the little rascal. He reproached, Little rascal, you really don't make me worry less. It's better to bring you back properly. Leaving the two angry behind. The man in black rushes up and pats Jianwu on the shoulder, saying don't go and cause trouble. Jianwu calmly advises him not to touch him. He exerted his strength to push him away. The gray-clad man looked on in surprise and asked, What? The aura of spiritual energy is truly powerful. Tranvu walks away, tossing something back and giving a warning that it will grow back after a while if consumed. The man in black suddenly turned to Tranvu's first disciple and asked, What did you give him? He replied. Van Nien Lin whispered for him to chase it away. Someone saw him crying. It's you. He turned around and greeted him. Hello, King Yuan, long time no see. He replied, Just a month? I didn't expect you to still be alive inside the demon realm. Want to have a drink? First young master was speechless. What kind of situation is this? Breaking the wine jar and it's the king, he praised it, saying the aroma was pure and fragrant. No wonder he's a noble son. It's been a long time since I threw one. It's still your wine smell. These wines of my big brother are truly like dish soap and rice washing water. Tranvu said, I can't believe that King Yuan is also a spoiled brat. Vuong vien kwai dap, dai moa lagidao, kainain gai kata ko wong kan gien kung kongdu, ban vuong den hung noai dan hala wong kong se. Anathaming hitrong long, kong ahitoi kai kong kinai vai matich uong ru. I should have known that in the military realm a few jars of Hao Ni too would be enough to handle him, but this monkey is also a damn bastard, bothering me when he came to find me, and now I don't even have a jar of my own wine. Vuong Vien realized that something was off. It seemed like you and my elder brother didn't have any relationship. He explained that there was actually no connection at all. I came here to find someone. I never said I was invited by the Black Bear Beast King. Well, who did King Yuan tell you to find? Everyone here is a friend of my older brother, so you'd better not cause trouble. I have no interest in that. With so many powerful cultivators and beast kings around, causing trouble here would just be seeking death. Give me 10 jars of infant slaves and I'll pretend I didn't see you. Do you curse your mother? Do you think infant slaves are like vegetables? Why don't you go steal at most 2 jars? Yuan Wang said with a warning tone, but also a threat. Don't try to deceive anyone. Not a single jar can be missing or I'll throw you out. No matter who you look for, no one can get in. The number one cursed your grandfather. How could your monkey be so shameless? Tranvu holds up the ring and proposes, If this is okay, I will give you this jar. If I encounter trouble, you must help me. I will give you an extra 10 jars. Prince Vienne responds, his face darkening as he thinks to himself, I guess I've seen the extent of this monkey's shamelessness. The three of them saw Lin Ni suddenly cheer together. The eldest daughter of the Hoa family, truly a beauty worthy of her reputation. Unfortunately, she is now already someone else's, and her partner is the young master of Kukan Dien, so what is there to hesitate about? If before marriage she had even a little favor from her, that would be too good, and what you said is right. Lin Ni closed her eyes calmly, secretly thinking how annoying it was that she couldn't be angry in this hot place. A hand holding her waist said, Miss, what's wrong? Are you upset? Lin Ni was shamelessly surprised. The three of them looked on excitedly, her hand burned, and Lin Ni exclaimed, It hurts so much, so the person next to you is Tran Vu? He pointed to his face and said, Looks like I have a pretty thick skin. She turned around. Lin Ni's face trembled as tears welled up. Brother, you finally arrived. Everyone shouted in anger. Stop! Let go of Lady Lin Ni. We haven't attacked yet. What now? Do you want me to drive them away? He immediately shouted loudly. Get ready to act. 1 second later, the crocodile transformed into a much larger shape, collapsing onto the ground and crushing the people beneath it. Damn it, you're cheating. Titan laughed unpleasantly and teased. Do you mind making such a fuss, old black bear? Hak Hung dared not make a sound, awkwardly smiling as he replied, I have nothing to say. What can I say? I mean, unless my mind is completely gone for challenging the strongest lineage of the southern wilderness overlord. Tavong anxiously looked around and asked where Lin Ni was. Where has Lin Ni gone? Thiet Dan glared at him and replied very impolitely, Your daughter is with my friend, reminiscing about old times. You'd better not disturb them. He hesitated, feeling puzzled, reminiscing about old times. Lord Long was anxious. Lin Ni is to marry the young master of the extreme cold palace. If something unexpected happens before the wedding, the anger of the young master of the extreme cold palace is not something our clan can withstand. Ha Kung, we are sworn brothers in life and death. Do you really just watch my daughter be taken away by someone else? He Hung was at a loss and didn't know how to respond. Tranvu quickly led Lin Ni to a quiet forest. No one will bother us here anymore. Lin Ni wondered, why did you appear at Beast King's sect? Did he come to find you on purpose? Tranvu explained immediately, No, it's not that. It's me and that old Hung. You didn't even finish speaking before being interrupted. Sister Lianhua also told me that you would save me by taking on the young master of Kukan Dien, and I've been waiting for this day. I promised I would do it, and I will. No matter if the opponent is the young master of the extreme cold palace, I will definitely defeat him. So, it turns out that the Demon King arrived just in time, but even the Void Realm dares to block him. Can you compare yourself to the young master of the extreme cold palace? Lin He was frightened. Ah. Tran Vu firmly replied, Hoa family head, Lin He is an adult now. She has the right to choose her own partner. Vuong immediately dismissed this idea, insisting stiffly and somewhat mockingly, from ancient times to now, marriage has always been decided by parents and matchmakers. I am Lin Ni's father, so I have the right to choose. Tran Vu asked, so you just want to marry Lin Ni off to the young master of Kukhandian? Hua Vuong reminded. Having ambition at a young age is good, but not to the point of overreach. Are you trying to take Lin Ni away in front of me? Tran Vu admits he has that intention. I wonder if Lord Hoa has any advice. He gathers spiritual energy around himself, whether heaven and earth are vast or not, to give you a lesson on the difference between the creation realm and the moving void realm. Tran Vu also accepted the challenge and reassured her, don't worry, your father can't hurt me. Fire Demon King prepared to strike. Kid, don't be too arrogant. Tran Vu as well. The Fire Clan Lord invites you to a lesson. Then the two of them charged at each other. Lin Ni anxiously warned, no, your sister's fire is already Lam DM, close to 2 DM, don't block it. A shockwave erupted right in the middle of the forest, and then the two of them separated. Tran Vu chuckled happily. I, the Fire Clan head, am better than you at playing with flames. Fire Demon King was also surprised. You forgot you have this pure yang and vigorous flame, but your cultivation is too low, kid. If our clan is called the Fire Clan, playing with fire is much more powerful than you. After finishing, he immediately struck his flame to the ground. Tran Vu wondered, why would he hit his fire into the earth? Becoming aware of the danger, Lin Ni hurriedly warned, be careful, this is the secret technique of our Fire Clan. The Fire Demon Armor, which has immense power, and your father's Fire Demon Armor can compare to a 4th stage transformation expert. Fire Tavuong was also speechless with his daughter, Tisk. Indeed, the eldest daughter cannot keep secrets, revealing the secret of the Fire Clan. At the same time, a giant human figure made of flames appeared. Fire Demon King confidently said, if you admit defeat now, there's still time. Otherwise, I truly fear I will have to kill you. Tran Vu carefully observes the dry fire demon in front of him, confidently gathering his flames in his hand and replying, let's try it. Maybe this fire demon of yours looks good, but can't be used. Koi Loi begins to swing his hand, preparing to strike. In the next moment, both of them threw fists at each other, creating a powerful shockwave that shook everything around. Fire Demon King was also surprised that he could reach such a level through body cultivation. At this moment, the Fire Demon clone had already been destroyed by Tran Vu. But as he turned away, it revived immediately afterward, unleashing an even greater surge of power. Tran Vu also realizes you might be able to recover infinitely. Unshaken, he re-engages in battle, and I too want to see if you can recover after taking one of my hits. The two strikes continued to collide, and the dry bug still remained unharmed after that attack. Tran Vu gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it, absorbed again. And this move didn't work either. Fire Demon King also looked surprised and said, Let Tien Kung, the divine weapon of the Overlord Beast King, falling into your hands is truly a pity. Tran Vu took out something. This forces me to use my trump card. His whole body radiates a powerful spiritual energy. Fire Clan Lord, watch this. It only takes a moment. Hearing that, Fire Demon King also watched intently. The next moment, he struck a powerful blow directly at the dry bug. The small flames gradually touched it, and in an instant, a massive explosion shook the forest. It forced Hoa Tavuong and Lin Ni to raise their hands to block in front of their faces. He didn't expect to destroy my dry error in an instant. Looking at the scene of the new wilderness before his eyes, he wondered, is this something a spirit realm cultivator can do? Tran Vu asked curiously, what's wrong? Master of the Hoa family, have you now changed your mind? Hoa Tavuong fell silent, exuding the aura of the Vin Kodhan Nan. You are indeed very straightforward, but unfortunately, you and my Hoa clan are incompatible. My Hoa clan does not need you. You don't understand. What do you mean? Fire Demon King chuckled softly. Even if you're more powerful, can you compare to the young master of the Cold Extreme Palace? If you have the ability, you can go to the wedding and overthrow him, then our Hoa family elders will change their minds. Are you willing to do this? Zhenwu immediately agreed. I am willing, no matter how great the cost, I must defeat him. Fire Demon King turned and left. I admire your courage. Wait until you defeat him, then come find me. Lin Ni, let's go. She blushed and waited for him, then the two of them left, leaving Tran Vu alone on that path. He calculated that with just over 3 months until the wedding, I need to push myself a bit more. A while later, Tran Vu was still sitting and cultivating. Suddenly his eyes widened, and a powerful energy radiated from him. The Iron Pillar shouted, Damn, you scared me half to death. You've broken through again. Tran Vu confirms, yes, using the 10,000-year spiritual pearl to forcibly break through to the 3rd level of the Void Realm, but this is already the limit. The iron pillar praised, saying it was so powerful that it directly advanced one level, but Tranvu was still not satisfied, feeling it was still too far from his goal. I am still far behind the young master of the Kukhan sect. I don't have much time left. I must find a way to quickly increase my cultivation. Tiezhin spoke up. Aren't there several martial arts from the Overlord's collection? Tranvu continued. Those won't do. I can't understand them now. My strongest skill now is the Ngonhat Tam Long Thu, the most powerful martial art of the Imperial Martial Academy, but after careful study many times, I feel it is only close to some simple, earth-level martial arts. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as a series of ancient characters appeared out of nowhere, surprising him. These strange ancient characters keep appearing again, and being able to reconstruct them just makes me headache and exhausted, Thiet Dan asked anxiously. How is it? Tranvu replied, I just reorganized the Ngonat Tam Long Thu, but then a new martial art appeared, the Yin Yang Eye Sky, which surpasses the earth-level martial arts of Ngonat Tam Long Thu, but its mystical and agile state makes it impossible to fully observe. Are you thinking of such a desperate situation? Could it be a divine-level martial art? Andam Chio looks at his hand, unsure, only fearing he needs to review this martial art first before he can use it. He moves to another place. Thiet Dan, how long has it been since we last came here? Looking down from above at the vast capital, it seems like 2 years have passed. 2 years gone by. I wonder how many of my good friends are still here, yet there are fewer people and things that I care about. Wait down there. Hide inside me to avoid unnecessary trouble. The blacksmith's hall agrees. As he approaches the door, he is stopped. You, halt your steps. Vu tran noeng gangon, bao cholao dao henmon biyoidobi, rang long tran vu datrove. Haten gas konkam de kongyan, lao dao biyo, choda. Long Tran Vu muttered this name, then was shocked to realize it was the same demon swordmaster from that year. Open it. The person approaching was very surprised and didn't expect you to survive and return. It's you, it really is you. You really didn't die, kid. He smiled and greeted him. Old man, I'm back, Haktuang said happily. I knew you wouldn't die that easily, and after all this time I wonder how far your cultivation has advanced. I'm afraid you've already reached the peak of the heavenly human realm. Haktuang listened calmly and said with ease, I told you so. I have always valued you, little guy. It's okay. Reaching the 3rd level of the Void Transformation Realm is already very good, even at the peak. As he was speaking, the old man suddenly realized he had just heard something. Void Transformation. Realm 3rd level. Did I hear that right? He flicked his nose, looking proud and confident, as if his recent breakthrough was nothing special. Haktuang happily took his hand and pulled him along. Good, very good. Come with me quickly. Hey, what are you doing? The two of you are chatting happily as you walk. Let go of my hand, I can walk by myself. All right, my little old man is too excited. And besides, if you want to take me somewhere, you'll find out soon enough if you wait a moment. That's right. Didn't Thudeep go back with you? Where did Thudeep go? Why didn't you come to see me? Oh, here it comes. That's the end. The two of them stood there like statues, unable to find the words to respond, as Tranvu angrily grabbed Haktuang by the collar and shouted, Old man, you let her go find me alone? Don't you realize how dangerous that is? Haktuang broke out in a cold sweat, and during this time, we searched all of Teithui but couldn't find her. Haktuang chuckled to ease the tension but reassured him. Don't worry, this girl is smart and nothing will happen. He loosened Haktuang's collar, his tone sounding worried. I originally wanted to do what's best for her, so I didn't go back to find her at that time. Now, Santa's put this aside, and he's changed the subject. Oh, I almost forgot, old man. I came back this time to review the Ngonhat Tam Long technique, Haktuang asked curiously. Isn't this martial art technique already passed down to you? Why do you want to review the original again? Tranvu noticed something unusual and told him about it. I realized that this martial art technique is not as simple as it seems. There is a much stronger technique hidden behind it. Haktuang opened his mouth in surprise, then looked at me. Oh, Tranvu, why do you look at me like that? Haktuang's eyes widened. You really discovered it? I already knew. Haktuang didn't deny it. He knew, but had only read about it in ancient books. To this day, no one has truly uncovered this secret. So tell me what you've discovered and be honest about what you know. I don't know about anything else. I only know this martial art is called Yin Yang Eye Sky Master, but to replicate this technique, I need to observe the original once more. He clenched his fist, and indeed, the records were identical. If he could replicate this martial art, even if the Divine Vault couldn't be opened, the strength of the Emperor Martial Academy would greatly increase. I'm a bit confused. What does the Divine Vault mean? We just briefly passed by and already reached a cliff, so why did he bring me to this hillside? Haktuang stopped. This is the place. He reached out his hand and a gate appeared with a protective symbol painted on it. This place hides a great secret of the Emperor Martial Academy. All the secrets of the Academy are here. Haktuang, let's go inside. He also stepped inside. This is the interior of a stone cave. Tranvu felt curious. What is this stone door? Haexiang slowly explained that this stone door is the entrance to the tomb of an ancient, powerful being. opening once every 100 years for a month, which is why the Emperor Warrior Academy was established here. The academy sent people in multiple times, but each time they suffered severe losses, even losing an entire group of students in the tomb. Hak Duong solemnly held up 2 fingers, 200 truong, the farthest distance ever crossed by the strong at the Devo Academy. Although there was no news about that total destruction, it can be estimated that it definitely did not exceed 300 zhang. He paused for a moment, then spoke, heading in to investigate if there were any strong cultivators in the realm of Hukan. Hak Duong clearly stated that the person leading the team in that total destruction was my master, a peak-stage spirit devourer, the strongest at the Imperial Martial Academy. Tran Vu sighed. Even a peak-stage spirit devourer perished there. Hak Duong asks for your opinion. No, this is a great opportunity. Of course, danger and chance coexist. I will not force you. Although aware of the danger, he was very interested. How could he pass up such a good opportunity? To repay the favor, he would have to pay a price. I knew this when I was over 10 years old, and I still know how much longer until the mysterious hole opens. Hak Duong replied briefly, 10 days. Turn around. All right, in these 10 days, I want to observe the Ngonat Tam Long technique. Sitting in secluded cultivation, I couldn't help but ponder, and when I saw the original version of Ngonat Tam Long technique again, I felt a bit nervous. This martial art looks ordinary, but it hides an eternal ancient technique behind it. It's truly unimaginable. Just by adding these mysterious symbols according to the arranged pattern in one place, it can recreate the yin-yang ice sky elder. Although it's said like that, it's hard to imagine discovering the pattern, and setting it up isn't an easy task either. After thinking it over, I just feel annoyed. It would be great if Thudiep were here. She knows the most about these things. After so long apart, I wonder how that fool is doing. Thudiep U Sao keeps looking in one direction. The young master, Granny Nagit, is worried. The celestial maiden has been standing here for 2 days, and his majesty is still waiting for her. I keep wondering. Lady Yue, I feel like a piece of memory that doesn't belong to me is constantly haunting me. I still thought that after a few days I could forget, but these 2 words kept appearing in my mind. Lady Yue persuades me, the heavenly maiden does not need to worry. This is just a small matter in her path of growth. She hesitated and walked away. Is that so? But why do I feel such pain in my heart whenever I think of these 2 words? It seems I forgot something important. Tran Vu just sat there cultivating for 3 days. After 3 days of effort, I finally understood and successfully reconstructed this martial art technique. Wait a moment, this martial art technique is the one you were stunned to recognize. A low-grade heavenly rank technique, yet it is actually a heavenly rank martial art. He looked at his hand. He had seen many earth-grade martial skills, but divine-grade skills are truly rare. Even in the glorious ancient era, divine-grade skills are the most powerful. He clenched his fist. Long Ha was determined. All right, there are 7 days left. I must thoroughly study the yin-yang ice sky ascension skill. He looked at the space door in front. This is the black path notification. The door has opened, waiting for them to arrive. He was a bit puzzled, yet there was no divine or earthly phenomenon. Earlier I saw a tomb opening a heaven and earth anomaly that could be seen clearly from hundreds of zhang away. He Duong glared at him and said, Do you think the Academy's formations are just for decoration? The formation at the entrance of this tomb was crafted with the dedication of ancestors from different eras, incredibly mysterious. Without these formations, when the spiritual energy is unleashed enough to blow up this academy, only then would he understand. I see. The other elders have also arrived. I didn't expect you to really come back. I thought these old perverts were just talking nonsense. Hak Duong chuckled, pointing at him, saying, The old pervert? I'm still alive. So how could this little pervert die? The dean had great hopes for Tran Vu, saying, The hero of the young generation. You are the most outstanding disciple of the Emperor Martial Academy in 100 years. Tran Vu Quijiao Vien Truong, Taine Truk Dai Chua Tungap, Nung Chak Chantuk Luk Kungratman. Vien Truong, Hailo Chuyen Chin Di. All right, you've had enough. Let's go. Hak Dong warns, be careful. The entrance now has accumulated too much spiritual energy. Kuang Qian and I will go in first and wait for the energy to decrease. You all go in. Where? Before he could finish speaking, Tran Vu impatiently flew ahead. Hak Duong anxiously shouted, It's impossible. This tomb's spiritual energy accumulation is so intense that even a powerhouse in the Hukan realm would find it difficult. Tran Vu ignored him and opened his mouth to absorb the spiritual energy. Hak Duong was speechless. Here, Kuang Zhan couldn't help but laugh, his body truly formidable. Being able to absorb so much spiritual energy, even the dean was quite surprised. Tran Vu, now full and satisfied, takes a deep breath as the spiritual energy surges even more than the 10,000-year spiritual pearl. This tomb truly is no ordinary place. Bak Chi kindly reminds you, kid, are you okay? You can't go causing trouble like that or you'll risk losing your life. Tran Vu nonchalantly replied, I was reckless just now because I couldn't resist seeing so much spiritual energy. Hak Duong looked at him with suspicion. So? Then tell me what you think it is. Come on, step forward quickly. I'll lead the way. Tiezhen looked confused and asked, What just happened? Suddenly rushing forward, Tran Vu alertly replied, "There is murderous intent. If that old pervert gets in, he will surely die without a doubt." But that hint of killing intent has now disappeared. Just then, he suddenly realized something. A speeding arrow slicing through the air was heading straight for them. Everyone stepped back as Tran Vu quickly raised his hand to block, and the powerless arrow fell to the ground. Tran Vu was stunned. This arrow was incredibly sturdy, still intact after hitting his body, comparable to a top-tier spiritual artifact. Someone pulls out a space token and holds it in front. The arrow is made from still spirit stones. Suddenly, a large piece of rock falls from above, causing everyone to panic. "Are you joking around? Hurry up and run!" the old men urgently shout. Long Tran Vu, don't just stand there. Run now. Tran Vu gritted his teeth and insisted, "No, if it falls, we won't be able to get in." He desperately used both hands to support the giant stone, his legs pressed firmly against the ground, and Kovan pushed himself to the limit. Thiet Dan was stunned. This was a gravity stone, accompanied by a gravity formation. "You're crazy!" Tran Vu panicked and ordered, "I can't take it anymore." Thiet Dan, quickly use the space ring to contain it. Thiet Dan was stunned. "You're crazy. There has never been a case of putting something this large inside before." Tran Vu still insisted that he wouldn't try to know. "I'm about to be crushed to death now." He hurriedly urged, "Don't waste time, hurry up." Taishan nervously replied, "I know, don't rush." A flash of purple light appeared, and Hak Dang seemed to be in disbelief. "This kid can now withstand such a great gravity." Tran Vu responded quickly, "It's possible now." "Kid, are your arms okay? You'll recover soon. I wonder if you were the one leading the way before. Why is there always some danger you don't even know about?" Hak Duong warned. "The door and the tomb are unpredictable. Each time we enter, it's an uncertain place, and even the experience of the elders may not always help." Tran Vu calmly stepped forward. "All right, then let's continue moving forward. The teachers should be more careful. There are many hidden traps scattered across the cliff face." Tran Vu skillfully leads the way. Everyone falls back. He silently ponders that besides the gravity stone, all they've encountered are various types of malevolent traps and mechanisms, and they've also collected many treasures, including martial skills and elixirs. Truly lucky, but why do I have an inexplicable sense of unease? At this moment, Tran Vu suddenly noticed something. Huh? This is a set of dry, withered bones behind the stone wall. The officer examined it carefully, and it is indeed the bones of a powerful expert, with a trace of imprint technique circulating on them. Compared to when he was alive, he was a dominant figure in his domain. Baichi and Hashtuang look pleased. "This is perfect. We can use this skeleton to refine a top-grade spirit weapon." Both of them laughed and urged, "Hurry up and accept it. This trip wasn't a bad one." Tran Vu suddenly sensed something and quickly turned around. Quang Qian had been pierced right before his eyes by an arrow. Jian Wu was stunned as he saw the arrow piercing deep into the ground. "Is it the old man Feng's arrow? Take this medicine quickly." The old man immediately looked surprised. "What did you give him to eat?" The wound closed so quickly. Tran Vu briefly explained it is a 10,000-year spirit pearl, but it only protects the life of Master Crazy Battle, and he fears that the next step Master Crazy Battle might not be able to continue fighting. He cautiously speculates that this powerful arrow might be an ancient divine weapon, and they should keep the presence of other living beings here a secret to avoid causing panic. The director sighed. It was ultimately a mistake. Tran Vu quickly turned away. "Stay here. I will go ahead." He pulls out his lightning arrow. It seems that when we first entered the cave, he detected a trace of evil energy. Could it be watching us all along? If he's a bow user, then I'll use a bow too. A sudden wave of dark energy surged forward. Tran Vu's eyes widened. It's here. A creature appeared from afar, emanating a powerful aura. It was a strange monster with a bizarre appearance. Jian Wu was stunned and asked what kind of demon it was. He immediately drew his bow and shot an arrow at it. Each of them rushes through the wind but only hits the void. Tran Vu becomes even more confused and angry, amazed at how quick and clever they are, with a face like a human and spider features. What exactly is this thing? At that moment, Hak Duong seemed to realize something. This is the old man shouting in panic. "Death God Chu! Death God Chu!" shouted angrily. Hak Duong quickly signaled everyone to leave, and Tran Vu looked suspicious. "Death God Chu, what a strange name," he asked confusedly. "What's going on?" "Is this spider really that scary?" He Duong replied. "This spider isn't dangerous, but its companions are the real threat." Tooth and Chu's eyes suddenly flashed with a murderous aura as countless spiders appeared behind it from nowhere. "Mo Yethu!" Bak Chi stared in horror. "It's the Mo Hu Yethu again. These creatures are extremely difficult to deal with and will devour you." Tran Vu immediately interrupted. "I will burn you all to ash, given the number." He decisively strikes with a powerful blast of fire. The celestial fire consumes the spiders in a sea of flames, yet they continue to advance unharmed. Jian Wu couldn't believe it. Why was it ineffective? The old men had already turned and fled directly. "You little brat, run quickly. These bone beast corpses will devour any martial skill that attacks them and turn it into their nourishment. You just fed them a moment ago." Tranvu was startled to hear that. Damn, old man, you should have said so earlier. Death God Chu just stood still and ordered, and in the blink of an eye, they were right behind us. Janwu glanced quickly, so fast yet able to catch up with us. The gate is right in front, we're almost out. Tranvu decisively stops. You go ahead, we can't let them escape the trap. He fiercely shot the arrow, a dazzling golden light enveloping the entire cave. The space instantly fell silent, with no more movement. Tranvu gently releases his grip. It's over. The falling rocks cover the entrance, and suddenly a strange aura surrounds him. The elders outside are anxiously waiting. This kid is gone. Suddenly, he falls to another place, his head hitting the ground, and he's completely stunned. What's going on? Zet Dan is being pressed down by Tranvu. I'm about to be crushed by you. Thiet Dan coughs, almost getting crushed by you. Tranvu looked around and said, all right, stop making noise. We clearly just were at the entrance of the tomb and somehow we ended up here so quickly. Thiet Dan replied reluctantly, I don't know, but this place doesn't seem to be an illusion. He was very cautious, saying this grave is too strange. We must have triggered some trap that teleported us here. Thiet Dan was anxious, so what should we do now? Do I have to panic? Suddenly, an old man strolled over steadily. Have I been sleeping too long? My identity is starting to become an issue. Tranvu clasped his hands and bowed, asking, this place finally is where? The wizard answered matter-of-factly, young man, don't tease me. The endless years have passed, and I have finally waited for my successor. Janwu asked, the heir? He was stunned. Aren't you here to receive the inheritance? He replied briefly, clarifying the situation. I don't know what kind of inheritance this is. I'm just an explorer who came here and I was suddenly pulled into this space without knowing why. I asked again, and you said you were passing by and didn't know where this place was. Tranvu nodded in confirmation. Yes, you kept insisting it was impossible. I've been here for many years and no one has ever wandered in by mistake. The wizard suddenly remembered something, his face serious. Could it be the consciousness of the owner choosing you? The wizard wondered, could it be the owner's consciousness choosing you? Tranvu puzzled, what kind of toy is that? Master, he helplessly explained, it seems you truly know nothing at all. My master was once the ruler of the continent, but ultimately perished defending against external enemies. That year, although the external enemies were repelled, they would eventually return one day. Before dying, the owner left behind a will, and I now guard the owner's remains, waiting for you to inherit his will. During the endless years of victory here, you are the only one to have come to this place. Although you are still very young and weak now, there must be a reason why the master chose you. Janwu hurriedly stopped him and asked, wait, what is the inheritance? What is the choice? Who was your master before you? The sorcerer replied, my master had many names. I don't know which one belongs to your era. The era of the master has always been known as the Overlord of Beasts. Shenwu was astonished, and it turns out it was him. The mage asked, do you know the master? He replied, show you a good thing and you'll find out. Then Tranvu gathered spiritual energy and produced an object. The wizard was surprised to see it. He spoke. This is the Liet Tian Kung of the master. Why is it here? Tranvu continued, saying it's a long story. Let's just say it's a fateful coincidence. The mage smiled happily. It seems the master truly chose you. The Liet Tian Palace has never been used by a second owner outside of the original. Here, receive the inheritance from the master. That source of spiritual power shoots straight into Tranvu. I was stunned and confused. I haven't agreed yet. It won't take over my body, right? Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and the formation surrounding Tranvu was already in place. This is what the mage said. These are the secret techniques left by the master. How much you can comprehend depends on your own fate. You take the opportunity to sit down and absorb it completely. Tranvu agrees and sits down to focus. He trusts you. The responsibility to protect Jadeland Continent is now yours. The mage has always watched over Tranvu's training. After a while, he opened his eyes and announced, all right, he hurriedly asked, how so? Tranvu confidently said, I have fully remembered everything. Then he continued, hey, I told you I hadn't agreed yet, and you forced the cultivation method on me, then started talking about responsibilities and what the Yulin Continent is? The mage asked, do you not know? Your outside world is called the Jade Land Continent, just a part of the Eastern world. That year, when the outsiders invaded the Jade Orchid Continent, the master led the Eastern strongmen to fight to the death and repel them, but one day they will return, and at that time, this Jade Orchid Continent will have to rely on you. Tranvu understood, so that's how it was. He continued, the door in the owner's tomb are about to close, I will teleport you out. Tranvu was stunned. What? Isn't the opening time supposed to last a month? How long have I been here? The mage explained, the time in this space is different from the outside. You may have been here for just an hour, but a month has passed outside. Damn it, stop fooling around and get me out of here. The mage advised, young man, if fate allows, we may meet again in 100 years. That's right, I still don't know your name. He smiled and introduced himself. Long Tran Vu. As soon as he finished, he disappeared. He muttered the name again. Long Chan Vu sounded a bit rustic. The three people outside were still waiting. Where has this young man finally gone? It's been a month and he still hasn't come out. Bakchi nodded. Yes, this tomb door is about to close. Heidao was also worried. Could something have happened? The three of them hurriedly exclaimed, "It's dangerous! The tomb door is closing!" Suddenly, Heidao saw his figure inside and announced. He turned back and Tranvu appeared immediately, marveling, "This old man is still very powerful and even brought me back to the same place." The three of them outside hurriedly urged him. "Hey, you little brat, what are you standing there for? The tomb door is about to close. Come out quickly." "Are you joking or what? Hurry up and get out. I really don't want to be locked in here for 100 years. Zhenwu quickly used his unpredictable skills to fly out. A second later, he landed somewhat unsteadily. He reproached, "This old man really should have taken me out earlier. No need to provoke me like this." Dan shouted at him, "Hurry up and get up. You're going to crush me again." "Hey, kid, are you all right? Where have you been all this month?" "You're making us so anxious we're about to die, aren't you?" they asked hurriedly. "Yes, where did you go?" Tranvu stammered. "Ah," he scratched his head awkwardly. "Yeah, I was trapped inside by chaotic space turbulence and finally managed to escape." Hekdong sighed in relief. "So you can escape at the last moment? You're lucky." Tranvu asked, "Director, may I borrow a secret chamber to meditate in peace? I want to focus on cultivation for a month, and after a month I plan to go to the North Kanghan realm. What are you going to do in the North Kang?" "Of course we're going to fight," the dean agreed. "All right, no problem. Let's head back then." Heidao looked proud and said, "This kid? Just wait and see. You'll really be surrounded soon." "Well, since you didn't say anything, you must have your reasons." Tizen asks why you didn't tell them the truth. Tranvu believes it's better not to tell them about what's happening on Jadeland continent anyway, since the outsiders might not return for hundreds or even thousands of years. Tui is too small and weak. Knowing the truth would only add to the pressure. Tidan also agreed. Fine then. 1 month later, Tranvu respectfully bids farewell and the disciples here take their leave. Hak Duong reminds him, "Come back and visit when you have time. Take care, teachers." With that, he jumped away. Tieden and Tranvu happily said, "Bakwang Hanvuch, here I come," then quickly headed north. Northern Border Cold Region, one of the 5 coldest territories, is covered in snow and ice all year round, with some extreme areas reaching below -200 degrees. Even powerful cultivators practicing ice attribute techniques dare not enter. This is a city built entirely of ice, with each ice block carved from a 100 jong thick layer below and polished to fit perfectly, leaving no gaps and extremely solid. Suddenly, the guard announced that there was a change. He guesses this is an invasion by external enemies. Someone denies it, saying no, it's not an external enemy, this is the Mystic Ice Sovereign Beast. They immediately became excited. "Oh my god, I actually saw the Mystic Ice Kwai Beast. This is the legendary beast from the stories. I heard that its first appearance was 5,000 years ago, when it helped our ancestors escape danger and saved tens of thousands of people." Suddenly they noticed something. Wait, is there a human standing on top of the Tui Thu? That person is Zhen Wu. They greeted and welcomed the divine beast on the city wall, and it asked in a rough voice, "Is this place okay?" Tranvu replied, "Yeah, it's fine now." After hearing him speak, it immediately broke through the ice and slid down, surprising everyone. Hey, did the Tui Thu leave already? Moreover, why does this reaction seem like Director Dao's? No way, our team's strongest is only at the 2nd level of the creation realm. The divine beast doesn't even bother with him. Bring this person in first and then talk. A moment later, Tranvu stood before a group of people who said, "You are young and truly lucky to have a legendary Tui Thu come to your aid, or you might have died on the ice plain." Tranvu was stunned. "Tui Thu coming to help," they replied. "Yes. Isn't that Lak Duong on the ice plain who was later discovered to have been brought here by the Tui Thu? The more confused I am, Lak Duong." Then I turned my head away again. "Yes, I am indeed Lak Duong." It was only 2 days ago that Zhen Wu was still flying in the sky. This valley is truly desolate, but with extraordinary spiritual intelligence. We've been flying for half a day, and not only have we not seen a person, but not even a demon beast. I now strongly suspect that you might have remembered the wrong place when using your space teleportation. Tiazin quickly argued, "If you don't trust your own space traversal and no longer want me to lead the way and go by yourself, what can we do now? I don't blame you or anyone else. Why didn't we realize before that you are such a shameless person?" Suddenly, there was a sound below that caught Tranvu's attention. He was confused. This was Thiet Dan's surprise. "Wow, that turtle is really big. Like a mountain, at least a Beast King level demon beast, and it just jumped up from the ice below." Tranvu is excited, probably because he's got a good opponent. Then he immediately used his technique to create 2 explosions. It shouted to stop. "I am only here to breathe. I didn't provoke you. I cried and slept for hundreds of years under the ice, then woke up and came up to breathe, and suddenly you hit me. Even though you're just a junior in the false realm." Tranvu was speechless, saying, "Why is it that even though you're a demon beast at the Beast King stage, you lack backbone?" It retorted, "Is courage more important than life? I feel that if I resist, you will immediately kill me." The iron altar is full of disgust, never expecting that after a long struggle, we finally meet a demon beast, and it's a soft-bodied turtle. Tranvu climbed onto its back and said, "Take me to the nearest human city," and it agreed, so they traveled through the thick snow. After a while, Tranvu wondered, "Hey, do you know the way? Why do I feel like we're going deeper into the wilderness?" The divine beast fears that my previous departure was thousands of years ago. Tranvu is extremely angry. "Damn, you should have told me earlier," it replied. "I was afraid you'd hit me, but in reality it still got beaten by him to the point of peeing itself." Standing before everyone, Tranvu pondered that the foolish turtle was indeed their divine beast. He said, "You only have the 4th level of the Void Realm. With such cultivation, it's truly fortunate you didn't die in the 100,000 miles of icy wilderness." You wonder, 100,000 miles of ice plains. He then explains, 100,000 miles of ice plains is a desolate place in the northern wilderness, extremely barren, where at night the cold wind can freeze even powerful cultivators in the Hukan. Tranvu understood, so that's the case, and he thought to himself, although it's a bit cold at night, it's not enough to freeze to death. He said, "You don't seem to be from the northern wilderness. Your aura is fiery, obviously practicing a fire-type cultivation method opposite to the ice system." Venerable Vu continued, "Senior, your eyesight is sharp. I come from the Western Water." They were puzzled, not knowing where Western Water was. "I heard it was a declining land, the weakest part of the Southern Realm." So that's the place I heard about, where even the Void Spirit Realm can dominate. I can't help but laugh at how ridiculous that is. Tranvu thought to himself, I expected this kind of reaction. If everyone in the South region looks down on the Western Waters now, then I will represent the Western Waters. Tranvu roared loudly with his spiritual power. The group immediately covered their faces with their hands, astonished. Just the aura they emitted alone was already so powerful, it was terrifying and impossible to believe. This person was only at the 4th level of the Void Realm, so who exactly was this divine being that was so overwhelmingly powerful? "Friend, you shouldn't go too far." He gathered spiritual energy in his hand. "We kindly tried to hold you back, but you are so ungrateful. Old Hu must teach you a lesson." Tranvu eagerly countered, "The one who insulted my homeland before you, the only creation realm in this city, finally takes action." The two techniques clash, causing a massive explosion. Everyone was stunned. What? Using cultivation to activate the illusionary realm and still able to fight against a transformed expert? I only saw a few rare geniuses in ancient books who had never seen it with their own eyes. The next moment, the entire city seemed to blaze in flames. After the dust settled, he approached John Wu. "Are you still planning to fight with spiritual energy gathered in your hand?" He bowed his head in apology. "My friend from the Western Water and Ice City, I apologize for the offense earlier." He couldn't help but doubt that the simple collision earlier was enough to teach me about the young man's powerful, mysterious energy to reach this place. Is this young man really only in the Hukan? Tranvu praised him. "You are quite perceptive to bring out all the maps of the Northkang, you know." He also agreed and then projected the map into the air for him to see. Zhenwu asked, "Is this place far from the Kukhandien?" He explained that Kukhandien is located in the middle of Bakwanghanvuch and is the strongest sect in Bakwanghankuk, very far away, requiring crossing 1,000,000 miles of ice fields and flying for tens of millions of miles to reach it. Tranvu was annoyed. If he met that mysterious ice phoenix again, he would tear it apart, yet it took him in the opposite direction. He extended an invitation, saying, "If your friend stays in the city for a few days before heading to the Kukhandien, how about it?" I reply, "I'm afraid that after knowing my purpose for this trip, you won't dare to keep me." "What is your purpose?" "I'm here to steal the bride." He asked, "You're not talking about the young master of Kukhandien marrying Hualing Ni of the Hoa clan in a few days?" Tranvu confirmed that was correct. He suddenly exclaimed, "You're crazy. The Cold Flame Palace is a powerful ancient legacy, and no one knows how many strong warriors are hidden within it. I admit you are very strong, but rushing into the Kukhandien like a locust attacking a car, and moreover there is a powerful being within the Kukhandien who is awakening. Once he succeeds, it will be the day Kukhandien erupts, and you will definitely not be his match." Tranvu still insisted, "I just want to fight early or late, rest in peace, we will meet again someday." After finishing, he flew away. He sighed and said, "Too bad, the once legendary genius was destined to perish here. Let's switch to another place." "Two people are sitting on a cliff. How do you feel?" He reassures. "It's okay. I've suppressed it now." The other person then said, "I heard some good news recently. Want to hear about the young master, right?" Confirming it's true, it seems a powerful force is now aiming to marry the Central Saint Realm's Fire Clan princess. It seems that this woman has some connection to the young master, who once rashly declared he wanted to take her back. The character of the young master is likely similar here, but I don't know how strong he is now. And besides, that old Bang Day is about to come back to life. Bang Day is just a useless trash, beaten so badly by the young lady that he can't fight back. He quickly corrected himself. The young lady can, but the young master cannot. He scratched his head awkwardly, forgetting about this. He asked, "So what are you planning to do?" He remained silent for a moment before softly speaking, and the scene shifts to the Fire Clan territory. The servant worriedly asked, "Miss, You're about to be married, aren't you at least a little worried? Does Holin Ni still worry happily? Why worry, she explained. The young miss of the extreme cold palace doesn't like that person. Wouldn't marrying someone she dislikes be miserable? She confidently said, I definitely won't get married. The servant wondered why. Hua Lin Ni explains, because a fool has already made a pact with me. Even if they steal, they will take me away. She widened her eyes in shock. The young lady, I don't mean to hurt you, but that place, the extreme cold palace, even the old master wouldn't dare to enter casually. Does he really have such abilities? Hua Lin Ni said with shining eyes. I trust him. Switching to another location, everyone is gathering when someone reports. He really has left. What should our clan elders do? He looks down on Tranvu, a brave but reckless youth whose astonishing talent is not enough to inspire fear. Faced with this extremely cold ancient power, even ancient gods would be lost. The grand wedding must proceed. This is our Fire Clan's moment to rise. When necessary, we must take action and eliminate them. The scene shifts to Zhen Wu, who is angrily shouting. This North Kang Han realm all looks the same, not even a single guide item. The Iron Plate got angry, don't you have a map? How could you get lost? Are you stupid or what? He yelled at her. If you have the ability, lead the way. That's all for my video. The above is a summary of the story. If you have any comments, please leave them in the comments section below. Don't forget to leave a like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell for more interesting videos. Goodbye for now, and see you again. Goodbye.